Set doesn't want to play? Why? Hmm. Okay. Very good. Where are you going? Okay, you're ready for Solaris. Okay. I was gonna say 3 more showers and it'll be Christmas. I said 3 more showers and it'll be Christmas. I don't know. Yeah. Hello? Very good. Did you win at least? You guys better have won. Couple. Okay, okay. Any clips? Any clippers? Hmm. Hmm. Funny how those are never recorded. Hmm. Oh, nice. Well, it's just interesting. Normally, all I hear is complaining, and then when I'm not on, it's you wouldn't believe how good we are at doing. Oh, but we don't. We didn't take a clip of it. It's interesting. Okay. Very nice, dude. Yeah. Okay, we're missing one. We are missing one. What do you mean, heck no? That's what Jared said. You don't want to play Stellaris. Oh my gosh. Sleepy sets back, everyone. Oh my god. Everyone always blames Justin. Bro, it's not my fault if I get defeated. The AI sometimes just overwhelms me. And I don't even have a buff this time. Which I don't think that was working properly. I'm gonna be honest. I think it was working for minerals. It was not working for strength. It was not working for, like, strength and stuff to make your ships better. Oh, okay, well that was working. But that doesn't help me. Because I need the ships to be better. It wasn't enough. Like I get wiped by the AI and you guys are screaming at me. It's like, come help me then. I said I get wiped by the AI, and you guys are screaming at me, and I'm like, then come help me. Okay. I will do. I'm doing this for your own protection. I'm putting you in protective custody for your own safety. Wait, how could you see that guy through the wall? Oh my god. Oh, you killed Nate? Oh my gosh, dude, that's funny. Hello? Is that what you want? Is that what the people want? I don't think, honestly, I don't think you're gonna get it. I don't think you're good enough for 99 woodcutting. You're not cut out for it. Stick to fire making, little bro. You wish. Are you gonna coach me if I play? I need actual coaching if I'm supposed to play. Okay, well, I'm just gonna quit. You need to coach me if you want me to win. Okay. The satisfaction of watching the stream? Yeah, he said he doesn't want to play Stellaris. That's your fault. Well, he doesn't know what he's saying. No, normally you're defeated, so you normally don't. You have the same strategy. It's RuneScape strategy. AFK simulator. It means you just build your fucking star base and you sit in your base, you control one star system, and you just sit there and just. The only reason you're the last one alive is because everyone else is tired of it lagging and goes to fight the enemy, and you make your base the farthest possible away so that you're just the last one killed by the thing and that you can pretend that you're winning. Sounds like an illness. Or we can play together and defeat the crisis. Not happen. Did not happen. That did not happen. No, false. Well, let's see you do that again. You don't have your AI cheating system, so you can't do it again. Cheater. Garbage. Hey guys, what's up? No, they're not. For the record, they are not. I mean, there's no game volume. I think you're just being schizo. I don't. It's the fucking Steam Labs. No, I don't change. I literally never change anything.
There. Reloading.
Yeah, I know you have volume because I just turned it on. Because I don't check. Oh my gosh.
Drop in a smoke.
Yeah. Yeah, but there was new skins, so I'm playing with new skin. And I haven't been able to use it yet.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike destroyed.
You mean res?
Reloading.
Dude, you know, you're gonna like it too. You might even get the new skin, dude. It's a water. They made a sequel to the Blast X where it's a water gun.
Last player standing.
Splash
Mid.
X.
I have the spike. Where are you?
Oh, what? What is wrong with you? Issues, man.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
You got this, guys. Let's go.
The spike is here. The spike is here.
Let me show you how to.
Yeah, I'll do your time sheet. I'll see what you ranked. You got 800 hours overtime or so.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted me. There. There.
No peeking.
There. Camera taken out. Someone is B. Die. You're nothing. My ult's right here. 3 souls. Spike planted.
Not ready yet. Gun.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
They're in for a rude awakening.
Look at it. Pump it and then you shoot it.
I will find you.
No, it's just like a shark, I think, right? Maybe.
Marked 1.
Oh yeah, there's like boxing glove things.
Camera taken out.
Are you shit? What are psychopaths? These people are fucking psychos. I hate them.
Cage trigger.
No peeking. Still inside. There.
Planted the spike.
There.
Why destroyed?
Zip.
Found.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Last flank. Look at these MVP callouts.
Keep hitting them like that, and this job is done.
Gonna go peek mid and die again. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna start doing. I mean, when I played with the team originally, they did nothing and we just died on site.
Careful now.
unlucky.
My camera is destroyed. Reload. One down. My ultimate is ready.
Refreshing. No peeking. Reloading. Drop in a smoke.
Going up. Someone's in. Watch your eyes! Watch your eyes!
Last player
Oh,
standing.
not like
Spike
that.
down A. One enemy remaining.
Cutting their vision. I have the spike.
30 seconds left.
Bro, she killed the whole team with a guardian. Yeah, after this.
Oh,
We're
this
disgraced.
reminds me
We're
of this
disgraced.
one time where I, Actually, never mind.
I need a drop.
I need a drop.
It's like the melee and op and the vandal. That's it.
Now.
No, it's only those two guns.
Right here.
Yeah, I just put vandal. I don't op enough.
Who's next?
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Someone's A.
My ult is ready.
Reloading. There.
I've got your
Two on
trail.
B.
Bring them down. Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
Someone's mid.
Drop in a smoke.
I got A.
There.
Right here. Careful here.
Smoke is out.
On my mark.
Thirty seconds left.
Come here. Why are we B? Hello?
Not ready yet. On my mark.
10 seconds left.
Drop in a smoke.
There.
Careful here.
One enemy remaining.
There. Don't worry. Your life won't go to waste.
Dreams are a funny thing. One little twist. and it all-
I also missed my bullet, so. Ah, come on. It wasn't that bad.
Reloading.
They are mine. No peeking. Yatasha. Drop in a smoke. Not ready yet. Bring them down. Not ready yet.
Careful now.
Have one of these. Not ready yet. Drop in a smoke.
Someone is A.
in sight.
Enemy down. Planted the spike.
Why destroyed? I know exactly where you are.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Like I
Last
never
player
left.
standing.
How? Bro, how does he fuck it up that bad? Why does he flank? Why does he flank? Why is he full sprinting, wrapping around behind them? Okay, Dad's gotta lock in now. These kids have goofed off enough.
No peeking. There.
Bro,
Down B.
Drop in a
Going up.
One enemy remaining.
I'm still hungry.
donkey brain teammates, donkey brain.
My city needs me. I can't
You guys are
be
doing
away
great.
from
Love you
them.
guys. I just called them donkey brains. I did, didn't I? I thought I did. Okay, hold on. The problem is this gun's not strong enough. I gotta pump
hunt
it.
down Scott.
We gotta. It doesn't have the range. It's running out of juice.
no peeking.
Yeah.
Get out of my way. Critical hit.
You're done.
Drop in a smoke.
There.
Spike planted. My eyes are down.
No peeking.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
They have courage, but no one is immune to fear.
No. I got mine. I got first blood.
No peeking. Drop in a smoke.
There.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy down.
Here! Yeah! Let's just fight. I'll fight
Plant the spike. Wire destroyed.
Last player standing.
Camera taken out.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet. No peeking!
One enemy
Headshot.
remaining. Clutch.
Good job.
Nice.
You forget. I always play high stakes.
Hello, Cypher. There is no hiding from you, is there? Roll for initiative. No peeking!
They will cover.
Where are you?
Come on, let's go.
Oh, crouch.
Buried.
Bring them down.
Going up. Flash.
Spike planted. Bring them down.
Someone's B.
Care. We're not ready yet. Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Where are you?
Reload. Last round before the switch.
Buy what you need. Otherwise, we're going to look very stupid.
We should go B again.
Let me find you again.
Reload him. Embarrassing.
Who's next?
Refreshing. I've got your trail. Find you.
Where is everyone hiding?
Drop in a smoke. Bring them down.
Just go B. Go B.
Right here.
Enemy A.
No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
Dreams. Nightmare.
Last player standing.
I know exactly where you are.
Drop in a smoke.
You're a wolf.
Got you. Camera taken out.
Wait, hey, we styled on him. I was flexing on him. That's what we do.
Switching sides.
It's fine.
Blink and they'll catch up. Stay alert.
Dude, I shaved my eyebrows today. I said I shaved my eyebrows today. No, why? You guys don't I have to shave them every so often. Yeah, I have like a shaver and I just cut them down. No, like the whole thing. I just go over it. I go over it with the thing. No, they're just not as long.
No peeking.
Jet was there.
Embarrassing.
Right here. Careful here. Drop in a smoke. Right here. I shot somebody. Refreshing.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Reload him.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted me. You disappoint me. Someone's
At least 2A.
No peeking. Ugh.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player standing.
You're better.
No peeking. Ready yet.
Look at this easy. Bro, these wins are just easy, man. I'm printing them. Just printing wins.
Remember, stay out of the fire.
I don't care.
Super high level tactical ability.
Hey. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Like 11. I think well, you know, we'll see.
There.
Okay, I got mine. I got mine.
Cage triggered.
Harm their vision.
Take hold. Drop in a smoke.
Go back A.
I like you.
Not ready yet. Going up. Watch your eyes.
One enemy remaining.
Ready.
Oh man,
That's it. Break time.
good job.
Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
Could I have a drop? Thank you.
Probably buying me. They know I'm the MVP. They believe it. Yeah, that's debatable. What are you talking about? I mean, sort of. I'm so bad.
Here.
Drop in a smoke. Bring them down.
Who's next?
No, I don't feel bad at all.
Bring them down.
There's still one in
Spike
there.
planted.
There's still one in there.
Finished. There. Come on, let's go.
No peeking.
There.
One enemy remaining.
No peeking.
A.
Going up.
Oh wow, good ace.
Match point.
The spirit is cracking.
Sorry, mate.
Now shatter it.
No prisoners. Many enemies, Smith.
No peeking.
Here. Caught one.
Drop in a smoke.
Wow, my eyes are down. Enemy
What?
One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone?
What the fuck is that?
Oops.
I
No
know,
one's
I
going
know.
to
Defenders win.
65. My line's 13. Deserved amount of points. A deserved rightful amount of points. God protects his soldiers. I don't know. Don't screenshot. Okay. Let me defend it. Give me a chance to defend it. Okay. 10 assists, most assists, 2 first bloods. 10 assists, 2 first bloods. That's not bad. I went overall. KDA is positive. But it's not. There's a few people that didn't get to 2. I had the second most first bloods, second most on my team, by the way. I would agree with that. I'd agree with that. That's okay. That is fair. Who? Let's see. They were gold. It's a gold team. Look at this. All these gold. Gold 2. Gold 2. Gold. You know, I beat superior competition. Yeah. I think I did pretty good. Okay, and what was my team? Like bronze? So a silver, silver, like average silver 2. It was not balanced. Do not listen to Seth's false math. Do not listen to it. They had 2 gold 2s and a gold. That's not okay. I had 2 gold 1s, so that right there, there's already up 2, up 3, with 3 people. They had an average of gold, and my team was average gold 3. That's not true.
Match found.
See? See? Okay. Should I play the 100% win rate Astra? Do we want to see that again? Hell no, I'm never playing that dog shit champion ever again.
I've got all the time in the world.
It's not a good season for me. Off season. That's not true. That's not true.
Match found.
I'll carry these guys too, don't worry. And Immortal. I have an Immortal teammate. Hey guys, what's up?
Oh, hard.
I've got all the time in the world.
Yeah. And considering they peaked Immortal and now they're Silver 2, 3, yeah, it's not looking good. Okay, that's good. That's a good sign. Yeah, my Immortal teammate. Maybe I should just buy more skins. You know, maybe I should start arguing against you guys. Maybe I should just join what you guys are saying. He's platinum. He's platinum, not diamond. That shows last season.
Battle. So be it. I do not fear blood on my hands.
No, see what?
Silence.
Nice.
Spike spotted B.
Drop in a smoke.
Yeah, I trolled that smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Good job, guys.
Nova, you like that?
I saved it with the good smoke though. I put a bad smoke, made up with it with the good smoke.
Then commit.
We can do it with your ult.
Isn't
as well.
bad.
They're probably gonna go A after that.
Bro, how were the smokes there? I need a review.
Embarrass them.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I was there, but like, I don't know.
Peeking.
Mostly mid.
Good.
I would go for a flank, but
Drop in a
very
smoke.
risky.
Hit him, cat.
My camera is destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
Last there, entry.
Gun here.
I'm ready.
I'm here to stay.
Smoke's mid.
Drop in a
Okay.
smoke.
Is
Just
he
okay.
to A?
No peeking.
Nice, good job.
Tripwire destroyed.
Okay.
Gun here.
Rotating, I think.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
Yeah, of course.
I know exactly where you are.
Gun here.
Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke.
One gen. Or hell, sorry.
Last player standing.
That's so confused. My fault.
Stay taut as
How
a
did
whole
she-
team. The fight demands it.
What was my Reyna doing?
Need a drop. Thank you.
I'm gonna try to play aggressive here.
Nah.
So can you just start for me? Okay. I can like throw off their crosshair. Yes, recon.
That's not nice. That is mean. What are you talking about? That is mean.
No peeking.
Oh, so just check that.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted B.
I thought I was. I got confused.
Spike down B.
Scanning ahead. There
I haven't
they
seen the
are.
finisher yet. I want to see the
planted.
finisher.
One enemy remaining.
Last one's
Oh,
house.
well.
Here, both of you guys
Last
just push
player
him.
standing.
Okay.
My ultimate is ready.
Okay. Hey, man. Hey, whatever. We take what we get at this point.
Good work, friends. Keep using my vision to your advantage.
Alright, so you have ult this round. I'll vulnerable for you. Wait, recon dart first before you do it. Wait, but a recon. Yeah. Wait, no. Aim there. 2 bars. Or no,
They
1
need to get rid
bar
of this shit
and
with
1
Cypher.
bounce.
That's crazy shit.
Okay.
Like, what? This is not on anything.
Get out of my way!
Yep. Land there.
I am the hunter.
Oh, I forgot to buy vulnerable. Fuck.
Right here.
Alright, that's 80 on Gecko.
Watch out for that. We got market.
True.
Yeah, jet market, jet market.
Enemy spotted mid.
Oh my gosh, she has no more lives.
Have more knives? I bet.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there's 2.
Oh.
There's 2. There's 3 there. 3 there.
Spike down mid.
Cypher could be true.
Enemy
Oh, you got it.
Defender spawned.
Yeah,
A
farm
spike.
down,
Spike
like, our
down.
spawn.
Defender spawn.
Okay, and then let's tree. Watch out there.
Spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Last one's there.
Over
Could be in
there.
the corner.
You know, check.
30
Nope.
seconds left.
He could be saving.
Deep middle. Marshall.
10 seconds left.
I'm 1, so.
Yeah, not worth.
No peeking.
Cage triggered.
Hey, we won. You saying the Gecko did it, Justin? That is not a Justin. Okay.
My ult is ready. I feel bad for them. I really do. Could I have a drop? Thanks.
How about you
I
want
don't
to push
care.
up
I
here?
don't know.
I'll vulnerable.
Yeah.
So they have no need to fall back.
Oh,
Just wait
that's
a little
not
bit, though,
that's
so
not
they
true.
can
I
push up,
I
like,
do
right
that
here, so they don't
sometimes,
have
but
time.
normally not a lot.
These attacks are very professional, huh?
No peeking. Right here.
The hunt begins.
And they ulted.
Target down.
Once on site, Jet jumped over.
He's on Jen.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted.
Shotgun.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Here, catch.
One hell.
Enemy mark.
Still in sight.
No peeking.
That's good. That's good.
Cypher hell.
No deception. For hellfire.
One enemy remaining.
Uh-oh.
Sucks.
Oh my gosh. Clutch, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what our team is doing. We had one person just AFK heaven, I think.
Reina, jeez. Leave some for the rest of us.
Me?
Don't. Hey, I'm sorry.
How am I supposed to not die there?
So aggressive here.
I was the one that pushed site. No one else pushed site. One dude's up here just
That's why you went to
AFK,
swing
just
it
doing nothing. Me and Reina pushed site,
Reina, you can leer if you want.
but there was one in hell.
What would you say?
You can leer if you want to.
Okay, I will.
Delusional.
Go, go, go.
I hear me.
No!
No peeking.
We have a flank.
Weapon here.
There might be a trip.
Spike planted.
They're all on site. One's close.
Eagle-eyed.
Yes.
Last player standing.
Not refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, plenty.
Where will they go this time?
Deserved.
Broke so.
I don't have music on at all. This is what pure focus looks like.
We can't get there.
Bro.
I know exactly where you
Scanning ahead.
That's my bad.
This is our
Last
not
player
buy. We
standing.
can't afford anything. And we have literally... Oh, this retard bot. But besides that...
Spike planted.
Okay, well, I'm...
foolish.
Oh, okay, well, I get kills with my sheriff. Me with a sheriff is better than you with a vandal. That's why I buy sheriff. You're true. Yes, I have not gotten one yet today.
You could probably save the vandal. We're broke.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Yeah, I should mute the watcher. I should permaban the watcher. Dad has to watch mid now. For these children. They're not here this time, they're A.
Drop in a smoke.
Playing really slow.
Mid. I think tree, watch tree.
Okay.
I've B main.
No peeking.
Main look A.
Deploying drone.
Blind. No,
A split.
120 right now. She didn't heal.
Spike planted.
Good one. Reina killed. Careful now.
Drop in a smoke.
Captain killed.
This is a tiny tree.
Someone is A.
I'm gonna break the door. Ready?
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
I can't get out of Molly.
Right here.
My thanks.
This is no problem. Spike defused.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Okay, we
They
needed
still
that.
have
They're
money.
kind of
We
broke
should
this round.
watch out.
Yeah, they're pretty broke this round.
Well, no, not really. Brimstone can buy.
And the rest of them can't. They're gonna be down a gun, okay.
That can buy
Need a drop.
self, and then just two.
Thank you.
Deep breath.
Drop in
Here,
a
mid.
smoke.
I'm gonna go A.
Hey, main. Just a flash. They're not out.
No, I'm
Grabbing
gonna
orb.
play just in case.
No
I'll just
peeking.
hold tree.
Stand aside.
Just one.
Footsteps, hey, main.
Is there anything B?
Not that I can hear.
Drop in a smoke.
Still A, main.
Thirty seconds left.
No hard feelings.
Careful here. Have one of these.
Weapon here.
They're gonna rush me.
Hellfire!
10 seconds left.
My ult ready.
Nice.
Spike
the round.
down B.
Yep. Fine.
They will scurry, and then they will die.
I'll show that brimstone true power.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, usually because.
Here, mid.
Back like I never left.
Oh, never mind.
Good
My
man.
first.
No peeking.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Right here.
Reloading.
Gun here.
Destabilize.
Have one of these.
Enemy spotted.
Team Ace.
This is a very impressive group. Spike spotted.
Standing ahead.
Last round in the half.
Save nothing.
Gun here. Come on then.
Fast A.
I am the hunter.
They're not out yet.
Drop in a smoke.
Oh my gosh.
No peeking.
Oh my god.
Spike planted.
They are out.
This one.
Last player
All my
standing.
life. Okay.
Flawless. Switching sides.
Alright.
Will they try the same old tricks?
So, do you know any lineups here?
Right here.
Yep.
Schizophrenic.
Or you can stand here and...
We have Cypher, and we have two duelists. You have me, and you have Sova.
No
Like I said, schizophrenic.
Spike's here. Got the
No
spike.
peeking.
Enemy spotted. There they are.
Rotating off A.
Drop in a smoke.
Okay.
Cypher set up A.
Alright.
Should be tree. One should be tree.
Yeah, there was one tree.
Okay, let's go.
Not ready yet.
Enemy spotted.
This dude just threw. He just threw. I was like, oh, they're rotating off A, so am I.
Got one.
There's one over there.
Go away, go away.
Cypher set up here.
No peeking.
We go on my marks.
One trip.
Holding the smoke.
Ooh, man.
I do. I saw one. Oh my gosh.
Focusing.
Yeah.
No more.
Jump.
Spike down A.
One is main and one is Gen, I believe. Both are.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
both are low.
One enemy remaining.
Don't
Last player standing.
Oh my god, there's such a
Okay.
Cypher diff. Such a Cypher diff.
Blood.
Not like this.
It's okay.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them get.
So why so through? Because he fucking fucking closed the door on himself. Once again, dad gets first blood and the children fuck it up.
We're gonna go mid.
Revealing area.
Dropping smokes. Right here. Right here. Right here.
We all have classics. Have to play with space. I don't know.
Spike down mid.
Not ready yet.
Last player standing.
140 seconds.
What do we learn by fighting ourselves? Thinking out loud.
Drop in a smoke.
Dinked.
Enemy spotted B.
No peeking.
Show me a target.
Yeah, getting tripled Molly. He's hit for 84. You guys can push him.
Someone's at defender's
One's
spawn.
boathouse. One's mid as well.
Not ready yet.
Thank you.
No
Hit
peeking.
for about 84 as well.
Just chill. I'm flanking behind him.
Go, you can go A. You have spike.
Hey, all good. You got.
Come on, man. I don't even doubt me like that, man. I gotta pump this thing up. I gotta pump this thing up.
What do you say, drone? Ready
The
to
gun
start
is a gun.
wings?
It was just running out of
Oh my
power.
gosh.
I'm
Oh
pumping
my
it.
god. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Seven, can I get your share?
Could I have a drop?
No, I didn't get my teammate killed.
Hey Sova, can you dart a main or break the shock or shock dart it so you can break the trip?
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
I didn't get him. Okay, nice. Alrighty, we're gonna wait.
Left is main.
Found them.
Oh, I thought you broke. Oh, okay. No, I think good.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
So when you actually
Oh.
Loading.
wait, can you drone so we can wall bang it? Brandon can wall bang.
Deploying drone.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Enemy tag.
Can you wall bang that? No.
I don't know if we can wallbang that.
Reloading.
Yeah, no.
Think.
you can't.
One enemy
peek up.
remaining. Flawless.
Were they born yesterday or something? Don't be spending too many brain cells
Well,
figuring
I'm
them
still
out.
like shocked.
Overthinking is just
like,
as bad
what?
as underthinking.
Bro, he had to charge up his gun. He already said it, bro.
I missed like half a clip on someone who's standing still in front of me. With their back to me. But I killed him. I killed him.
I love this part.
A little bit ago.
Drop in a smoke.
Can I, oh,
What now? My ult is ready. Show me a target. No distractions.
no one? Really? Alright, go mid, go mid.
No peeking.
Go tree, go tree. Go.
I need help. I need
There's
help.
someone main.
Not ready yet.
Alright, both trips are broken. Come on.
Spike planted. My ult is ready.
Nothing tree yet.
Heaven.
One going heaven.
Let's go. One's tree, I think.
No peeking.
Nice.
Yeah, we're smoked off, Evan.
One enemy
Hell,
remaining.
dude. Drop.
Take what's useful. Reload. I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
Take everything.
Let's go.
Drop in a
Revealing
smoke.
area. There they are. I am the hunter.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike down B.
Retrieve the spike.
Alright, yeah, let's go plant.
I know exactly where you are.
Shock dart.
I planted the spike.
Revealing area.
Reloading.
No peeking! Not ready yet.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Eh.
Okay, time for a break.
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
Yeah.
Reloading. Eyes up. Enemy deploying drone. Right here.
Making cover.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! The hunt begins! Adapting!
Scanning ahead.
No peeking!
Last player standing. "30 seconds left.
Are they?
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine.
Oh.
And I will kill to defend it.
What are you talking, bro? Schizophrenia. The best player in the lobby. Oh, we gotta charge. Guys, I'm gonna charge the gun up again. Pump. 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 Pump.
Right here!
Enemy spotted B.
Hell no. Hell no, man.
Enemy in the friendly.
Pop off, pop off.
Flight. Enemy marked.
Nice.
Spike down mid. One enemy
shit.
Do
remaining.
not steal my kill.
Right here.
Y'all got it.
I pumped it up. I won it. I pumped it. I won it.
Okay, ready? Swing out, so about 3.
1,
No
2,
charge.
5, 6, go.
Scanning
Grab the
ahead.
spike.
Found them.
Leave,
Right here.
leave.
Screw that.
Kill. Ah!
Oh my god. I'm throwing. I'm throwing.
Oh. That was 1 kill, man.
Match point.
They'll throw everything at us you can. Be ready.
I'm running the spike into the spawn. Into their spawn.
I'll find them.
I'm not happy.
Drop in a smoke.
Sorry.
Out of my way.
If
I
you
get it,
steal
get
this
it.
one, if you steal this one,
This ain't even an ace yet, bro. It's 2 kills.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
It is ready. Where is it?
Let's jump him. Go get him.
Show me a target.
Oh.
GG.
Oh, GG's.
Attackers win.
I thought they'd have more.
Have an awesome day, everyone.
Foolish of me.
Look at this. Look at this. Second on the board. Pulled it together. Well, this one seems low. Only plus 33. You want to waste? Okay. Okay.
Oh, commies. Scary Terry wants to leave you. We'll see if you make it back to the NFC Championship game now. Wait, what happened with Micah Parsons? I'm still not really happy about the Scary Terry situation, but this is the first time I've laughed. Why can't we just pay the man? Why does this need to be difficult every single time? I love this division. Jerry Jones, you are a pox upon my house. The division is falling apart. Maybe we could win. No. I refuse to hope. Even CeeDee Lamb is telling you to pay him. Just give him the money, Jerry. Come to Green Bay, Micah. You're already best friends with Jordan Love. We would love to have you. No, he's not going to Green Bay. He's coming to Detroit. because he actually wants to win a Super Bowl. No, he's not going to either of your teams. He's going to the Bears, because that's what the Pope wants. I swear to God, if I see Micah Parsons playing for another football team, I am going to lose my mind. Micah, don't move. I'm coming to get you right now. I'll pick you up. Maybe when I say this is our year is not in terms of winning football games, it's in terms of suffering. And this is why we paid TJ Watt. Is this all in, Jerry? Are you all in now? I mean, if the whole Trey Hendrickson thing doesn't work out, this is why I can never buy jerseys. Alright, I'm just gonna say that if you got, you know what, guys, I think that this Kirk Cousins thing is getting a little bit old. The fact that it's ham-fisted into every single video. I mean, the only thing that's getting older is Kirk Cousins, but if you trade for him now, you could get him in his prime.
The Drake Passage is often referred to as the most deadly stretch of water in the world, and rightfully so. It's reported that it's claimed the lives of over 10,000 sailors and 800 ships. Nestled between the southern tip of South America and Antarctica, this 600-mile expanse isn't just a passage, it's a gauntlet. Ships wishing to pass through must survive its screaming winds, ferocious storms, strong currents, and towering waves. A deadly combination which has taken lives as recently as 2022. And then there are the threats of icebergs, some of which NASA have found to be twice the size of London. But before we get into what makes the Drake Passage so deadly, and how it produces videos like this, we need to discuss where it is in the first place, and who actually discovered it. The Drake Passage is located between the southern tip of South America, specifically Cape Horn in Chile, and the South Shetland Islands of Antarctica. There is actually a monument at Cape Horn marking the 10,000 sailors who are thought to have lost their lives in the passage, but we'll come back to what took their lives later. At its narrowest point, it stretches about 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers, and it connects the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. It opened up when the tectonic plates shifted, separating Antarctica from South America. Exactly when is disputed, but it ranges from 17 to 49 million years ago. Its opening allowed for the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, or ACC for short, to form. This is the strongest ocean current in the world, and it flows clockwise around Antarctica. It's unique because it's the only current that flows uninterrupted around the globe. The formation of the ACC altered Earth's climate system by isolating Antarctica, keeping warmer waters at bay, which promoted ice sheet growth and drove global changes in ocean circulation. However, this unbroken flow allows wind and water to build incredible momentum, and then it's funneled through the Drake Passage, creating mammoth waves like this, which we will discuss in much more detail soon. The seafloor in the Drake Passage is complex. It includes ridges and troughs with depths ranging from 11,200 feet to over 15,700 feet. But despite its dangers, Drake Passage is key for shipping routes. For starters, its open water route is essential for large vessels that might otherwise have to navigate more constrained waters, such as the Strait of Magellan. It's equally as important for scientific and tourism expeditions to Antarctica. Its proximity to the Antarctic Convergence Zone, where polar waters meet subpolar waters, makes it an ideal location for marine research. Ships will typically depart from Ushuaia in Argentina, the southernmost city in the world, and cross the Drake Passage to reach Antarctica. Evidently, the Drake Passage is extremely useful. So useful that people are willing to navigate through its dangers. If you're enjoying this video, I'd massively appreciate it if you hit the subscribe button. 99% of you watching this aren't subscribed, so you could be responsible for making that 98%. Now, as I was saying, not all expeditions through the Drake Passage have been successful.
But what kind of dude is James Harrison? I have two that I think he is. He's either a freak or dog to me. He was kind of a dude's dude, but I was too scared of him the whole time for him to think that he was a dude's dude.
His stride when he's running is ridiculous. I mean, it's freaky to have a stride like that at that size with that much mass and to be able to run like that. That's freaky.
He may be 5'10". He about my height, and he's 260, and he runs just as fast as me. Okay, if you want to call that not a freak, you're fucking crazy.
He's a freak.
Freak.
He's a freak. James.
Banks comes up to me, says, when Spagnola comes up, puts his arm here like this, it's a run. And when he wiggles his fingers, it's a pass. I'm like, come on. So I look at all the end zone film, and I'm like, God, you know, it's unbelievable. We go play the Eagles. First series, come off the field, defense, you know, we get a 3-and-out, come off field, and Banks is, he's still doing it. We play him the next year, or, you know, play him a second time around, go into the game, first series. Coach, he's still doing it. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Banks comes up to me, says, when Spagnola comes up, puts his arm here like this, it's a run. And when he wiggles his fingers, it's a pass. I'm like, come on.
The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something.
I think I'm a white man.
You think?
Yeah.
No, do you believe?
I believe I am a white man.
Don't you know that belief is a doubt?
How is belief a doubt?
Eh?
How is belief
Because
a doubt?
you cannot believe something and know it. If
Wait,
you
my poor brain, wait.
Hang on.
I cannot believe it and know it.
No. And you can only believe in what you don't know.
I like that. You can only believe in what you don't know.
You don't know.
That's why you have to believe it.
Yes.
Ah.
Now, do you believe in your mother and father?
No, I know my mother and father.
Yeah. So, but you might believe in Jesus.
I might believe in Jesus.
Because you don't know Jesus.
I've never met him.
Now you can only believe in what you don't know.
True.
So know that belief is a doubt.
Believe.
Now, do you know that you are a white man? If you know that you are white, explain to me how you know this.
Okay. My mother is Portuguese and she's white. My father is Scottish with blonde and blue eyes.
And you reckon they are white?
I reckon.
All right. Listen to this conversation.
Go on, you tell.
If I get water,
yeah,
it's quite simple, innit?
Yeah.
I get a black can, a white one, a blue one, and a yellow one, and I fill them with water and seal them.
Yeah, okay.
When you look, would you see the water?
You can't see the water at all.
What would you see?
Nothing, just the white or the black.
You would see the different colors.
The different colors.
And if you trust those eyes of yours, you're going to believe that they're different, aren't you?
I will believe it.
Until you go and fucking taste them.
Correct.
And what are you going to discover?
That it's all just water.
All one. Oneness in diversity, we call it.
Yeah.
Now you see all these human beings that you see.
Yeah.
Who believe that they're Japanese, Chinese, blacks, and whites.
Yeah.
They are the same. And if you go to any one of them, excuse me, sir, what color is your mind? You see, you hear what he said?
He doesn't know what color is mine.
No, go and ask a Japanese, he don't know either.
No.
Because we are spirits living in different color physical bodies. We are not our bodies. When you look with the eyes, you're not seeing me, you are seeing the body. Just like I tell you, when you look at the tins, you won't see the water, will you?
No.
Will you look at my body and say I'm a black man? That is a program. You was programmed from birth, yeah, to believe that you are blacks and whites. But you fuck all like that. You're just a spirit in a body full of the same stinking shit.
Thank you, my friend. I think I'm a white man.
You think?
Joining us a little bit in the next hour, then Lionel joins us, a top legal analyst, is Laura Loomer, really an amazing, intrepid investigative journalist. She also gets in there and asks the hard questions. And she has been off and on spending a lot of time in Las Vegas, really burrowing in. And so much of what broke there came from her, was corroborated by her. So I think it's best to just let her get into it right away. But remember Vegas? Biggest gun massacre in U.S. history? But suddenly it disappeared off the radar because it had Islamic connections. We broke that first from the hostage rescue team sources. And then Laura went there and backed it up, and many others backed it up as well. And now they just hope you forget about it. Laura Loomer, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Alex.
Well, lay this out. You wrote it for Dangerous.com, where it first appeared. It's also on Infowars.com. You were kind enough to let us post it, and so was the great Milo Yiannopoulos. But roll through this amazing information.
Right. It's also on my website, lauraloomer.us, if you want to read it. But basically, about a week and a half ago or so, there was a document dump. The court in Las Vegas, a judge in Vegas, ordered the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to release documents and evidence pertaining to the Las Vegas shooting that Sheriff Lombardo and the LVMPD has been fighting to not release to the American public. Well, turns out, I've been going through the 2,000 pages, and you have to manually read them because they made it so that you can't do optimal keyword searches on them. They kind of distorted the background of the documents with this granular background. Why is it documented, right? The 3 women were inside the room and they redacted their names from the document. And for some reason, not only did they lie about Paddock being alone in the room, but they are hiding who these women are. And I think that we're going to really learn a lot more about what happened in Vegas once we learn the identities of these 3 women.
My character is Agent Lacey, and I try to seduce Seth and James into doing this pretty ridiculous mission.
Would you, like a drink or some of Aaron's cocaine?
This is not our cocaine. This is
No, I'm sure it's not.
So, what can we do you for?
Yeah, to what do we owe the pleasure?
Well, Aaron, the point is, we're talking about nuclear nations at war with each other.
Nuclear.
He does have one tactical advantage over the West.
Ba-bam. Explosions all over my face.
I'm sorry, we had kind of a long night last night. Why are you telling us all this?
Take him out.
Take him out.
Like for drinks?
No. Take him out.
Take out. Like to dinner?
Take him out to a meal?
Take him out.
Like on the town?
Party?
No,
Are you, Agent Lacey, going to be involved?
I'm going to be in your ear, by your side, every step of the way.
You know what? Actually, I think we should talk about it more. Okay,
We're just gonna talk.
We're just gonna talk.
By all means.
I think we need to do this. She is so cool.
You don't see what's happening, and it's so obvious. It's crazy,
What?
man. They're honeypotting us.
What?
It's an attractive spy woman who lures men into doing shit they're not supposed to do. How can you not see that?
Because that is so sexist.
Is it?
This is 2014.
Dude.
Women are smart now.
Do you actually think she just so happens to have everything you find attractive? Bangs, giant tits, glasses? They're fake, man.
Fake glasses?
She honeypots us. It's an attractive spy woman who lures men into doing something they're not supposed to do. They're fake, man.
Fake glasses? What happened to your glasses?
I got LASIK.
She's beautiful, she's smart, she's kind of like the ultimate all-in-one.
You just say yes to everything she wants.
We're going to really learn a lot more about what happened in Vegas once we learn the identities of these 3 women.
All right. Okay, so room 135 on the 32nd floor. Registered guest is last name is Paddock. On the 32nd floor. That's where they believe the shooting's coming from. The guest name's Paddock, Paddock. OCK. First name's Steven with a PH. And he's registered there with 3 other females. I don't know, you want all their names. Are you there? Yeah, there's 3 other females staying there with him. I don't know if they have anyone on that floor yet. Last I heard, SWAT was on the 31st floor. I don't know if they're making that yet. No, security say that's where the shooting's coming from. Yep. Hold on. Are you there? They have a you need to check out date. They checked in on the 25th, and they're checking out on October 2nd.
October 1, 2017, 23 hours and 57 seconds.
I've got a couple units up in the control room, and they're briefing that on the 32nd floor, room 135. Possible suspect ID is going to be last name Easy, Adam, David, Ocean, Charlie, King. First name Steven with a PH. That's who the room is registered to. Break. There's also 3 females that are registered to that room. First name is Joanne, Joanne. Last name. Second subject, Laura. Last name. Third subject, Katie. Last name. They checked in on 25 September. Scheduled to check out on October 2nd.
Why is it that on a sunny sea day on a cruise ship, literally thousands of passengers will try to cram around a tiny pool? You'd have thought that cruise lines would have realised by now that most people will want to congregate around a swimming pool on holiday, yet they still insist on fitting one that's minuscule, especially when you consider that thousands of people are probably going to want to use it. So what's going on? Why are the swimming pools on cruise ships so small? Cruise ships as we know them are actually a relatively modern invention. They evolved when commercial aviation rendered the old ocean liners obsolete practically overnight. Demand for passenger transportation by sea plummeted, so the liner companies were forced to adapt their business model, attracting people that were wanting to travel for pleasure rather than purely as a way of getting from A to B. Those liners may have had the odd indoor pool for first-class passengers to relax while crossing the cold waters of the North Atlantic, but when they evolved into cruise ships, suddenly it was a different story. With the disappearance of the class system, everyone had equal access to the open deck areas, which proved particularly attractive as ships began cruising to hot, exotic locations. Operators soon realised that in order to run a successful business, they needed to make the onboard experience more pleasurable than their competition, and what better way than by adding luxurious swimming pools on the open decks to let overheating passengers keep cool. The pools needed to be on the open deck because not only is that where there is the most open space, but also that is where the passengers will want to use them, ready for a quick plunge after basking in the sun. So, that's great, surely you can just fit a couple of big pools surrounded by loungers and everyone would be happy. Well, almost everyone. You see, the water in swimming pools has a couple of annoying characteristics when it's on a ship. It's heavy, it sloshes, and it's incredibly expensive. One of the cheapest ways to get fresh water is to bunker from a shoreside connection, and at the time of making this video you'd be looking around $3.50 per tonne somewhere like Miami, plus connection fees of course. A hypothetical Olympic-sized pool would therefore cost at least $9,000 in water costs alone each time you wanted to refill it, and of course you would also need to have the 2,500 tonnes of water stored somewhere on the ship, just in case you get that dreaded announcement over the tannoy. Attention ship's company, Code Brown, Lido Deck midships. Usually you can fix a Code Brown with chemicals, but occasionally it will involve emptying and refilling the pool instead. Anyway, if we consider that an Olympic pool contains around 2,500 tonnes of water, it leads us straight onto the next issue. Water is incredibly heavy. The superstructure of a modern ship is usually designed to weigh less the higher up you go, simply because it doesn't need the additional strength as you get higher up, as there's less ship to support up there. The addition of a large swimming pool not only means that you need to support that weight of water, but you also have the additional weight of the stronger superstructure that's needed for the pool. The knock-on consequence is that a naturally heavier ship will have less spare capacity for other things such as fuel, drinking water stores, and ultimately passengers. At the end of the day, it's the passengers that earn your ship revenue, so taking up all your ship's weight capacity with facilities may be counterproductive. Of course, the weight argument is compounded by the fact that it would be high up on the vessel. Hopefully it's fairly intuitive that a weight high up will make a ship less stable, necessitating additional weight low down to act as a bit of a counterbalance. That's easy enough, as you can add a load of ballast, but ballast doesn't earn you any money, so there's no point carrying loads, as it would be at the expense of passenger carrying capacity. To make matters worse, the static weight of water is actually the least of your worries. Of far more concern is the dynamic weight through a phenomenon known as the free surface effect. Let's take a hypothetical pool at the top of a ship and see what happens when you lean over. Obviously, a load of it is going to flow out and ideally straight over the side. That's actually one of the advantages of having pools on the open deck, but look at what's left in the pool. You've now actually got a wedge of water with its centre of gravity shifted towards the low side of the vessel, effectively making the leaning even worse than it was before. The wider the pool, the further out that wedge will be and the worse the effect. You can counter it with additional ballast down low in the ship, factoring in the potential shift in the water, but again, it involves you adding more ballast, potentially at the expense of fee-paying passengers. As you can see, a large pool can quickly become a massive issue on a cruise ship, potentially needing significant quantities of ballast to counter. Instead, what the cruise lines do is they design the pools to be a bit of a compromise. They'll be narrower in width to minimise the free surface effect when the ship is rolling. Lengthwise, it isn't nearly as bad because ships are naturally stable that way anyway. I mean, have you ever heard of a ship capsizing bow first? So, a long narrow pool might work, but it would still weigh a ridiculous amount and require a lot of strength up high in the superstructure, unlikely justifying the structural compromises required. Instead, the best compromise seems to be a couple of small plunge-style pools where the strength can be covered with minimal amount of extra superstructure, and the deck design can split the ship up into different areas, making each pool appear bigger than it really is. In one sense, it looks like there are only a few tiny pools on the upper deck, but clever design can make them feel bigger without compromising too much on strength, weight and stability. Having shallower areas out to the sides adds a lot of space for paddling and children to play without adding significantly to the depth. Crucially though, when the ship heels over, the free surface effect in these pools isn't that different to a single narrow pool in the middle of the ship. The greatest wedge of water is retained near to the centre line, while a much shallower wedge is formed further out. If you need a deeper pool, maybe for acrobatics or something, again, we can think carefully about where it could be designed. You want to restrict the overall size to minimise the weight, and restrict the width in particular to minimise the free surface effect. You also want to place it as low down in the ship as you can to minimise the increase in the ship's centre of gravity due to the pool, so somewhere like the stern is ideal. Compared to the upper deck pools, it can be so much lower down, yet still exposed to the sun. As you can see, there's an awful lot that goes into the design of pools on a cruise ship, so although it looks like they've just chucked a couple of little pools on as a bit of an afterthought, in reality there's been a tremendous amount of thought and consideration that's gone into the design. As always, I'd just like to end the video by thanking our Plus supporters on Patreon. Your continued support helps to keep these videos free to view across social media, so thank you. For anyone considering lending your support, Plus supporters gain early access to ad-free versions of all our videos, as well as early access to video scripts and the ability to vote for upcoming topics. Check out the link in the description if you'd like to find out more.
Major cruise ship accidents are incredibly rare, and the full loss of a vessel is almost unheard of today. There's been a handful of incidents over the last 20 to 30 years, with most of them just forgotten. As a kid, I remember seeing photos of a large cruise ship listing on its side and slowly sinking with the remarkable backdrop of Greece. It was the final moments for a ship which began life as a ferry, then converted into a cruise ship. After its accident in April 2007, the ship very slowly and rather frighteningly sank into the cold waters of the Aegean Sea. So let's find out what it was like on board from the perspective of a survivor, and how a modern day cruise ship sank in one of the most popular tourist destinations in the Mediterranean. This is the story of the Sea Diamond. The vessel began its life not as a cruise ship, but as a passenger ferry. In fact, she was the first new build for the Birka Line, a shipping company offering ferry cruises in the Baltic Sea. The now named Birka Princess had been launched and delivered in 1986 to her new owners. At the time, the vessel was quite modern and tailored fit for Baltic cruising and legitimate transportation, with the small car deck able to fit around 80 passenger vehicles. Since she was meant to sail the Baltic Sea, the hull was reinforced to 1A levels, meaning some light ice in the way wouldn't be an issue. With pretty nice interiors, the ship was put into service, sailing more and more cruises through the 90s. The Birka Line was now shifting more towards leisure sailings, and decided to bring the Birka Princess in at the Lloyd Wharf shipyard for pretty major renovations. Over $30 million was spent adding new interior spaces, an outdoor pool, and expanding the superstructure of the ship. By late 1999, the Birka Princess had come out looking quite different, and with more passenger cabins added and the cargo deck removed, she was now a proper cruise ship. Birka Line put the ship on very short 2-night and even 24-hour cruises between the major cities across the Baltic Sea. She operated these routes until the early 2000s, with not a ton of success. Ultimately, the Birka Line wasn't seeing the financial results they wanted, and ultimately put the Birka Princess up for sale in January 2006. Greek-based Lewis Cruises took the opportunity and purchased the ship, renaming it to the MS Sea Diamond. After some minor refurbishments, the ship took to the seas once again. Sea Diamond was now around 22,000 tons and 143 meters long, 470 feet. For comparison, she was almost the same length as the Oceanos, but nearly doubled it in tonnage. In April 2007, the Sea Diamond was embarking on a 5-day cruise around the islands of Greece, visiting ports like Mykonos, Patmos, and Rhodes, and she was now making her way to the final port in their itinerary. With 1,195 passengers on board, the Sea Diamond was sailing to the Greek island of Santorini. Of those 1,200 passengers, the majority were actually North American. In fact, there were a lot of kids on European school trips aboard. Among those was 16-year-old Gabriela de Clemente, originally from Montreal, Canada, who was traveling with her classmates on a 2-week high school trip.
They would do a European trip every year, and I was the lucky one. They decided to do a Greece cruise. The ship, I mean, for the times was definitely small. I was surprised how small it was. A little bit more old school, but it was nice. Just the rooms that we were in, it was very much like 2 bunk beds. I didn't have a pillow. I remember that very vividly. I had to sleep on my arm.
At the helm of the Sea Diamond was 35-year-old Captain Yayanas Maranos, who was in command of bringing the vessel into port that afternoon. It was April 5th, 2007, and the ship was sailing into the waters near the island of Santorini. At around 4 p.m., though, the ship unexpectedly struck a high elevation of an underwater volcanic reef.
And we went into one of the conference rooms with our teachers, and the plan was to discuss what the day and how we're going to get up to the island. So as we were kind of all having this conversation, we felt the boat shake and make a really loud sound. And we were like, okay, that's not normal. We've never heard that before. So we're walking out the door up on the hallway, and we're noticing that it kind of felt like we're walking uphill.
You're sweaty. I thought you took a shower.
And I was like, okay, this isn't normal. And then we turned the corner, and that's where and you kind of heard some commotion and a lot of chatter as you're kind of walking through the hallway to go back to the stairs. But when we got to the stair area, that's where we knew that something was obviously wrong, because everyone was running, freaking out. The crew didn't know what to do.
The ship's hull was immediately torn open, sending enormous amounts of water into 4 breached watertight compartments and flooding a 5th. The watertight doors were not closed while the ship was underway, and weren't closed for another 3 minutes after the impact by the captain. Substantial damage had been dealt to the Sea Diamond's hull, and with compartments flooding, the vessel began to list on her side, as much as 12 degrees. Around 17 minutes after the collision, the captain finally alerted the authorities of the situation, while other small boats in the area began making their way to the clearly stricken vessel. With the aid of the Coast Guard and the small boats nearby, the evacuation of all 1,195 passengers and 400 crew had begun.
I remember that I'm like, okay, this is very serious. When I saw this older man in just his underwear, I must have just gotten out of the shower or something, just running through the stairs. I'm like, okay,
said, hey,
this has to be something serious going on now. I started panicking at that point, and everything was very tunnel vision. So after that, so we got our life jackets, we ran back upstairs, and we went outside to our muster station. I remember we were looking out, and we were seeing the mountains all around us, and the boat was swaying.
Passengers had quickly made their way to the muster stations and soon populated the decks. Lifeboats and survival rafts were then launched, with Gabriela on one of them.
So we got on the lifeboat, and I would say that was actually probably out of everything, all the scaredness, that was the most scary, just because the boat was tilted, so the lifeboat actually can't go down straight, right? They had maybe a little hole for a window, but you couldn't really see much because you're kind of inside, really piled in. As it's going down, it's also swinging and slamming into the boat, and it would go down slowly and then go down fast. And then some points it's like this, and other points it's like that. So that part was pretty
Think we're in hot dogs again?
Okay, I don't know what's going on. What if they cut us? We're gonna slam down into the water.
Just at the
passengers and crew were also escaping the listing ship through the shell doors lower down, climbing down rope ladders to the water level where boats were staged to assist. The former vehicle bay door from when the ship was a cargo ferry was also opened up, and hundreds of people were able to climb down the ramp to a small car ferry. As passengers made their way back to shore, the incredible disaster scene of what they had just got off of was unfolding in real time. The Sea Diamond's bow was very slowly sinking into the water, Not only was it an incredible sight for passengers, but for everyone on land as well. Sea Diamond was now sinking in one of the busiest tourist spots in all of Greece, and people watched from the top of the beautiful cliffs as the ship slowly drifted out of control. In fact, during the evacuation, the ship had drifted towards the towering cliffs, ultimately making contact with one right next to the Delenda Tower Castle.
It was pretty surreal, and it was pretty traumatizing to kind of go through and experience.
In just a few hours, nearly all passengers and crew had been safely evacuated off the ship, while around 30 crew stayed behind to try and facilitate an attempted salvage of the Diamond. With the assistance of tugboats, the cruise ship was brought down the coast and left in a bay while the company sorted out who would be in charge to salvage the ship. The whole point of bringing it down the coast was to try and beach it on the shores of the new bay. By this point, the flooding had largely been contained, as the Sea Diamond looked to be in a salvageable state. However, as night fell and no meaningful attempts to save the ship were made, water continued to slowly penetrate the compartments. Now, it's not entirely publicly known how this happened, but the rolling of the vessel likely allowed the sea to enter non-watertight areas. Once decks with
Weren't you AFK? What? You heard me. No. I'm making dinner, man. I'm making dinner. I'm about to eat dinner.
ESPN confirming to NBC it's cutting ties with its NFL commentator Shannon Sharpe.
I'm sure everybody's heard the news by now that I will not be returning to ESPN. I really enjoyed my time at ESPN. They did what they felt they needed to do, and I'm at peace with that.
So we just got the biggest breaking news story that we've received since what happened to Joy Taylor. And trust me when I say you are not ready for how deep this rabbit hole goes. Shannon Sharpe just got fired by ESPN. Not suspended, not stepping away, not taking a brief leave of absence because he was currently doing that. He was straight up terminated. And before you click off thinking you know this story, let me tell you something. There's audio recordings that we need to go back into. There's text messages that'll blow your mind and a pattern of behavior that goes back years that nobody's talking about. Now, a lot of you guys think that maybe I have some sort of vendetta against Shannon Sharpe because he was an to me one time when I bumped into him at the gym, but no, this has nothing to do with that, I promise you. Now, real quick before we get to today's video, we're giving away multiple copies of Madden 26 to a subscriber that turns on our notifications on this channel. And now that we get all of that out of the way, let's get to this story because it's a crazy one. First things first, we gotta talk about the recent news we just got. Just a few days ago, according to Andrew Marchand at The Athletic, who broke this story, ESPN has officially cut ties with Shannon Sharpe. Barrett Media confirmed this directly with ESPN, though the network isn't really providing any additional comments at the time that I'm recording this video. Now, this isn't just any firing. This is Disney pretty much saying that we're done with one of their biggest stars. And here's what's gonna blow your mind. This happened exactly 12 days after Shannon Sharpe thought he was in the clear.
Coincidence? I think
think not?
12 days after he settled that $50 million lawsuit that we made a video on previously, but I'm going to break down for you guys again in detail because it is absolutely insane. But before we get there, I need to take you all the way back to January 3rd, 2024. This day was without a doubt one of the greatest days, if not the greatest day of Shannon Sharpe's media career. And that's the same day that this entire story really started. And that's when Cat Williams basically predicted Shannon Sharpe's entire downfall. So picture this, Shannon Sharpe sits down with Cat Williams for what becomes the most watched interview in podcast history. 89 million views and counting on YouTube alone. There's no question that this is the greatest piece of content that Shannon Sharpe has ever recorded, and that's saying something because Shannon Sharpe was a media legend at this point. During that legendary 3-hour conversation, Cat drops this prophetic bomb that'll give you chills when you realize what happened next.
I want to get with a white woman because I was scared, not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other women. I have a reason to be scared. Could be Kang the Conqueror. Take your ass down in 2 weekends.
Now at the time, everyone thought that Cat was just talking about Diddy and maybe some Hollywood people. But as reports would come out later on, Cat was eerily accurate about multiple celebrities facing consequences in 2024 and 2025. But here's what nobody caught at the time. Shannon Sharpe was sitting right there, probably thinking he was immune. This man had just left Fox Sports, joined ESPN, was making millions of dollars, and had Club Shay Shay exploding. The man thought he was untouchable, and rightfully so. He had no idea he was sitting across from a prophet. Now I'm about to take you through the exact timeline of how Shannon Sharpe went from the top of the world to unemployed in less than 18 months. And I'm warning you right now, there are 3 separate incidents involving Shannon Sharpe and women that ESPN knew about. 3. And the last one, let's just say the audio recordings were just the cherry on top. Now for those of you guys that are hardcore NFL fans, and I'm assuming you are if you're watching this channel, you know that Shannon Sharpe wasn't just some random sports analyst. This dude built a Hall of Fame NFL career, and following that, he built a legitimate media empire. After his 14-year NFL career where he made about $22 million total, he was making more money in media than he ever did catching footballs. His Fox Sports deal was paying him $3 million a year. ESPN was paying similar money, but here's where it gets crazy. His podcast empire was printing money. When Shannon Sharpe and Skip Bayless broke up 2 summers ago, I made videos detailing what Shannon Sharpe's content strategy was, and it was absolutely genius. Launch Club Shay Shay. I couldn't have predicted that he was going to launch Nightcap with Chad Ochocinco, but he did that as well. And then make regular appearances on ESPN's First Take, just so you can remind daily sports viewers of who you are. Use that as a funnel to your podcast, and next thing you know, you're printing money. And that's what Shannon Sharpe did. He followed that to a T. Prior to his recent lawsuit, Shannon Sharpe was in talks for podcast deals exceeding $100 million. And that Cat Williams interview alone made him $6 million from one 3-hour conversation. BET reported that Sharpe was nearing a historic $100 million deal for Club Shay Shay. This man went from catching touchdowns to cashing checks, and he was winning big time until April of 2025, where everything changed forever. But before we get to April, I need to talk about the first incident that nobody really talks about, and that's something that happened at Fox Sports that they kept completely quiet. Now, bear in mind, these are all allegations. Shannon, don't sue me or punch me in the face next time you see me at the gym. So let's get to the story, because this is something that's a little bit more recent. For those of you guys that didn't watch my Joy Taylor video, I'm going to leave a link to it in the end screen so you guys could get the full story about this. But according to the lawsuit that involves Joy Taylor and Skip Bayless trying to hit on Nushin Faraji, while Shannon Sharpe was at Fox Sports, there was an incident with a female production assistant named Nushin Faraji that required a settlement. Front Office Sports broke this story, reporting that Fox and Shannon settled for several $100,000 to keep an alleged choking incident quiet. No lawsuit was filed publicly, no police report, nothing, just a quiet settlement to make it go away. Shannon's team called it a light physical interaction in a playful context, but keep that in the back of your mind because this is a pattern that is about to become very important. Now, this is the same Shannon Sharpe who had that very public beef with Skip Bayless. Remember when Skip tweeted about game implications while Damar Hamlin was literally fighting for his life on the field? Shannon Sharpe missed the next show in protest.
If you'd like to tweet us your emotions of the night about what happened, please do so. You can tweet us at @Undisputed. The last thing we want to do is offend anyone by trying to do what we always do, which is talk about sports. Obviously, my partner Shannon Sharpe is not here today. I look forward to seeing him tomorrow.
And when he came back, they had that heated on-air argument where Shannon said this.
I'm not going to take it down because I stand by what I tweeted.
Skip, let me finish.
All right, okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go. Okay.
I mean, I cannot even get through a monologue without you interrupting me. You could have came back, Skip.
Well, I thought,
Skip, just let.
I didn't know you were going to bring up this.
No, I didn't want to yesterday to get into a situation where DeMar Hamlin was the issue, not getting to your tweet. That's what I was going to do. But you can't even let me finish my opening monologue without you interrupting.
But now I'm wondering, was Shannon Sharpe's exit from Fox really about Skip Bayless, or did Fox have other reasons that they were okay with letting him walk? Either way, Shannon landed at ESPN and everything seemed perfect. Until September of 2024, when Shannon Sharpe made one of the most embarrassing mistakes in social media history. So if you somehow missed this or you've been living under a rock, on September 11th, 2024, Shannon Sharpe accidentally went live on Instagram while hooking up with someone. 3.2 million followers got an audio show that they never asked for, and I would show you the clip, but the last time we did that, we got demonetized, and I want to keep my YouTube channel. So initially, Shannon claimed that he was hacked, but then he came clean on his Nightcap podcast, admitting that he wasn't hacked. It wasn't a prank. It was him being a healthy, active male. For whatever reason, Shannon Sharpe wanted to flex to his 3.2 million followers that he's a healthy, active male. It's kind of weird that he's also saying it wasn't an accident. The internet went absolutely crazy. Cat Williams and Chad Johnson were among the many who had hilarious interactions.
Everybody always talk about date your age, date your age. Well, I want to date my wage. I'm finna shut all this ish down tonight. I want to date my wage.
Stay right
so
here. Stay right.
Where y'all at?
Kai Cenat went on stream telling Shannon to put the phone in the next room next time.
Morning. Mainly when people see me, I'm at the airport, I'm at the gym.
Oh, you getting freaky.
Huh?
You know, because of you, I always check to see if my phone is on. Like, I make sure it's locked.
But here's the key thing. ESPN stood by him. They let him keep his job. They were embarrassed, but they didn't take any disciplinary action. And that decision would come back to haunt them in the worst way possible. Now, that Instagram incident should have been a warning sign. When you accidentally broadcast yourself to millions of people, that's the universe telling you to move different. But Shannon thought he was bulletproof. ESPN had his back. His podcasts were crushing. He was about to sign that $100 million deal. He had no idea that in just 7 months, a woman would file a $50 million lawsuit that would end his mainstream media career forever. And the details of this lawsuit are absolutely wild. So on April 21st, 2025, a woman using the pseudonym Jane Doe files a lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe. But this wasn't just any lawsuit. This was a $50 million civil lawsuit accusing him of essay and battery, an intentional infliction of emotional distress. The woman, later revealed to be OnlyFans model Gabrielle Zuniga, was represented by attorney Tony Busby, the same lawyer who went after Deshaun Watson. According to CNN's reporting, she alleged that Shannon Sharpe violently assaulted her while blatantly ignoring her requests for him to stop in October of 2024 and again in January of 2025. And this is where the story gets absolutely insane, because Shannon Sharpe thought it would be a good idea to release the text messages between him and this OF girl. And honestly, you don't have to be a genius to know what's going on here. And I'm just gonna warn you guys, if for whatever reason you get triggered by explicit text messages, then this is your opportunity to skip ahead 2 minutes in this video. And bear in mind, these were released by Shannon Sharpe. So Gabriella Zuniga in a text message to Shannon Sharpe on October 7th, 2023. I know you missed this big juicy ass, 25K for each cheek. Now pay attention to what Gabby says to Shannon here. Only if you put that baby gravy in me, then I can do whatever I want. She would then say, I want you to put a big black baby in me, and you better crave it because you're going to be stuck with it for life after you put a big black baby in me. I mean, this is 3 different ways of a woman pretty much saying, hey, I want you to get me pregnant so you can set me up for life. And the fact that Shannon Sharpe was oblivious to that will always just be very funny to me, but it would get even worse from here. For some reason, Shannon's team thought that this would prove that everything was consensual, but Tony Busby had his own evidence. And when I tell you about these audio recordings, you'll understand exactly why Disney had to let go of Shannon Sharpe. Here's where everything changed. Busby released audio recordings of phone calls between Shannon and this woman, and these recordings were absolutely damning. In one recording, you can hear the woman say, "Don't manipulate me." And Shannon's response is not so great.
If you say that one more time, I'm gonna
to choke the shit out of you when I see you.
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
Guys, when you're working for Disney and there's audio of you threatening to choke someone, it's over. Mickey Mouse does not play that game. But wait, there's more. Remember that Fox Sports settlement I told you about earlier? Now you kind of see a pattern here, right? Shannon tried to fight back. On April 22nd, he released a video calling the whole thing a shakedown.
This is a shakedown. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation.
But here's the part that had the internet roasting him for days. Shannon accidentally posted this statement as a screenshot of a text message from his legal team instead of just copying and pasting it. People were making fun of him for not being able to post a statement correctly while fighting for his own career. And 2 days later, Shannon Sharpe announced that he was temporarily stepping away from ESPN, and he said he'd be back for the NFL preseason. ESPN put out a statement saying that this is a serious situation and we agree with Shannon's decision to step away. But here's what most people don't know. NBC Sports reported that ESPN was ready to pull him off the air anyway. Now, Stephen A. Smith saw the writing on the wall immediately. In May, he told Big Boy TV that he knew Shannon couldn't stay on the air, but was hopeful for a return. But according to Awful Announcing, Stephen A. Smith also explained the reality of working for Disney.
I've been at Disney since October of 2003. I know this place. I know the worldwide leader that is ESPN, who's under the umbrella of Disney. And it wasn't difficult for me to figure out what was transpiring.
Stephen A. knew that Disney has morality clauses that forbid embarrassing the corporation, and with Shannon's history piling up, the writing was on the wall. You fast forward to July 18th, 2025, after 3 months of legal warfare, and the case gets settled. ESPN reported that both sides reached a mutually agreed upon resolution for an undisclosed amount. The lawsuit was dismissed with prejudice, meaning that she can't refile. No criminal charges were filed. Both sides put out a joint statement acknowledging that they had a long-term consensual and tumultuous relationship. For 12 days, Shannon Sharpe probably thought he dodged the bullet. The legal drama was over, he could return to ESPN, get back to that money, and he was probably already planning his comeback episode. But he had no idea what ESPN executives were discussing behind closed doors. Then on July 30th, 2025, around 11:45 a.m. Pacific time, Andrew Marchand drops the bomb. ESPN has cut ties with Shannon Sharpe. Not suspended, not on leave, fired. TMZ would confirm it immediately. The Wrap reported that it was a $50 million settlement that ultimately sealed his fate.
To get started, obviously, I'm sure everybody's heard the news by now that I will not be returning to ESPN. I found out this information a little earlier in the week, and really the only thing that I really ask is like, guys, could we wait until Monday? My brother's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I really wanted to be about him, and I wanted to be about my family. Coming out will overshadow everything that he's worked his entire life for. And unfortunately, you know, it didn't happen that way. As I profusely apologized to him earlier today, he said, bro, stop apologizing. You don't have to apologize. I'm your big bro. I'm going to love you regardless. I really enjoyed my time at ESPN. It gave me an opportunity to bring my audience that saw me really just grow.
His last social media posts were celebrating his brother Sterling's Hall of Fame induction. Dude was literally posting whiskey bottles and family photos while ESPN was preparing to end his career. And here's what people need to understand. This wasn't just about one lawsuit. This was a pattern that Disney simply couldn't ignore. The Fox Sports choking settlement that required hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep quiet. The Instagram Live incident that embarrassed the brand. The lawsuit with audio recordings of threats, and Shannon completely botching his defense in a case that he should have easily been able to win. ESPN can handle one controversy, but they can't handle a pattern, and they definitely can't handle audio recordings of their talent threatening to choke someone while working for Disney. The Washington Post confirmed that this decision came from the highest levels. This wasn't just some impulsive middle management call. This was Disney saying that we're done and we want nothing to do with this guy. So where does Shannon go from here? His traditional TV career is
What's up, John?
Over forever. ESPN fired him. Fox won't take him back after that settlement situation. NBC,
I know.
CBS, they're not touching this baggage with a 10-foot pole. But here's the thing, and
Seth
I'm
was
being
being a
dead
pain
honest,
too.
Shannon
Seth was like,
probably doesn't need them. His podcast empire is still intact. Club Shay Shay has almost 4 million YouTube subscribers. Nightcap with Chad Johnson still pulls numbers. He owns all of his content.
Oh,
The
are
question
they?
is whether advertisers will stick around. Some sponsors already left during the lawsuit, according to
How? Oh.
reporters. That $100 million deal also announcing reported
I know, it seems so many companies are doing that now. I don't know. They're just all leaning into it. Yes, yeah.
that it collapsed when the legal drama started. But Shannon could go fully independent. I mean, look at what Dan Le Batard did after ESPN. Look at Pat McAfee. He left traditional media and built his own thing, then got ESPN to pay him $85 million to come back on his terms. Amazon's looking for sports content. Netflix just got into live sports. FanDuel TV still exists. These platforms care more about views than controversy. Speaking of which, Amazon, Netflix, I'm sorry, FanDuel TV, we can't work together. If you guys are looking, my email's in my about.
It's kind of crazy, yeah. And then, like, even like what they did with foreign countries. Like, if the foreign country's like elected person he doesn't like, he's like, oh, well, we're just gonna increase tariffs on you. You guys made the wrong choice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the minerals and shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know, man. Trump is a Maoist. I don't know. He's destroying this country.
Sat across from Shannon Sharp on January 3rd
He's
and basically
speedrunning the end
predicted
of the
his
country.
entire downfall. All eyes will be exposed, he said. And 18 months later, here we are. So let me know in the comments section.
That's why I don't know. I think they just, his role is to be the bad guy. I think that they just decided that to hold on to the empire, they have to fucking go like full dark side and just fucking hold everyone at a fucking gunpoint.
Next upload.
Disney has a long history of closing attractions and then leaving them abandoned, many of which I've covered on this channel. But of all the decaying Disney theme park rides, none have lasted as long as this once beloved classic attraction turned failed thrill ride, which sits today as a ghost, in clear view of all Disneyland guests. What's up guys, my name is Jake, and in this 89th episode of Abandoned, let's take another look at perhaps the most prominent abandoned Disney attraction still left, the Disneyland People Mover. It was 1964, and to celebrate the launch of the brand new Ford model, the Mustang, the Disney company, on behalf of Ford, came up with a massive pavilion for the New York World's Fair. The main attraction of this pavilion was
the problem is they went just far enough to piss him off, but not far enough to actually give him any consequences. Yeah. 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 I mean, that was the problem. Was everything was a catastrophe. He like would tweet something mildly racist, and they'd be like, "This is the end of the world," and then he would tweet something actually racist, and then they would say it again, but it doesn't matter because he already got past the other one. Yeah. Yeah. That is fair. But yeah. Oh, that was the like a like St. Louis, I think. Like the fat kid who stole like cigarettes or something. Oh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That one was crazy. Yeah. Loose cigarettes. Yeah. Yeah. And they choked him to death. Yeah. I mean, the difference was there was not a good camera angle of it. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. They haven't had a primary since what, 2008 when Obama was elected? They haven't had a primary in over almost 20 years. Twice. Well, yeah. That is fair. But the problem was, yeah, all of the politicians in the establishment was unified, but the voters were not. And the voters were like, wanted him out of there. And then he fucking had a stroke on fucking TV, and I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I still think she still could have won it, but I don't know. Yeah. I think she could have won, but she would have had to like say Biden is a problem, like he served the country, but she needed to make a break with him, and she wasn't willing to break with him. Yeah. 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 I mean, when she said that, when they asked her, what will you do different? And she said, I will make no fundamental changes from what Joe Biden did. That's what you can't win saying that. Yeah, I mean, like, you can't even pretend that you were trying to win if you say that. Yes, yeah. 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 But see, that's the thing, like, they're strategic about things they want to be strategic about. You know? Okay, yes. That is fair. They write themselves consulting checks. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's assuming there's still books. That's a pretty bold assumption. What, who? The basketball player? Okay. What? Yeah. Bro, she's playing the bad guy. That's her fucking thing. So like there's like two really good women's basketball players. And she's a white person. Yes. So all the white people love her. And then they have this girl who's like black, who used to play for LSU, who like always beats her up every time they fight, every time they thing, and it's always a fucking Twitter race war every time they play. Just like a WWE hype thing.
It's the Titans' fault for that. Oh gosh, we're going to give away the best player on our football team.
Yeah, anytime you're not the full-time starter, you're going to have to contribute somewhere on game day. And I think Trey's attitude and approach to special teams has been fantastic.
What is times like been in Tennessee? I'm not shocked to see them release him with the injury designation and go on.
Let me set the stage for you guys. Picture.
They do beat her up pretty bad. They do beat her up pretty bad.
I'll give you $1 for every Eagle you can name, but if I can name more, you win nothing.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I can do it. Let's do it.
Pete Retzlaff.
Tim Harris.
Sonny Jurgensen.
William the Refrigerator Perry.
Rod Jaworski.
Omar Gaither.
Keith Byers.
James Lofton.
James Bradbury.
Art Monk.
Mark Sanchez.
Ron Heller.
Nick Foles.
Jamal Jackson.
Lito Shepard.
Sheldon Brown.
Donovan McNabb.
Rodney Peete.
Riley Cooper.
Coy Detmer.
Bill Berge.
Ty Detmer.
Todd Pinkston.
Greg Lewis.
Freddie Mitchell.
Darwin Walker.
David Akers.
Sean Landetta.
Jay Ajayi.
LeGarrette Blunt.
Jordan Howard.
Ryan Westbrook.
Zach Ertz.
Mark Bavaro.
Trey Burton.
Let's go Brent Selleck.
Chad Lewis.
Claude Humphrey.
Jason Kelsey.
Clyde Simmons.
Jason Avant.
T.O.
Brian Dawkins.
Hollis Thomas.
Carson Wentz.
Deshaun Jackson.
Reggie White.
Mike Pitts.
Mike Vick.
Mike Kafka.
Norm Van Brocklin.
Sonny Jorgensen.
I already said him. If you're currently following us, we'll still pay you.
Oh, I'm following you, of course.
I'll give you $1 for every Eagle you can name, but if
Can y'all please pretend I'm famous? I want to see what it's like. Can y'all please pretend?
Bar with the bar, the bang, the dang, dig, 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 dig. Set the boogie, sit up, jump the boogie.
I'm Coyote Peterson, and I'm about to enter the sting zone with the Tarantula Hawk.
Go for it.
1, 2, here we go, 3. I'm Coyote Peterson.
Before you start explaining it, let's tell them what you did. Bit the head off a bat. There, I said it.
What actually happened was I get a lot of weird people at my concerts, like, you know, it's kind of rock and roll. And somebody threw a bat on stage, and I thought it was one of these toy bats. So I picked it up, bite the thing's head off, and suddenly everybody's freaking out because it's a real bat.
So it was, for all practical purposes, a toy bat.
Yeah.
Did you know immediately, not having bitten into...
Well, I've eaten some pretty rough chicken on the road, you know,
but there are other accounts where you bit the head off was it a pigeon?
Well, it's my hobby, you know.
You here with me since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise.
How did you know? I love this song. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound. And I need you, and I miss you. And now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time went past me by?
can control my Minecraft movements with this shorts just by clicking buttons on your screen right now.
2 weeks into winter workouts, Paul whispered to me in the middle of warm-ups, "You'd make a great center." I shrugged it off.
I cannot hold it in anymore. I just wanna, you know? I cannot hold it in anymore. I just wanna, you know?
I have many feelings on this subject. Hey, you're supposed to order him Chipotle.
I think this is a good time to talk about how amazing this metro system is in the future. We can even follow the example of the kind of construction blitz that occurred, where most of them have relatively similar design standards, and most of them are pretty consistent. And if we want to take climate change seriously, that's something we can do. That's really loud. But yeah, so maybe we can see another blitz of metro construction. That'd be cool. But we are, we're coming to the end now, to the very top. Wow. That took a long time. That took like two minutes or something. I'll put up the exact time that it took, but that was pretty awesome. I've come into a nearby Safeway, optimistically searching for a restroom. They often like to hide in... Oh, but there's a code.
Where?
Rats.
Rats.
A few moments later.
I did manage to find a staff member who let me in, so let that be a lesson in asking for stuff.
The last couple
All right,
times
now,
have been
Am
not
I gonna
great.
get a snack? That's the question. No, this won't do. And neither will the milk. Not finding anything good in the clearance section, unfortunately. Today's gonna have to be a goldfish kind of day. That's one of the things that really bugs me about fare gates in America. They take a super long time to open.
Yeah, that's
that
fair.
delay added up over time becomes substantial. We're gonna make it. All right, now we're gonna ride one stop to the deepest station in the system, which I am the only one that has to rely on elevators and no escalators for this. So that's gonna be interesting. Goodbye, Wheaton. Am I the only person getting off? I feel so special. Goodbye, train. Thank you. All right, well, here it is. Oh, this must be the emergency stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 escalators.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's do this.
No, he's not going to bed.
Oh. All right, we're gonna go to mezzanine.
I'm ready. I'm locked in.
And allegedly these are high speed.
A while back, I got this aquarium that cats can go in for Kurt, and we brought it back out today for Gary to try. We filled it up with just water first. Check it out, buddy. And after he explored it a bit, it was time to bring out the fish. At first, he just seemed really confused and was even looking at the reflection on the bottom of the aquarium, but eventually he showed interest in the fish. And then finally he went inside of it. Gary is the perfect size for this aquarium, so it was adorable just watching him play inside of it. And eventually Kurt came to check it out as well. He was looking at the fish, but he wouldn't go inside of the aquarium. I don't think that he thinks he can fit, and he might be right, but at least they both got some enjoyment out of it. A while back, I got this aquarium that cats can go in for Kurt, and we brought it back out today.
She said, "You think the devil has horns? Well, so did I."
Is he better than me? Bro, we gotta put him on my team. That would be funny.
Parsons has made it clear here he did not believe that he was engaging in a, quote, formal negotiation. Quote, I have made a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys.
I was trying to enjoy a nice Shabbat dinner in Jerusalem until I got this breaking news that something that we've been predicting for quite some time has officially happened, and Cowboy fans are panicking everywhere. But there really isn't any reason to panic because this is something that we've all expected. So for those of you guys that missed it, Micah Parsons has officially demanded a trade from the Dallas Cowboys, posting this tweet on X saying, "Thank you, Dallas. Yes, I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show that I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports and make this America's team once again. The team my pops and I grew up cheering for in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates." For those of you guys that don't know what Micah Parsons is talking about, he's talking about when Jerry Jones said this.
Just because we signed him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. I had purposely stayed quiet in hopes of getting something done. But since there's some confusion out there, let me clear some things up. I had my agent reach out to the Cowboys last offseason after my 3rd year in hopes of getting a deal done early. Unfortunately, the team did not want to start any negotiations at that point. And here's what's really frustrating about this. If the Dallas Cowboys signed a contract extension with Micah Parsons back then, he would be getting paid $35 million a year. But as a result of Max Crosby getting a contract extension, then Myles Garrett getting paid, then TJ Watt getting paid, the Cowboys waited till the last possible minute, and now it looks like Micah Parsons is in line for a $42 million contract to reset the market. Which makes sense because what he would say next is, "I was okay with that and didn't complain and focused on the 2024 season." After the season, I told my agent once again to let the team know we were open to negotiate when they met at the combine. My agent informed me that I should wait for other deals to get done because the price would only go up, but I didn't care and I wanted to secure myself as a Cowboy long term. This is before any of the other pass rusher deals got done this offseason. I knew I would be leaving money on the table, but again, I was okay with that. Again, radio silence as far as my extension. In March, I met with Mr. Jones to talk about leadership. Somehow the conversation turned into him talking contract with me. Yes, I engaged in a back and forth in regards to what I wanted from my contract, but at no point did I believe this was supposed to be a formal negotiation, and I informed Mr. Jones afterward that my agent would reach out thinking this would get things done. But when my agent reached out and spoke to Adam, he was told the deal was pretty much already done. My agent of course told him that wasn't the case and also reached out to Stephen Jones. Again, the team decided to go silent. At that point, we decided we would allow the team to reach out to us whenever they decided they wanted to talk. Yet, still not a call, email, or text to my agent about starting a negotiation. Up to today, the team has not had a single conversation with my agent about a contract. Not one demand has been made by my agent about money, years, or anything else. Still, I stayed quiet, but again, after repeated shots at myself and all the narratives, I have made a tough decision that I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally. Now, immediately, I think Micah Parsons saw what Terry McLaurin just did the other day, and we have a video that we just uploaded. If you missed it, I'm going to leave leave it in the end screen on the Terry McLaurin situation, and he decided to do the same thing. But if you take a look at what Micah Parsons was saying previously and compare it to now, it's really heartbreaking. This is what he said in February of 2024.
It's extremely special. I said it the other day, I love Cowboys Nation. I'm extremely grateful to still be a Cowboy, and I hope I'm a Cowboy for life.
Ooh. This is what he said last December.
Like I said, y'all know I'm going to be a Cowboys for life. We're going to figure out a way for me to be a Cowboy for life. You know, Jay and Steven see it that way too, so.
And meanwhile, Jerry Jones is saying stuff like this.
Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have.
And the thing is, Jerry Jones has consistently done this, and I don't know why he's doing it, because it never ends up working out for him. It's like watching an owner consistently shoot himself in the foot. It's not like the Cowboys are close to Super Bowl contention. As a matter of fact, they're paying Dak Prescott the most money in the NFL. They're paying CeeDee Lamb $34 million annually, and as a result of waiting this long in regards to Micah Parsons, they're probably gonna have to pay him $42 million. Or they could end up trading him. Now, this puts the Cowboys in a very tough situation. And when you actually pay attention to this situation and how the Cowboys could have avoided all of this, you'd realize how idiotic the Jones family truly is. And the worst part is they're clearly not learning from their mistakes. So check this out, okay? They could have signed Dak Prescott 2 years earlier instead of franchise tagging him, which means Dak would have been getting paid about $40 million annually as opposed to $60 million annually. If they paid CeeDee Lamb the moment he could have gone to contract extension, CeeDee would have been getting paid $23 million annually. If they paid Micah the moment he could have gone to contract extension, Micah would have been getting paid $35 million annually. But since they decided to take their sweet time and play this stupid game of poker that everyone knows that they're bluffing in, they're paying Dak $60 million a year, CeeDee $34 a year, and they're gonna have to pay Micah $43 to $45 million a year. That means they're gonna have $137 to $139 million annually allocated to 3 players against a 2025 salary cap of $279.2 million. This allocation exceeds every Super Bowl winner in the salary cap era, where championship teams have averaged just 23.9% of their cap on their top 3 players. The Cowboys entered 2025 with $32.1 million in available cap space, which is 6th in the entire NFL after making restructures to Dak and CeeDee's contracts. The Cowboys have a projected 40% plus allocation to their top 3 players if they extend Micah, which brings us to another question. Should the Cowboys consider trading Micah? Now, for those of you guys saying, but
Micah Parsons just demanded a trade.
We've seen this story before. We've seen players demand trades before, and typically it's just pressure generated to get a deal done. But there have been teams that have actually been crazy enough to trade their star edge rusher. The most recent one is Bradley Chubb, who was traded from the Denver Broncos to the Miami Dolphins for a 1st round pick and a 4th round pick. Originally, the Rams offered multiple 1st round picks for Brian Burns, but eventually he was moved to the Giants for a 2nd and a 5th. Montez Sweat landed a 2nd rounder from Chicago. But Micah Parsons is better than all of them. At 26 years old and in his absolute prime with 3 All-Pro selections already, we're talking about a potential return that could include multiple 1st round picks plus additional compensation. So if Micah was to get traded, it would resemble the Khalil Mack trade in 2018 when the Raiders sent him to Chicago for 2 1st round picks, a 3rd round pick, and a 6th round pick. But the question is, what would happen to the Cowboys if they did trade him? Cowboy fans need to understand, Micah Parsons isn't just good, he's quite literally the entire Dallas Cowboys defense. And if you don't believe me, just take a look at their numbers. As Jerry Jones mentioned in the beginning of this video,
just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year.
But in reality, Micah missed 4 games with an ankle injury, and that Cowboys defense was just terrible. They allowed 400 plus yards in 4 of their first 7 games. Teams averaged 7 yards per play, and opponents converted 3rd downs at will. Parsons has accumulated 52.5 sacks in just 63 games, putting him in the same conversation as Reggie White and JJ Watt for career starts. His 21.1% pressure rate leads all edge rushers since 2021, and he's been double teamed on 35% of his pass rushes, the highest rate in the NFL, and he still dominates. No other Cowboys pass rusher has exceeded 8.5 sacks in recent seasons. Their depth chart behind Parsons looks like a grocery store list written by someone who forgot what they came to buy. They've got Dante Fowler Jr., who they originally...
I'm locked in. For Valorant? Oh, well, yeah, we need a 500% for Stellaris.
Originally let walk to Washington and now he's back, a rookie in Marshawn Nealand, and Sam Williams recovering from a torn ACL. That's not a depth chart, that's a prayer. The advanced metrics paint an even scarier picture. Next Gen Stats gives Parsons a composite score of 99, literally the 99th percentile among all pass rushers. His absence in 2024 led the Cowboys to getting blown out 47-9 by Detroit in one of the most embarrassing losses in franchise history. When he returned, 5.5 sacks in his first 4 games back. If the Cowboys are dumb enough to actually trade Parsons, several teams should be backing up the Brinks truck. I mean, the Chicago Bears currently sit on $73 million in cap space with a desperate need for pass rush help. New coach Ben Johnson could build his defense around Parsons, and they have the draft capital to make Dallas an offer that they can't refuse. The New England Patriots have over $61 million in cap space. Mike Vrabel could use some defensive playmakers, and pairing Parsons with their young QB Drake May could accelerate their rebuild by years. Or what about the Las Vegas Raiders? Could you imagine Micah Parsons and Max Crosby creating the most terrifying pass rush duo in football? If the Las Vegas Raiders could get out of Christian Wilkins' contract, which we made a separate video on, and that story is absolutely insane, and I'm going to leave it in the end screen. Your guys' jaw is going to drop on that one. At the end of the day, if you're a Cowboy fan, and unfortunately I am a Cowboy fan, you have to admit the troubling aspect of this isn't the fact that the Cowboys' best overall player demanded a trade. It's the fact that the Dallas Cowboys have this incredible track record of drafting elite talent and just failing to retain them at good prices. There's no question in my mind, if the Cowboys extended Dak Prescott the moment he could have gotten extended, if they extended CeeDee Lamb the moment he was eligible for a contract extension, if they extended Micah Parsons the moment he was extension eligible, could you imagine what they could have done with the remaining cap space? Maybe Saquon Barkley joins the Dallas Cowboys as opposed to the Philadelphia Eagles. Maybe you add more weapons to that defense to make it the best overall defense in football. The possibilities are endless when you have cap space. But instead, the Cowboys are stuck overpaying their top 3 players and not being able to put a good team around them, primarily because they enjoy this stupid little game of chicken with each and every one of their star players. So let me know in the comment section down below, what do you guys think about all this if you're a Cowboy fan? Aside from that, I don't know if you guys heard, but Terry McLaurin just demanded a trade. We're going to break down that situation. It's vastly different than the story that I'm telling you here. I'm going to leave it in the end screen and meet you guys there. And aside from that, I'm your boy Mike. I'm dropping our mic. Until
The first jersey number retirement in professional sports took place in 1934 when the Toronto Maple Leafs said no other player could wear number 6 in honor of Ace Bailey, not him. The first NFL jersey retirement took place a year later in 1935 when the Giants retired Ray Flaherty's number 1. Since then, there have been over 150 jersey retirements around the NFL. The Bears and the Giants have the most with 14 each. At the beginning, this seemed like a great way to honor individuals who helped elevate franchises or pay homage to players who had their careers tragically cut short. And while it's still a tremendous honor for those former players, jersey retirements have become a point of contention in sports. There's been the growing concern of teams running out of numbers, which does seem valid but may not impact us for a few more decades. But the issue that seems more and more prevalent these days is young players looking to wear numbers of retired players. To no surprise, it's caused widespread debates. This came up less than a year ago when the Giants drafted Malik Neighbors 6th overall. Neighbors' college number 8 was already being worn by Daniel Jones, so he decided to go for the next best thing in his mind. He opened up training camp his rookie season wearing number 9, but that belonged to kicker Graham Gano. The number that stood out to the first round pick was number 1. Problem was, it was already retired for Ray Flaherty. Neighbors went to Giants owner John Mara to see if he could pull some strings, and after initially turning down the idea, Mara budged and said we could give it a shot. With permission from the Flaherty family, Malik Neighbors was able to wear the number 1, which hadn't been worn by a Giant since 1947. Ironically, the number that Neighbors held up on draft night with Roger Goodell a few months prior. While the majority of Giants fans felt excited about this, there was still a section of fans that took exception and felt that unretiring a number was disrespectful. And just when those fans thought this was a one-off, the same thing happened a year later. When the Giants took edge rusher Abdul Carter 3rd overall this past draft, I don't think many people took into account which number he would be wearing. Carter, of course, had worn number 11 at Penn State, but had his eyes set on number 56 in the NFL. Problem was, that's been retired since 1994 and once belonged to the great Lawrence Taylor. Unlike the Flaherty family with Malik Neighbors, Taylor was not so keen on giving up his retired number. I know he would love to wear that number, but hey, I think it's retired. Get another number. I don't care if it's 00 and then make it famous. With 56 off the table, Carter set his eyes on his college number 11, but even that had been retired for 30 years now by the Giants organization. It was former 11 number Phil Simms who seemed more willing to grant Carter's wish, but apparently Simms's family and his agents advised him against it. Unlike Neighbors, Carter could not get his way, meaning that fans who cherish tradition can take a sigh of relief for at least another year. A similar thing happened in Seattle this past draft when second round safety Nick Emanwari decided to take number 3 as his jersey number. A number 3 in a Seahawks jersey of course can be connected to Russell Wilson, who not only spent 10 seasons and went to 9 Pro Bowls during his time there, but helped the organization win its one and only Super Bowl. Emanwari wants to wear number 3 to honor Wilson, but as expected, some Seattle fans are not thrilled by this. It even came up during the 2023 offseason when cornerback Artie Burns wore number 3 during training camp, but changed his number to number 23 by the start of the regular season. So till this day, no Seahawk has worn number 3 since Wilson left, at least in a regular season game. But that will most likely change in September. The Seahawks organization only has 5 numbers retired, and one of those 5 wasn't even a player. And while a Russell Wilson jersey retirement may still happen in Seattle, as he's still an active player, it's odd to see another player wear that number during the meantime. Could you imagine the Patriots or Packers giving away number 12 the year after Tom Brady or Rodgers departed? It's really unimaginable. Even for this year's first overall pick, Cam Ward, he was given permission to wear the number 1, which was retired by the Titans in 2006, with the blessing of Hall of Fame quarterback Warren Moon. How do we solve this issue? What's the happy medium? I've seen a few ideas thrown out there by people I follow, so let's present them all and find our answer. Number 1. Once a number is retired, it's retired. No ifs, ands, or buts. I see the validity in this argument because truthfully, it puts the former player or player's family in an awkward position. Like, hey, can I get your retired number? It just puts people in awkward positions. On one hand, you could just say no like Lawrence Taylor did, but you also don't want to be dismissive to a kid just being drafted. But on the other hand, it's still your legacy and a number that you deservedly had retired for nobody else to wear. The downside to this case is you will one day run out of numbers. So maybe we'll have guys wearing triple digits or symbols. Just imagine guys with like fire emojis or 100 signs running around the field. And the other issue being new generations having not watched these players play live. For me, I'd be lying if I ever said I watched Ray Flaherty play, because once again, he played in the 20s and 30s. His legacy is going to mean a lot less to me as compared to somebody like Eli Manning, who I had the privilege of watching growing up. Legends never die, but do their numbers? That's the real question. The second proposal, if you will, is to give the retired number an expiration date. I get the concept because, as I said before, the further we get away from each player's generation, the less that number will mean to new generations. But I'm not naive enough to believe this can actually work, for a multitude of reasons. The length of time I've seen normally thrown out there is 20 years, but that does not seem doable. Say a player has his jersey retired at the age of 40, are you going to just give away said player's number in 20 years when he's 60 years old? If this were to become a commonality, I think numbers need to be kept retired for at least 50 years. But I'd even argue at that point, why even retire the number at all? Just put the player in the Ring of Honor and forget about the number altogether. It just seems pointless when you know that in X amount of years, this player's jersey is going to be available again. The third and final realistic idea I've seen would be a commemorative jersey patch. I saw a sample of an idea on Twitter and I gotta say it looks pretty neat. This does feel like the fairest compromise because you're not losing the number entirely while also paying tribute to the legend who previously wore it. The decision to retire numbers and how they do it, however, is up to each individual organization. So even if a handful of teams adopt this jersey patch idea, it doesn't mean that every team would. If every team is going to end up on the same page about this, it's going to have to be league mandated. Personally, I'm fine with two of these options, either keeping the numbers retired forever or doing the commemorative patch. The expiration date idea just seems foolish to me, and I hope we would never have to see that. I'd rather see triple-digit jerseys out there than see teams take on that ridiculous idea. I'm old enough to remember in 2021 when all these skill position guys started wearing single-digit numbers, and we all hated that at first. A few years later, and it's way less bothersome. Humans are definitely adaptive, so if triple digits have to be implemented in 100 years or so, then fine, I probably won't be here anyway. It makes sense that this is starting to affect teams like the Giants and the Bears because they're the organizations with the most retired numbers. We know about the number drama with Neighbors and Carter, but even for the Bears, their second-round rookie made a comment about the lack of available numbers. Luther Burden was asked why he chose number 87, and his response was, all the good numbers are gone. And while doing the research for this video, I was surprised to find out that there are 5 NFL franchises that do not partake in retiring numbers. The Ravens, Texans, Falcons, Raiders, and shockingly the Cowboys. Though not officially retired, some of these organizations do protect the numbers of their greats, so don't expect to see a number 22 Cowboy or a number 52 Raven anytime soon. There's so much nuance to this argument, and based on the decision being up to each team, there could in theory be many different resolutions. In conclusion, I'd rather keep things the way they are, or go with the patch on the jersey if it's approved by the player who once wore that number or their remaining family. To the viewers of this video, what would you do? What's your resolution for this ongoing debate? I hope you all enjoyed. Leave a like and subscribe if you did, and I will talk to you guys next time.
Everyone knows that handballs are super sticky, but just how sticky are they? Well, imagine this. You stick a handball onto the goalpost and it doesn't fall off. In fact, it can slowly roll down the post while still sticking to it. Yeah, it's that sticky. The secret? Players rub a special kind of resin on the ball. That's what gives it that crazy grip. But what if they use too much resin? No worries. They just use a sanding tool to grind off the extra resin from the ball. This resin isn't just for the ball, by the way. play, players also put it on their hands and even their shoes to help with grip and avoid slipping on the court. Now, even though the ball is super sticky, it's also a little bouncy, so when it hits the floor, it won't just stick there. Same thing if someone gets hit in the face. It's not gonna stick to their skin, don't worry. That nice clean handball at the beginning of the game, yeah, after all that bouncing, rolling, and rubbing against sweaty arms and hair gel, it ends up looking pretty gross and dirty. That's why it's important to clean the resin off after each game. Everyone knows that handballs are super sticky.
Give a little time for the child.
They don't say congratulations, but you know they watch that shit. I ain't even.
I'm sure we're taller, another dimension.
I might just flash out on my peppy for that whole shit that he did. Can men get pregnant?
What is the best advice you've ever heard or received?
Trees don't hang around with the grass, even though they all started from the same place.
Spend so much time on self-improvement that you have no time to criticize others.
The magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding.
If you're a friend of everybody, you're enemy to yourself.
There's no losing, only learning. There's no failure, only opportunities. And there's no problems, only solutions.
I didn't fail, I fell. And as long as I get up, I win.
If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got.
If you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start.
The fact that it is painful is the reason that it's working.
Today is difficult. Tomorrow is much more difficult. The day after tomorrow is beautiful. Most people die tomorrow evening.
Your haters are out there holding their breath, waiting for you to fail, to make sure they suffocate.
What is...
I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, your engine, it's too loud. I was like,
hear me out. What if there was a song that had Bruno Mars, Justin Timberlake, and... okay, Alvin and the Chipmunks. What if it was all three of those artists together? How could we make that happen? AI. AI. Bruno Mars, Justin Timber, Alvin, and Chip. And I want it to sound like a groovy, vintage wedding dance song. Okay, it's done. They decided to name it Hey DJ, and let's check it out. It's terrifying. Actually,
McDonald's had to kill the dollar menu. Or at least, that's what they'd tell you. And I know what some of you are thinking, but the word had implies necessity, as in they didn't have a choice. And in some ways, they didn't, but not because they were on the brink of going out of business. The dollar menu wasn't dragging them towards bankruptcy, it just wasn't profitable enough. Not for franchisees, not for corporate, and definitely not for Wall Street. Because McDonald's, like many fast food giants, isn't just a restaurant. It's a publicly traded company, which means the game it's playing is different. Franchisees might be small business owners trying to make a living, but McDonald's corporate? I mean, their job is to keep growing that stock price. And when you've got over 40,000 stores worldwide, the kind of leverage you can hold is quite staggering. Pricing power, real estate dominance, advertising scale, tech infrastructure. I mean, McDonald's is built to squeeze more profit out of every possible margin. So when something like the dollar menu starts looking inefficient on a spreadsheet, it doesn't matter how beloved it is. It's been marked for death. But here's the thing. McDonald's has never really been able to let go of it. Over the years, they've quietly rebranded and relaunched it, doing everything they can to preserve the idea without bringing back the actual low prices. And all of this is happening while fast food prices have reached some pretty absurd levels. In fact, McDonald's has raised its prices more than any other major chain, up nearly 100% from 2014 to 2024, according to Finance Buzz. So in this video, we're gonna look at how the dollar menu died, why it had to go, and how McDonald's has struggled with its identity ever since.
I wouldn't say that, but I am still awake. No, I'm ready, guys. I'm ready. No, man, I don't cheat like you. You try and win, I'm trying to have fun.
This sticky glove is every goalkeeper's secret weapon. The palms of the gloves are made from special latex that helps goalkeepers easily catch any ball. It feels like rubber and increases friction, making the ball stick better to the glove. Some goalkeepers even spray an extra sticky layer before every match, significantly improving grip strength. But since the stickiness fades fast, they need to wash and reapply it before every game, because without it, those incredible saves would be nearly impossible. This sticky glove is every goalkeeper's secret weapon. The palms of the gloves are made from special latex that helps goalkeepers easily catch any ball. It feels like rubber and increases friction, making the ball stick better to the glove. Some goalkeepers even spray an extra sticky layer before every match, significantly improving grip strength. But since the stickiness...
Are we gonna play, or is Jared refusing to play without Frame World? Okay. Seth's eating Chipotle right now. That's what he said. Remember, he said he was gonna order Chipotle. How does it take you an hour to do a timesheet? Oh, okay. Well, that's... Just do it as you go. Have him hire me. I will run his timesheets. Yeah, I'll fill the timesheets for my... that'll be my second job for between watching TikToks.
Out here, they call me 007, baby. Zero.
what? I got hurt.
Up in the clouds.
Cause my GPA is higher than the sleep I get each night. If my brain gets any bigger, I'll be going on my mind. Half these teachers should retire, I think that one's 85. And I know I got the answer, but she's saying that she's right, yeah. I learned my lesson couple lessons ago, yeah. I love my best friend, I'm not letting her know. Cause I got depression and it's self-diagnosed. Hit a bell and I go.
What? Yeah, we could. Yeah. Start one, Jared. Start it up. Let me go see if there's an update. Stell RS. No, it's update. There's nothing to update. What mods do I need? Shut. Let me see what I have currently. My subscribe. Oh god, there's a lot. Okay. 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 That is fair. That would have been funny. Been like, guys, there's one more missing. We're missing the frame world. You want Donald Trump? UI. Yeah. You guys there? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I'm here. I don't. Yeah, dude, my Stellaris loads up so much faster now. Because it's on the SSD now. Let me go do that. Can't you still watch it for free on their website though? I don't remember what it's called though. Yeah, there used to be like a South Park website that like they would upload them every week. Jared would know what the website is. I don't remember what it is. I haven't watched South Park in like 20 years. Not really, but like at least 15. Okay. Oh, your PC finally crashed? Uh-oh. Yeah, you just cut out. How much is a month worth of Paramount? That's okay. That's fine. Oh, the plastic. Nice.
And people don't realize what they have. And then nowadays, I am so upset that the thing.
どんぐりをたどってもつきません。氷の小さなレストラン。カバーブのポケットをまっさぐ振って忘れて人からたどり着く。予約は一つもありません。氷の小さなレストラン。空席だらけのランチ時。小鳥がパタパタ笑ってチュルチュンチュンチュンチュンチュンチュルチュンどんぐりをたどってもつ
Do I have enough money for Taco Bell? No, I don't, but you
Everything that I pray, praise the Lord. Worship.
Never making an income to support a family, never being able to have a family.
Hey man.
Welcome in.
I have a question.
What you got?
Are these holes and these holes the same size?
I want to say no.
That one's definitely bigger. It can fit something bigger, right?
What are you trying to fit in it?
Nothing. Let me just get 2 of these.
Okay, sounds good.
You go in the river! Kick me!
Cause you-
Right in the nuts!
Holy shit, that's pretty. Oh, dude. Yo.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean it, eh? I mean, like, if you're making fences, like, might as well make them nice. Nice fences are nice. And you guys have got the spot. I like it. I like it, guys. It's good. Really good. I mean, I've never seen that good. Who's the bitch? Which one? Which one is the bitch?
No. Whoa, what the hell?
Who's the bitch?
What the hell?
Who? You're the bitch? You?
No. Yo, dude, what
Show
do we
me
do?
your bitch.
What do we do? What do we do, man?
Who's the bitch?
What do we do?
Hey! You said bitch.
No, we didn't.
You're good?
No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say
You're
anything. Dude, I didn't
Are you
say
sure
anything.
you're good?
I'm sure I'm good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say anything, man.
And your bike is here.
I know.
Bitch. What?
We're not talking.
Your bike? That bike?
No.
That bike in
No.
the river? Hey, you want to try?
Dude, get the fuck away from me! You fucking bitch! Dude,
Bitch.
we don't want to cause
I'm
problems.
the bitch.
No, dude, please.
You just
Please
said
stop.
it again, man.
Because you're hitting me, please. Buddy, stop. We don't want to fight. We're scared.
Run in the
Buddy,
nuts.
please stop. Please.
You do that again. You go in the river.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You
I'm sorry.
hear me?
We're sorry.
Do you hear me?
I hear you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There's 2 bikes there. He could be in the river.
Okay, we're sorry.
I'm an asshole. I'm a bitch. But I won't do it because you're young as fuck.
We're sorry.
I'm 48.
I'm really sorry, man.
You want to do it again?
No, we're sorry. We'll leave. We're sorry, man. We're sorry. I'm really
I mean,
sorry.
you might need a break.
We'll take a break. We'll just chill here. We'll just chill, man. Okay?
Hey, you know there's a cougar around here. The cougar is chasing people.
Okay.
I don't know that cougar. But watch yourself, boys.
Okay. We'll be careful.
Watch yourself, boys.
We'll be careful.
You want to punch again?
No.
You want to kick? Show me your skill. You want to go in the river with me?
Man, I'm really
Hey,
sorry.
you want to go in the river with me? Swim, maybe. You want to swim because biking is boring.
We're not trying to cause anything. We'll leave, man. We'll leave.
Hey, you did 1 fence, 2 fence. Bitch, you called me. Who called me bitch? You go in the river.
No!
Kick me!
Because you're...
Right in the nuts!
Holy shit, that's pretty.
Let this be a reminder, if you...
Here's your buddy right here.
What buddy?
Will you be a lousy scab?
What happens when American police raid a house and encounter a super bomb maker?
James, stay away from your front door.
What the fuck?
On December 4, 2023, a police officer from the Arlington Police Department in Virginia discovered a man, later identified as 52-year-old James Yu.
Turns out all of human knowledge at our fingertips made us dumb.
Coincidences surrounding the event.
Thumbholes
About a group of Middle Eastern men spotted the morning.
Thank you. I just need some money.
From New York City has not gone away.
No, man. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a prank. A prank. It's a joke. It's good. Yo, it's good. Calm down. It's a prank. Chill. Chill. It's a joke. Chill. Look, it's a sound. It's a sound. Look, it's fake. It's a joke. All right. Ma'am, it's a joke. All right.
Thumbholes, a satin hood, anxiety relief fabrics, a drawstring.
Can I just get 4?
My new perspective is there's nothing wrong with being a billionaire, but if somebody is working 40 hours a week, 160 hours a month, and they can't make their rent, you're not paying them enough money.
The big question here that I want to ask you, Ashley, is how long will it take for you to get all your crap out of my house?
What?
Ashley? Ashley, are you there?
Is this some kind of joke?
No, it's not a joke. How long will it take you? Because you got until Sunday.
What? Oh,
Ashley, are you there?
what is... I don't understand what is going on right now.
He's dumping. You don't understand? Ashley, he's dumping you. Hey, why don't you answer a few more questions, Ash? Seen out twice this week. Twice with Eric. What's that about? Who's Eric, Ashley?
He's a good friend of mine from forever ago.
Okay, when you say good friend, I just want to be really clear here. When you say good friend, does that mean making out in the corner at a bar? Which is pretty brazen, you know? You go to a bar and you're cheating with somebody you've been with for 5 years. You would think you would go to like some private location. Go to his apartment at least.
What?
My friend saw you. Hello, Ashley.
Ashley, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, what do you have to say?
So, Eric, I'm sorry. Ashley, you've never screwed around with this Eric guy. This guy's just your friend.
Well, yeah, we're just...
Right there, the hesitation.
Yeah.
There should be no hesitation.
Right. Ashley, have you ever done anything that... let's put it this way. Have you ever done anything with Eric that you wouldn't do right in front of Chris's face?
Well...
Yes or no?
I made a couple mistakes.
Screw you, Ashley. Screw you. Answer the stupid question.
I'm answering the stupid question, okay? I said I made a couple mistakes a few months ago, and I've always known that you're the one I want to be with, and I realized there was a mistake, and I stopped it right away.
Yeah, you stopped it right away. Is that why last week people saw you?
Well, put it down.
He was trying to bring that back around again, and I told him that it can't happen because I love you.
Hold on. No, wait, hold on. Ashley, let me ask you a question.
I hear it was happening.
Ashley, let me ask you a question. So he said it happened like last week that you guys were making out. Did you find the ring and know that Chris was going to propose to you before or after? Like, did you find the ring before or after you were making out with this Eric guy?
I
Before or after?
I met with him to tell him that if he
You're
kept trying to
disgusting.
keep
You're
it going, I
disgusting.
could never see him again.
Bitch be tripping.
The big question here that I want.
What's up? I'm chilling with my boy.
I just found a suspicious letter in my mail.
Everyone.
Start digging in your butt, Start digging in your butt,
Everyone thinks.
I don't really want to take my hand off.
Everyone thinks the future is about innovation. AI, smart cities, green.
I don't really want to take my hand off my leg.
The greatest illusion of this world is the illusion of separation. Things you think are separate and different are actually one and the same.
Why are you videotaping?
I was gonna buy a pair of shorts.
Hello?
Hey Violet, it's Jack.
I'm sorry, who?
Jack, we met off Tinder. What up, girl? Remember me?
No.
You don't? We totes hung out like 5 times.
Sorry, I think you have the wrong number.
No, hey Violet, don't hang up. This is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning. I'm moving 92.5.
Okay.
We've never met on Tinder before. Do you listen to the radio show at all?
I mean, I've heard of it.
You've heard of it, okay. You recently went out with one of our listeners, and now you're not calling him back, and he likes you a lot and would love to see you again. But since you're not answering his calls, he asked us to call you and see if we can get you on the phone and ask if there's something wrong with him. His name is Derek.
Okay.
You remember meeting Derek off of Tinder?
Yeah.
Derek says he's been trying to get a hold of you for a little while after you guys hung out a few times. Do you not like Derek?
Well, he's a liar, and I really don't deal with liars.
What do you mean that he's a liar?
Everyone I meet on Tinder is a liar. And I really don't have time for guys like that.
Do you mind telling us what you think I don't mean to say what you think because that assumes that he didn't lie. Do you mind telling us what he lied about?
Well, Derek told me he had Seahawks tickets and that he was going to take me to the next game. And then the game came and went, and guess what? No invite.
Wait.
So, okay, Violet, you feel like he lied to you about inviting you to the Seahawks game?
Yeah, obviously. He probably doesn't even have Seahawks tickets. He's probably just trying to make himself look good, being all like, oh yeah, I have Seahawks tickets, baby, I want to take you.
But don't you think maybe he could have invited you to another game? Like you may be jumping the gun, assuming that he's just a lying jerk right away?
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Jubal?
Jubal, I didn't call you, you called me.
True.
Okay, and I'm telling you the truth.
Okay.
He told me that he had Seahawks tickets and that he was going to take me to the next game. So he's a liar because he didn't do that.
Did you?
He is a liar, just like every other guy I've dealt with, okay?
Did you ask him about the game afterwards, or?
Honestly, I don't even want to talk to him anymore because, like I said, I just don't deal with that.
Wow, okay. You sound so upset. And you don't really have proof that he doesn't have tickets, right? He just didn't invite you. I'm just a little confused.
Okay, what don't you understand about the fact that he told me he was going to take me somewhere and then he never invited me? That's
What's
the
your-
lie.
Got it. All right, thank you, Violet. Thank you for explaining it to me that way.
Wake up.
I do understand now, and I agree. I wouldn't want to go out with somebody that lied to me either, especially if they strung me along with like going to a Seahawks game or something and then never invited me. So I understand why you don't want to call Derek back.
Finally, you get it. How many times do I have to explain this to you?
Hey, Violet, I'm just...
Don't judge me and don't call me anymore,
Violet,
okay?
Violet, I'm not judging you at all. I'm actually on your side. I'm saying if he lied to you, then you have every right to be upset at him. Okay?
You barely can talk, Jerry.
Whatever.
Mumbling. Mumble Mandy. Mumble Mandy. Good night. When Justin does that, you call him sleepy.
The blood is a quintessential part of this, that the blood of our people is something that is essential, that we are different. that America was different because we are different.
Hey, Scoob. Scoob, y'all got dildos in this bitch.
You damn stone stackers down here stacking your rocks. I'm gonna show you what I think about your rocks.
An amount of data which is kind of unimaginable. If you've got every
You damn stone stackers down here stacking your rocks.
Hello, Ben and Jerry's. How may I help you?
Yeah, where's...
The CBS News investigation raising some new questions about this video. You will recall Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his jail cell in 2019, and it was ruled a suicide. Recently, the Justice Department released security video from the jail. One official called it raw footage, but we looked into it.
This was the nearly 11-hour video agents reviewed when they investigated the death of convicted child predator Jeffrey Epstein. Government officials say it's proof that no one entered his cell tier. Malfunctioning equipment meant only one camera recorded the general area, and that camera captured part of the common area, including the officer's station and a sliver of the staircase leading to Epstein's cell. CBS News has reviewed the tape, and this is what it shows. The primary entrance is here. The pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera, leaving ample room for someone to enter unseen. This is the last time Epstein is believed to have been seen on camera, but we don't see him walking up the stairs to his cell. Bongino also said none of this video was doctored. It was the original, raw footage from the camera. But a review by multiple video forensic experts found several indications this may not be raw footage.
Which would you like, the magnet or the flag? Yes, sir.
Ben, you call me a bad person, I will shoot you. It's not funny. It's not funny.
Well, I think it's hilarious because...
It's not funny, Ben.
Alright, see? It's because he doesn't get a turn.
No, it's not. It's because he calls me a bad person. He's such a bad person. Ben, I will. I need to go into a fucking asylum.
Are you?
Yeah.
Look at you, you're crying pointing a gun at me.
It's an airsoft gun. You're supposed to shoot each other with it.
Oh, so you can threaten people with it?
It sounds like your brain from the flat world, man. Left your brain there. I don't know. I'm here. I'm picking. Nope, not me. I'm doing a brand new strat. We'll see.
Did you know that my internal power core has an effective blast yield of over 5 megatons of
岩石出高徒，学无止境。
Did you know that my internal
岩石出高徒，
Did you know that my internal power core Did you know that my priority alert
师傅领进门，修行在个人。
Priority alert. There's priority alert. Please
Okay, I'm ready.
Or does Israel? Do we even run our own country? Do we control our own military? Do we control our own government, or does Israel?
I have a very interesting build. New build, boys. New build.
When I get home, I want you. Hello, I got places to be.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. There is something involved where we have to forgive them. We do have to forgive them for their ignorance. We do have to forgive them for their misunderstanding. And we have to embrace them and say, better late than never. Welcome to the right side of history. Welcome to our massive vision, our massive and ambitious vision for how we want the world to be. Can't go back to the past. That's what people always say, isn't it? They say, can we really go back? And the answer is, whether you're conservative or liberal, right wing or left wing, the answer is no. We're never going back. It's done. It's gone. All of that is gone. But I would call myself something like a Christian futurist instead. Because Jesus Christ was our past before any of us were born or conceived. Jesus Christ is our present now. And Jesus Christ is our future after we die on earth. We want this century to be the most Christian century in the history of planet Earth. We love everybody, and we want people to convert, really more than anything. But this country can no longer be held hostage by a small minority that doesn't even believe in real God. The mission of our movement is to make this country a Christian country. The mission is to create a Christian future in our time. The only way we're going to do it is not by infiltrating, not by subverting, not by lying, which is what a lot of people
What do you mean?
The only way that we're going to make this happen is with the boldness of a real Christian. It's the only way. We have got to be willing to die for Jesus Christ. We have to want it more than they do. Because there are thousands and millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of Christians ready to meet their final destiny. Then nothing can stop us, and nothing will.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
I know some.
They're still. Justin is done with his character, and everyone else is still working. I was first. Yes. Where? How do you find it? Where did it say? Oh. Played on the Xbox.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
I'm ready, boys.
Hello.
Hi, I was looking for Gina.
She's not here at the moment. Can I take a message?
Yeah. This is Jubal from Brick and Jubal in the Morning.
Okay. Can you spell that, please?
Yeah, it's Jubal.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, who is this that I'm speaking with?
This is Dennis.
Dennis. And how do you know Gina?
She's my wife.
Oh. Okay. Did you know she's going to be back later? Because I kind of want to talk to her about something.
And you need to speak with her about...
Well, it'd be better if I talked to her about it. I just want to steal a few minutes of her time, so... You might just be able to tell her I called. I can try back. Do you know when she'll be back?
I don't actually, but, I can take a message for you.
Yeah, I think it's probably better if I call back.
If I may ask, what does the radio station want to talk to her about?
Well, we do a segment on our show.
No.
And it kind of reconnects old friends, so... We had one of our friends email us to get a hold of her, so that's all.
So, some old friend wants to connect with her?
Yeah, just like a buddy of hers.
I mean, I'm sure I would know who it is.
Yeah, maybe not on this one. I don't know. I think they go back a ways.
Well, I guess I could tell her that you called. What's the name of this person?
Todd.
Todd.
Yeah, Todd. He's been trying to get a hold of her.
Todd.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. I think I might know what this is about.
Really?
Did she just meet this guy?
Yes, she did. She just met a dude
At a
named...
bar?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you know about this?
Oh, yes, I know all about it.
Wait, what's here? What do you guys see? Down A1AC. Sleepy Seth. I'm the crisis. I was tempted. I was so tempted. Yes, I was so tempted to use it.
And more importantly, hire American. But in June of 2024, during the All In podcast hosted by his...
Well, they want me to find out.
He committed that he would not only expand work visas, but he would...
I think the biogenesis stuff's new.
I cannot support this, and I will not encourage my followers to turn out in November to vote for this or campaign for this. It is not an unreasonable demand to say that we will not vote for a candidate that promises to import more legal immigrants. And it is not unreasonable because for the first time in 20 years, it is the majority opinion that there are too many legal immigrants coming into the country. Ask yourself this: if not Donald Trump,
Oh my god.
Oh, dude.
I am
All
so
right.
sorry. I am like, my heart is in my throat right now.
I'm sorry,
Whatever
man.
you guys are going through.
We do a segment on our show where when people meet somebody out at a bar or something like that and they want to get a hold of them, they email us to see if we can figure out why they're not calling them back. That's why we were calling.
You know what? Just let them know that we haven't had a chance to call them yet.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, no, just tell them that.
Wait, can you repeat yourself one more time?
Just let him know that she's been away. She's been, out the past week, and we haven't gotten a chance to, to contact him yet.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you sure you know what's going on here?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think is going on then?
Gina. Hello?
Hi, I was looking for Gina.
She's not here at the moment. Can I take a message?
Yeah.
Hey, would you rather watch Inflation Furries or take a shower?
What, are you fucking serious? I would rather take a shower. The health benefits from taking a shower not only better your physical health, but also your mental health. Taking a shower once a day is a therapeutic and hygienic way to start off your morning.
Don't ask me that question again.
Hey, would you rather watch...
Check it out, guys.
Check it out. You guys are throwing water towards all of our property. You guys are throwing water right towards our property. Here we go. You guys are illegally throwing water towards protesters. What you're doing is illegal, and we're gonna call the police. Don't touch me. If you want to leave the Sea Org, the SPTV Foundation can help you leave. Contact at the SPTVFoundation.org. That room was chock full of children. Oh, here they come! Squeezy time! Go ahead, do it again. All right, apparently there's a bunch of stuff happening out front on public property. Look at that. That is awesome.
Oh, here they're coming, ruining our protest art. Ruining our art. No.
Check it out, guys. Check it out. You guys are throwing water towards all of our property. You guys are...
Sand sucks, huh?
Oh, what the?
How's it going?
Okay,
Stay safe. The sand sucks, huh?
No, hey, no. Excuse me, sir. Do you have a quick 20 I could borrow?
What?
20?
20?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like $20?
No.
You don't?
No.
Oh yeah, I can do Apple Pay. Oh yeah, thank you. No. Hey, no. Hey. What the fuck? What the heck?
Hey man, Joe!
You're a fucking dead man.
If something, or if he did have access to it.
I was gonna. Just because I had a dream of being pounded in the ass and I was aroused when I woke up doesn't make me gay. It was fucking hot, okay? A big 6'5" werewolf-looking guy with huge muscles bear hugged me, and I was just face against the glass, and I woke up aroused. That doesn't make me gay. I don't think it's gay to wake up aroused. I think that it was hot. It was fucking hot. Just be.
Oh, how you doing? Hey, take the.
What? Are you giving it to me?
Enjoy.
Thank you.
You have a great day. It looks great on you. Nobody's gonna lay a finger on my butterfingers.
A few moments later.
You got 5 seconds. I'm gonna drink that drink right now. Oh snap! You just laid a finger on my butterfinger.
I did.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Hi, is there a wait for one?
What? Yes, of course. We do have some rules though. We're gonna get you in a hospital gown, and if you don't finish your food, you get spanked 3 times by your nurse. There you are.
Thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing great. What can I get you started with today?
Could I get a water?
Water, sure. And we have bottles. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Do you want to know? Do you want to go over the menu, or you already know what it is?
Can I get the double bypass burger?
Sure.
And the flatliner fries?
Do you want to add bacon or no bacon?
No bacon.
Do you want all the toppings on it? Cheese, tomato, onion, and chili?
Yes.
That's it for you today?
That'll be it.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Thank you. Why did that guy get spanked?
Because he didn't finish his food.
Yep. Thank you. Oh, jeez.
Wake Peach Porter is one of
911, what is your emergency?
Yes, I need a police officer over here at
What's going on?
I've got 2 teenage daughters, and I just got home from work. They were physically fighting with each other, and one of them kicked a hole in a door.
and they're 12 and almost 14, and the 12-year-old is completely out of control, and I physically, if she's as big as I am, I can't control her.
Okay, did you want us to come over to shoot her? Are you there?
Excuse me?
That's a joke. Okay, so...
Who are you? What is your name? Okay, that's not funny, Mike.
I'm sorry.
Guess what? I'm going to file a formal complaint.
I don't blame you a bit.
Because you know what? This is really not very funny.
I know it's not, ma'am.
Well, guess what? It's not going to be very funny when I go in front of your supervisor and tell him...
I understand.
I guess he can just listen to the tape.
Yes, he can. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, sorry doesn't cut it. I need a police officer.
Hold on. 911, what is your emergency?
Yes, I need a police officer over here at Court.
What's going on?
I've got 2 teenage daughters, and I just got home from work. They were physically fighting with each other, and one of them kicked a hole in a door. And they're 12 and almost 14, and the 12-year-old is completely out of control. And I physically, if she's as big as I am, I can't control her.
Okay, did you want us to come over to shoot her?
Genuine question.
I will not sleep until you are caught.
Listen, can I just tell you why I was calling? Because I think this is
Why the hell are you calling
this
me?
is the appropriate time to do it. I actually was working with another guy.
I don't care. What don't you understand about that? I don't care.
I think it's important because my job was to keep you on the phone while he took your car.
Are you kidding right now?
Why don't you go take a look outside?
Oh my God! Are you kidding me? You stole my car.
Not there anymore,
My
is it?
identity.
Oopsies.
I am calling the cops on you. Oh my God! You're a piece of shit. Who the hell does something like that? Who does
My
that?
accomplice Jubal does stuff like that.
Jubal, is that his real name? Because guess what? He's going down with you, son of a.
What?
I will not.
When the Luigi Mangione thing went down, my Canadian friends were like, oh my God, like what is going on with the healthcare system? Like how crazy is it actually down there that something like that?
He's not AFK. I'm ready. I'm
It's
waiting.
not that.
Oh, we started? Okay, perfect. Yeah, same. I'm in. Skill issue. It says quit. The only button I can hit is quit. It's exploration by default, it seems.
And people don't realize what they have. And then nowadays, I am so upset at the things we did and the things we fought for and the boys that died for it. It's all gone down the drain. Our country's gone to hell in a handbasket. We haven't got the country we had when I was raised. Not at all. Nobody will have the fun I had. Nobody will have the opportunity I had. This is not the same.
Jesus is the way and the life and the King of Israel.
Okay.
We just lead with love.
We're really at a crossroads here. Look around. It's drag queens in school. 18-year-olds joining OnlyFans. It's the filth on TikTok. It's this country not having a border. It's the idea that our kids and we, this generation, are never gonna own anything. Think about it. Never making an income to support a family. Never being able to have a family. People being corrupted before they're even a teenager by things on their phone. Sick addiction to technology. The future is so bleak, but that has changed the calculation.
God is using me. He's breaking me down, removing all of the, richest person, all of this, so I can serve him. I think they've been extremely unfair to you. Who was they, though? We can't say who they is, can we?
There is no future if we do nothing now. There is nothing to lose. People that are scrambling, trying to protect their ever-shrinking share.
Excellent. He's a sitting duck.
It's all going away. This country is being ripped apart and raped and looted. We're being
Come on.
poisoned and in some cases quickly murdered and assassinated. And we're killing ourselves every day.
Where are you guys located on the map?
The kinds of things that we eat and breathe and drink and see, people have got to start to radically begin to obey their conscience.
Okay.
And tell the truth and do the right thing. People have got to start to get courageous.
Okay.
And this is the time for everybody to turn and look to God and to pray and to ask for strength and to ask for wisdom to get through this time and to transform and sanctify this country.
No.
And the alternative is that there will be no country. Is it really only as big as low gas prices? Is it really only so big as
My starting world's like beautiful though.
gas prices and the corporate tax rate back down? It's not about waiting for someone to come in and change the policy and make it better. It's a personal decision that we all have to make to become soldiers of Christ.
I get home, I want you. Hello, I got places to be.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. We paved the way with our corpses. Reuters and all the alt-righters that got banned, all the alt-righters that got slandered, even people that killed themselves. Our corpses paved the way for you now to walk over. And you can't give us...
I'm good.
Now you want to slam the door on us? It's not right. It's not right.
In the days after the September attacks, there were countless rumors about strange coincidences surrounding the events. One report about a group of Middle Eastern men spotted the morning of September 11th parked just across the river from New York City has not gone away.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how
The Romans? Where were they now?
You're looking at him, asshole.
There is something involved where we have to forgive them. We do have to forgive them for their ignorance. We do have to forgive them for their misunderstanding. And we have to embrace them and say, better late than never. Welcome to the right side of history. Welcome to our massive vision, our massive and ambitious vision for how we want the world to be.
Bro, stop cheating. Let's play the fucking game, Jared. Oh my. Well, you're not no more. You're looking up guides and shit. Oh my god. Yeah, you always had to.
The courageous fallen, the anguished fallen. Their lives have meaning because we, the living, refuse to forget them. And as we ride to certain death, we trust our successors to do the same for us. Because my soldiers do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of this world. My soldiers push forward. My soldiers scream out. My soldiers raise!
I can't see a damn thing if they ain't guap. I can't see a damn thing if they ain't guap. Yeah. They like Steve. They can't see me. They won't beat me. I'm in that guinea.
We can't go back to the past. That's what people always say, isn't it? They say, can we really go back? And the answer is, whether you're conservative or liberal, right wing or left wing, the answer is no. We're never going back. It's done. It's gone. All of that is gone. But I would call myself something like a Christian futurist instead. Because Jesus Christ was our past before any of us were born or conceived. Jesus Christ is our present now. And Jesus Christ is our future after we die on earth. We want this century to be the most Christian century in the history of planet Earth. We love everybody, and we want people to convert, really. But this country can no longer be held hostage by a small minority that doesn't even believe in it. The mission of our movement is to make this country a Christian country. The mission is to create a Christian future in our time. The only way we're going to do it is not by infiltrating, not by subverting, not by lying, which is what a lot of people do. The only way that we're going to make this happen is with the boldness of a real Christian. It's the only way. We have got to be willing to die for Jesus Christ. We have to want it more than they do, because if there are thousands and millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of Christians ready to meet their final destiny, then nothing can stop us, and nothing will.
When I get home, I want you. Hello, I got places to be.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great
Construction
show for you
complete.
tonight.
System survey complete.
Blood is a quintessential part of this, that the blood of our people is something that is essential, that we are different, that America was different because we are different. Palantir is an AI data analytics company. They use artificial intelligence to look at vast amounts of data and create insights. If the government has an amount of data which is kind of unimaginable, if you've got every phone call, every email, every transaction, every photograph of a license plate on the highway, satellite data, it's too much data for a bureaucracy to sift through. Palantir comes in and interprets the data using algorithms, using artificial intelligence, using software to make vast amounts of data usable. That's what they are. And so many of the people that worked with Elon that came into the government through Doge worked with Palantir. Now that Doge is finished, Palantir seems to be just getting started.
Anomaly found. Construction complete. Council agenda available.
We brainwash.
John, are you by the Lost Dreams Nebula? Okay. Okay. I'm a little south of you. Hasn't been that long, but it's been a while. I have thousands. I have 4.9K. Yeah, I'm good.
Council agenda ready. System survey complete. Construction complete. Construction complete. Anomaly found. System survey complete. Construction complete. Anomaly found. System survey complete. Construction complete. Anomaly found. Construction complete. System survey complete. Situation log updated. Anomaly found. An alien empire has established communications. Situation log updated.
I just
System
got an
survey
immortal
complete.
perk on one of my guys. One of my scientists is immortal.
Construction complete.
Something, I think, yeah.
System survey complete. Construction complete. Construction complete. Special project complete. System survey complete. Construction complete. Research complete. Anomaly found.
How do you have a 9-killing Citadel already? Oh, okay. Like, damn.
Colonization in progress.
Classic.
Construction complete. System survey complete. System survey complete. System survey complete. Colonization in progress. Anomaly found.
You. Says you.
Construction complete. Situation log updated. System survey complete. Anomaly found. Anomaly found. System survey complete. Construction complete.
I'm good, I'm good.
Anomaly found. Construction complete. System survey complete. Incoming transmission. Incoming transmission. Research complete. Anomaly found. Colony established. System survey complete. Construction complete. Research complete. Construction complete. Council agenda available. Council agenda ready. System survey complete. Situation log updated. Situation log updated.
What, me? What are you talking about? Schizophrenia. Photoshop.
Incoming transmission.
Oh, I'm here, man. What are you talking
Incoming
about?
transmission.
Honk honk.
Construction complete. Construction complete. Construction complete. Incoming transmission. Research complete. Construction complete. An alien empire has established communications.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you guys. Oh. It's good. My immortal scientist disappeared. Yeah, a little bit.
System survey complete. Construction complete.
What's up, bud?
Did you get my picture?
Yeah. You're welcome.
You didn't put it in this. Are you kind of everyone?
Yeah. What?
Watching Nick Fuente.
I'm not watching it.
Listen, man. It's over. No futures.
Love you, bud.
System survey complete. Research complete. System survey complete. Spaceborne life form encountered. Hostile fleet engaged. Research complete. Fleet destroyed. Spaceborne life form encountered. Anomaly found.
What's your guys' science at? Okay. Yeah.
Council agenda ready. System survey complete.
He's here. He's here. He's here. You need to find me so I can save you, man. You good, Jared? So, are you good? I have a couple people.
Spaceborne. Hostile fleet engaged. Situation log updated. Spaceborne life form encountered.
Yeah, Gucci.
Construction complete.
It's not really a race. I win. That wasn't even close. These garbage people with their garbage computers. Sit down, Jared. I can tell. I can tell. Yeah.
An alien empire has established communications. Special project complete.
It's you.
Construction complete. Research complete. Research complete.
Garbage. Garbage. The multiplayer's not broken. Your computer's broken.
You had to take that guy out. And Nick Fuentes, this child, this weird little gay kid in his basement in Chicago, is participating in a super PAC to bump off Joe Kent. Like, I've been around this my whole life. I know what that is. It's just an organized effort.
Yeah.
And he also did the thing that David Duke always did, including to me, which is be like, oh, yeah, it's my friend. And everyone's like, oh, Tucker Carlson's been endorsed by David Duke. I've been making like the anti-racist argument my whole life.
Right.
Like, I'm not for David Duke. Do I think David Duke is right when he's against affirmative action? You bet I do. But I'm not for David Duke. But David Duke would try to discredit people by hugging them. And that's exactly what Fuentes did. He goes out there, meet all these people, show up, hi, I'm Nick Fuentes. Can I get my picture with you? That's a campaign to destroy credible voices on the right. And Fuentes is part of it. And I know I'm inviting endless trouble by saying this because, you know, this is a kid with a lot of spare time, but it's just a fact. And I've seen it a lot.
Yeah.
And I you can believe me or not, but I know what I'm talking about.
I can confirm he's dishonest. I mean, there's no, so it's like you use that as your, like, I could not determine what his motives were. And I said, you know what? I don't have time for this. I gave you a fair chance, gave you a fair shake, and you are a fundamentally dishonest human being. You know, there was no reason to do it. If he had not done that show and screamed and yelled, his followers would have been like, oh, that was an interesting conversation between two people who agreed some, disagreed some, and like that was it. It was interesting that he got there. He doesn't want to be, I can tell you that, he doesn't want to be anywhere but where he is. He doesn't want to have normal relations. And it did sort of feel, and I said that to him, that he's like responding to orders somewhere, because why are you attacking me?
Well,
why are you attacking Dave Smith?
First.
What is the issue with Dave Smith? And he couldn't answer the question.
Exactly.
He couldn't answer the question. He was just like, well,
the fakest thing I've ever seen.
and I'm like, why do you hate Dave Smith over Joe Rogan? And it's like, well, Dave Smith is this kind of a Jew. And I'm like, okay, I don't either. You
need to restart your computer, Jared.
really are this
at
immature
that.
and you haven't gotten further in your ideas, or
Disgusting.
you're just attacking people and making people think that these attacks are legitimate when they're really not. And we were so kind to him that I was just like, okay.
He's attacking Dave Smith because
endurance.
Dave Smith is effective and credible.
He's
Dave
very effective.
Start chat. My PC? No. Now we good. Yeah. Those 24 cores were coming in handy, man. What did it do now? You have a virus like a week or two ago again?
You attack Dave Smith. You say that like your biggest critique is that America's being controlled by Israel. Then you have Dave Smith, who has been such a sound voice. And by the way, opposite experience with Dave Smith. I have my podcast. He's a fantastic human being. I judge
Dave
people.
Smith is one of the nicest people
Fantastic
ever.
human.
Yes.
And so I judge people according to my experiences with them. And so Nick is being judged according to my experience with him.
But like, what is this?
I don't
And
get
where
it.
does
I don't
the funding
understand
come
it.
from? I probably shouldn't even say this, but the only reason I know who he is because someone sent me a video a few years ago of him attacking me. And I was like, so I'm looking at this. And I'm like, well, first of all, this kid's really talented, like legit. And I can assess that just having done the job for so long. So it's like, wow, lots of talent, native talent. And he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. Then my father dies and I learn actually, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
This was in March of this year. And I'm like, well, how the hell would this child from Chicago, my dad was 84 when he passed. Like, who's this guy know who my dad is? And like, he's in intelligence. How would he know that?
Wait, so that was his critique of you? Because I didn't see it. It was like,
someone just sent me this video and it was like, you can't believe anything Carlson says because his father was in the CIA and he's a CIA working on behalf of the CIA. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, and I actually feel emotional in my anger towards CIA. And I think that comes out on the air quite regularly.
Right.
And so the idea that I'm working for the CIA is like deranged.
Well, if it helps, he said I'm funded by Russia now. Since the interview, he then did a thing and said I was funded by Russia.
But you would be a lot more likely to take Russian money than I would be to work for the CIA because you would never take Russian money. You're not Russian, but I mean, I really hate the CIA. And I mean, I would that's like very offensive to me. So why would you?
It's like personal for you.
Well, a little bit.
Yeah.
And anyway, like, who is this kid exactly?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just an accident that the guy exclusively goes after people who are in roughly the same. And then he gets up there and he's like, making Holocaust jokes. And it's like, is it possible that this is like David Duke? And David Duke, every time I had a new show, David Duke would endorse my show. I don't know, who the hell is David Duke? Well, David Duke is obviously part of a campaign to discredit people on the right, obviously. And I think it's very obvious that Nick Fuentes is exactly the same. Doesn't mean everything he says is false. It doesn't mean he's not talented. He's enormously talented. Doesn't mean he's a bad person. I'm not attacking him personally, but he is clearly part of a campaign to discredit non-crazy right voices. That's obvious to me. I've been around a long time. I know it when I see it.
Yeah, and I will say I don't understand it. We were very kind to him. Like I truly, like we almost said, like we felt maybe he was a bit lonely. We should invite him back for dinner. I mean, that's how good of an experience I had.
It's clearly.
And then it was a 180. So it's either A, it's being driven from like a little boy insecurity, and he just was so worried that he like just went on the attack because he doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned everywhere.
Well, I think there's that could
be one element.
The angry gay kid thing going on. Yeah.
Or it's what you're saying, where he does this, he's lying to everybody and pretending that things are one way when it's not. I can say
Why is he attacking Joe Kent, who, Joe Kent worked as a CIA contractor, paramilitary contractor.
This is where the other clip began. Okay, so that's the whole thing. I think that was about 10 minutes. I'm going to go back to the screen. And I want to break down every major claim that was made in that clip. Now you've seen the whole thing and you sort of get the gist of it. And I'll lay it out at the very beginning so we can kind of organize this a little bit. So in the first place, we have some really easy stuff to get out of the way. Number one, Candace makes this claim. I really want to focus on what Tucker said. We've done the Candace stuff to death already. But she says, I was treated so well. We were going to invite him to dinner. He had no answer on Dave Smith. Suffice to say, I think that's a misrepresentation of how that went, of the entire thing. I've already been over that many times. The consensus from, I think, nearly everybody that watched, including people that are mutual friends, people that are friends with Candace and me, people like Myron Gaines, people like Dan Bilzerian, other people that I don't want to name on the show, the consensus was that she was very rude to me. It was very combative. It was effectively a setup where she aired out personal slights and misrepresented what it was going to be from the outset, which was supposed to be maybe a fair or friendly conversation, but turned out to be more of a hit job behind a paywall. We can kind of leave that aside for our purposes tonight. We won't really relitigate that on this show. Another thing that was mentioned, which I think is really important, very briefly, is Tucker Carlson said that he did not know his dad was in the CIA until his father passed this year in March. And I just want to say very briefly, that is a very, very important thing that he said. Because if he's lying about that, in my opinion, it calls into question in a very serious way whether he is a sincere or honest person, in particular about his relationship or his family's relationship with the CIA. And spoiler alert, that is a lie. It's a very strange, bald-faced lie. You just watched him in his own show, and he said specifically, I did not know my father was in the CIA until he died, which was in March 2025. He said, and I was, quote, shocked.
Okay.
Shocked to learn this.
No, you don't have to. I just want to make sure.
Well, we have the clip. In June 2024, he was on Sean Ryan's show, and he said, my father is in the CIA, when his father was very much alive.
You don't know how to spell
In
cherry.
addition, he gave details about it. He said that he lived down the street growing up from the CIA officer who was involved in the overthrow of Iran's government led by Mossadegh in the 1950s. So this raises some serious questions. Why would you lie about that? It's on record that you lied about it. And in particular, why would you lie in such a way? He said he was shocked to know that. But as we're going to work through the material, it's very clear there was no surprise. Not only did Tucker Carlson know that his father was in the CIA, he had to intimately know. Because Dick Carlson, his father, was very involved in the CIA. It's not peripheral. It wasn't a footnote. His father was a CIA man and played a crucial role at the CIA. I will read you quotes from testimony that he gave, recorded by C-SPAN in the 1990s, where he talks about how instrumental Dick Carlson was, his father was, in the overthrow of Soviet Union governments, or governments backed by the Soviet Union, of Tiananmen Square in China, his relationship with neocon nonprofits after he left Voice of America and the other organizations he was a part of. So for Tucker to say not only did he not know, but he was shocked, that does not pass a smell test at all. That is a brazen lie, a strange and weird lie that he compounded by saying, not only did I not know, I was surprised. Well, that is absolutely not the case. And for him to misrepresent his knowledge, what he knew, when he knew it, in such a provably false way is very strange to me. And I think it calls into question his credibility on that subject, but we'll go through that. Now, those, in my opinion, are more minor things. In broad strokes, the big argument that I want to focus on tonight, he said that what I represent is a campaign. He said I'm an inorganic actor as part of a bad faith campaign to sabotage what he said are, quote, the non-crazy, non-hateful, credible voices against the neocons in politics. He said, that's my mission. Now, in his own words, he says he doesn't watch my show. He doesn't know me. He doesn't spend a lot of time watching me. He said the only time he saw me was when I was attacking his father. But yet he is sure, and he says it is obvious, in spite of his ignorance, that that is what I am. His only proof for the claim is that, in his words, I exclusively attack those kinds of people. The non-crazy, non-hateful, credible anti-neocon voices who he listed. And the names he gave were these. He said J.D. Vance, Joe Kent, and himself. Candace Owens chimed in and said, Dave Smith, we will analyze each of those people. And we will evaluate tonight, what is this artificial distinction being created between non-crazies and crazies, non-haters and haters, anti-neocon voices and whatever I am. We're going to break that down. And if Joe Kent is your champion, well, we'll look at Joe Kent and we'll look at his views. Tucker characterized my attacks on Joe Kent and JD Vance as random. Candace Owens agreed. She said it is random. Tucker said, no, it's not random. Joe Kent was enemy number one, public enemy number one of the neocons. So Candace says it's random. Tucker says it's conspicuous, but it was targeted.
Send him to your...
We'll talk about my history with Joe Kent. So we're going to dive in. Enough introduction. We'll break this down. First, I want to talk about Joe Kent. And we'll talk about him in particular because that was really the centerpiece of the story. And that is the center of my relationship with Tucker Carlson. And I'm going to tell the story in full. We're going to go back to the very beginning. So for many years, and as I said, I have never talked to Tucker Carlson. I don't know him. But he is a broadcaster. I am a broadcaster. When I got started, when I was a teenager doing my show, I had very mixed feelings about Tucker Carlson. He said a lot of things that I agreed with, but I was skeptical of him because he was at Fox News. Fox News is controlled by Rupert Murdoch, who is one of the arch neocons. Rupert Murdoch owns News Corp, which is the parent company of the New York Post, Wall Street Journal, Fox News. And these media outlets are the mouthpiece of the Chamber of Commerce of the State of Israel. Rupert Murdoch donated to Bibi Netanyahu's election campaign in Israel. Netanyahu visits him when he goes to London and stays at Rupert Murdoch's flat. Murdoch received military hardware in the 1980s, satellite dishes and other things, years before he started Fox News. So Rupert Murdoch is a creature of the Israel lobby, of the business interests, of the Reagan administration, and the neocons therein. Suffice to say, that is enough about Rupert Murdoch for our purposes tonight. But I don't trust that Tucker Carlson was who he said he was purely because he was at Fox News. What's more, and we'll talk a little bit about this tonight as well, for many years, Tucker Carlson was known as a silly guy who wore a bow tie, who was defeated by Jon Stewart in a debate, who sat on the couch on Fox and Friends. He was hardly a populist, hardly a Trump supporter, a nationalist for almost his entire career up to that point. For decades, he was an unrepentant elitist, a neocon, a defender of the CIA, a defender of the Iraq War. And when he got the primetime slot on Fox News, suddenly he had a total change of heart, apparently, and became a full-throated, intense, articulate spokesperson of a Trump populist doctrine. So for many reasons, I was skeptical of what he represented. But for many years, I was very supportive of him because I did not have a very developed understanding of how politics worked. And although he was at Fox, I agreed with so much of what he said. My feelings towards him were generally positive. The only time that I was ever negative towards Tucker Carlson was in 2020. After the presidential election in 2020, which I believed was rigged, I went to many of the Stop the Steal protests at the state capitals in Lansing, Michigan, in Atlanta, Georgia, in Washington, D.C., in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in Phoenix, Arizona. And I gave dozens of speeches on a megaphone in front of state capitals and governor's mansions and in the middle of the city. And at that time, when many patriots assembled during that Stop the Steal period between the election and the inauguration of Joe Biden, we were out there calling attention to what was voter fraud, either the rigged voting machines, the use of mail-in ballots, the role that the media played in suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop. And Tucker Carlson would not cover any of it, was not pressuring any of the Republicans to defend Trump, was not bringing on any of the evidence of the voter fraud. I was intensely critical of Tucker in that moment, and that was really my only interaction with him that was negative at that point, was me criticizing him at these events. But months later, Tucker attacked the ADL on his show. I said maybe he's hiding his power level, maybe he's based. Let's get to the good part. Enter my relationship with Joe Kent. After the 2020 election, I was furious because at that time I believed, and I still do believe, that Donald Trump was cheated out of that election. And I was furious that we let it happen because we knew it was coming. I did a show with Alex Jones in June, I believe, of 2020. And I said that there would be a red mirage, that they would count up the votes on election day. It would appear that Trump was winning. And then once they started counting the mail-in ballots, of which there would be many because of the pandemic, over time, Joe Biden would take the lead and would be declared the president, and they would steal the election from Trump. I was furious, not only that the election was stolen, when we knew precisely how it would happen, the manner in which it would happen. But in particular, I was furious at the Republicans because they abandoned Trump. Trump's legal counsel in the White House abandoned him. They made no legal case that the election was stolen. They gave up. The Republicans in the House and the Senate mounted no serious effort to stop the steal of the election. Neither did the Republicans in the state capitals. Out of the 6 or 7 swing states, Republicans controlled almost all of the governorships and state capitals there. And they did not lift a finger to audit the ballots, to claw back the electors, to do anything. And what was even more infuriating, if you remember, is that there were 2 Senate runoff elections in Georgia where the elections were too close to call or something like that. I don't remember the specifics. And at the same time that Republicans in the White House, Republicans in the state capitals, Republicans in D.C., at the same time that they effectively sold him out and then even eventually made a deal with the Democrats to hang impeachment over his head after January 6th to make sure that he left quietly. At the same time that they were abandoning Trump, they were demanding that everybody turn out and vote for Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, who in my view were extremely corrupt and represented the epitome of the Republican establishment. This is all important context. I'm telling you this for a reason. 2020 shaped everything that I've said in the last 5 years, as it should have. Because if the elections are being stolen, and if the Republican establishment is complicit in that process, we got a big problem. So during that time, this is the first time I ever said, don't vote. I said, we should not go to Georgia and try and rally the base or rally the Republicans to vote for Loeffler and Perdue, 2 corrupt establishment Republicans, to give Mitch McConnell the Senate leader position after they just betrayed Trump. If you want your Senate majority, then you got to fight for Trump. And if you're not willing to do that, then we shouldn't go out and vote. Now, at that time, I had a major dispute with a Republican operative named Ryan Girdusky. Ryan Girdusky was one of the big politicos who is close to Ann Coulter, in bed with the establishment, who was telling everybody they have to make it their mission to get down to Georgia and rally the troops and get Loeffler and Perdue into the Senate to hold the line and keep our majority. I had a major falling out with him over this. Now, in response to what happened in the all-important 2020 election, again, Tucker did nothing for us during that time. In fact, he was attacking the people that were trying to litigate it on Trump's behalf. After Ryan Girdusky said, Trump is over, we got to go to Georgia and help Loeffler and Perdue. After I was telling people, stay home, don't vote for these rhinos, I had this idea in 2021. And my idea in 2021 was America First candidates. I said, you know what? We can't count on the Republicans.
Construction
They
complete.
betrayed Trump. The Republicans in the House and the Senate, although they made gestures towards trying to stop the steal, like some of the lawsuits and some of the machinations they planned to do on J6, there was never a serious attempt to keep Trump in office other than from Garrett Ziegler under Peter Navarro. I said, in response to this, we need real America First guys that can back Trump up. So I was building up my nonprofit, America First Foundation. I was building up my political infrastructure. We were trying to enter politics. In February 2021, Representative Paul Gosar from Arizona spoke at my conference. So we were trying to increase our presence in the Capitol. I called up Ryan Girdusky, my friend. I called up a bunch of people that I was close to. And I said, who is good? Who is solidly America First? Who is a Trump ally that is worthy of my support and the support of the Groypers in the midterms in 2022, because I would like to support them. I'd like to fundraise for them. I would like to get the Groypers on social media and on the ground to get them elected. I talked to somebody from the administration, not Ryan Gerdusky, and I'm not going to say who, but somebody passed me a list.
Fleet engaged.
And they said, these are the guys that have Trump's back. And some of the names were Joe Kent, who is running in Washington State. J.D. Vance, who is running for Senate in Ohio. Blake Masters, running for Senate in Arizona. Patrick Witt, who is running for Congress in Georgia. Gibbs, who is running for Congress in Michigan. And there were a number of other names too, but those are the ones that I remember, and those are the ones that I have in my notes from many, many years ago. Now, I got in touch with Joe Kent in 2021. We'll focus on him. I got in touch with Joe Kent through his campaign consultant, Matt Brainerd. Matt Brainerd was an exhibitor at my conference at AFPAC 2 in February 2021. This is a month after the events of January 6th and the Senate runoff. So I knew Matt Brainerd. I had a relationship with him. I was introduced to him by Michelle Malkin. She was friends with him. He was very involved in Stop the Steal, as was she.
Vassalize me. Oh my God.
Matt Brainerd put me in touch with Joe Kent. I had a phone call with Joe Kent, I believe in the summer of 2021. And the phone call went like this. I called up Joe Kent, which, by the way, he does not deny, and I have text messages with him. I said, listen up, Joe. We want to support you in this election. I said, we want to help you build up your social media. We want to retweet your profile. We want the Groypers to support you. We want to door knock for you. We want to fundraise for you. I said, but here's the caveat. I said, and you can take this or leave it. I said, but we want to help you. We believe you're America first. We want to get you into office. I was very pro Joe Kent. I said, but here's the deal. You can't disavow me. I said, now, if you want our support, it's contingent on that. I said, because although I'd like to keep this discreet, and we don't have to tell everybody that we're helping you, I said, but if the day ever comes that the left asks you about me for any reason, I said, you cannot disavow. I said, because if we start disavowing each other, this is how the right eats itself, and this is how the left wins. I said, today you're disavowing me, tomorrow somebody's disavowing you. What's more, I said, I don't want to help people. I barely have an operation. I don't want to use what little I have to help somebody if they're going to turn around and throw me under the bus. Because that's exactly what happened with Paul Gosar during AFPAC 2. He attended my conference, and then he disavowed me, pretended like he didn't know me the next day. And there were other events too, but that was the big one. So I told Joe, I said, here's the deal. You cannot disavow. We'll support you. And Joe Kent said, not a problem. He said, and you know what? They call you a racist. He said, the Democrats are the real racist. And I said, yeah, that's great, Joe. But I mean, that's really the deal. And so it was. Joe Kent actually spoke out in favor of me. When I was put on the no-fly list in May 2021, he put out a tweet defending my rights. When I was banned on Twitter, I believe he said something also. So we had a working relationship. We had talked on the phone. I was fully behind him. We were supporting his social media. We had planned to go to Washington State to campaign for him, and he did defend me on social media as well. Fast forward to February 2022. I did my third AFPAC, my third conference. Marjorie Taylor Greene spoke there. Paul Gosar spoke there. The Lieutenant Governor of Idaho spoke there. It was a pretty big deal. We had 1,200 people. It got a lot of negative media attention because of things I said about Russia, comments I made about Hitler, other things. Now, Joe Kent did not attend AFPAC 3. He had no relation to AFPAC 3. But he was accused by somebody who was in the race in his district of having a relationship with me. Someone who was in fourth place put out a tweet. It got about 15 likes on Twitter. She said Joe Kent is like a Nick Fuentes type conservative. Joe Kent put out a tweet unprovoked on March 2nd, 2022. And I'll read to you what he said. He said, quote, my opponents are again spreading lies about me. I strongly condemn Nick Fuentes' politics, especially in regards to our ally, Israel. I ignored his invitation to speak at his recent conference in Orlando, and I am not aware of, nor do I accept any endorsement from him. Later, he said no one should be deplatformed or put on a no-fly list for their political ideas. I don't want Fuentes'
Construction
endorsement
complete.
due to his focus on race and religion. The fights he's picking are counterproductive. This is not my message of inclusive populism. So to be very clear, I talked to Joe Kent on the phone. I helped him, he helped me. And the agreement was I would help him discreetly. Contrary to what Tucker Carlson said, that my aim is to embrace people, to bring them down publicly, I told him, and we maintained a relationship in secret, in private, for almost a year before he, unprovoked, publicly went on the attack against me, condemning me completely on the basis of my opposition to our support for Israel, and because I talk about
System
race and
survey
religion.
complete.
He said that my version of America First, this is important, Kent said that my version of America First is condemnable because his version is inclusive, not focused on race and religion, and not critical of Israel. This is a very important concept, which is going to show up again and again and again on this show tonight. Joe Kent, who Tucker said is the epitome of a reasonable, credible, not crazy, not hateful, anti-neocon voice, Tucker said he is the archetype. He is emblematic of a credible, authentic opponent of the neocons. Tucker said that I attacked him in a targeted way, which was very conspicuous. I was put up to do this. I wrapped my arms around him to bring him down. Why? Because he's a credible voice fighting the neocons. Well, that is not the case at all. I did not wrap my arms around him. Contrary to what Candace said, it was not random. I did not target him, as Tucker said. We maintained a discreet relationship. I wanted to help him. And then he attacked me very hard over my views on Israel, on race and religion, and said that his version of America First is really inclusive populism. Now, I said on a stream days later, very intentionally, I said that there is something going on in the conservative movement right now. I said, you have authentic America First, which I represent, and then you have what I called at that time, Populism Inc. Populism Inc. People that claim to be like me, sound like me, but are not like me. And there's some things they have in common. I said, number one, they're all supported by Peter Thiel. Joe Kent got $1 million from Peter Thiel in 2022. J.D. Vance got $15 million from Peter Thiel in 2022. So did Blake Masters, got $15 million. Gibbs in Michigan got money from Peter Thiel. Patrick Witt in Georgia got money from Peter Thiel. That's number one. Number two, all of them were downplaying the significance of race and religion. All of them were very pro-Israel. I said, so something is going on. There is an attempt, just like with Con Inc., Conservative Inc., just like with Rhinos, there was an attempt in light of the recent rightward shift of the base to skin suit what is an emerging America First constituency in the GOP. And to say, we sound like Nick Fuentes and Michelle Malkin, we sound like Pat Buchanan, but really we're more of the same. We're pro-Israel, race blind, and have no religion. I said, so this is a deliberate usurpation. They are trying to usurp America First. Joe Kent is offering a competing version of America First that does not talk about race or religion and is pro-Israel. I said, and if he wins in Congress, he will be the right wing's AOC. He's young, he's handsome, he's well-spoken. He would be the most right-wing member of Congress. He would suck all the oxygen out of the room, and people like him and J.D. Vance, they would get to define what comes after Donald
System
Trump.
survey complete.
This new generation of representatives and senators who are coming up, funded by Peter Thiel, inclusive and pro-Israel, they would have the final word on what America First is going to be and how it will develop. And they will do it in a direction that's pro-Israel and all these other things. I said, that cannot be allowed to happen. He will become a danger, because if someone like that would disavow me, then there goes any possibility that someone like myself could influence Congress, or someone who has similar views to me could influence the government, because they will be swatted down by these usurpers who are telling the body politic, you don't want to listen to those racist, religious nut jobs, those anti-Israel people. Our America First is inclusive. I said, so he cannot win. What's more, I said, there needs to be a pain mechanism. I said, we need to make an example out of Joe Kent. He went out of his way to disavow me for being critical of Israel. And I said in a stream in 2022, after he said this, I stated my intentions openly. I said, we are going to make an example out of him in the same way that someone who goes against Israel is punished by AIPAC, so they think twice about criticizing Israel. I said, we need to do the opposite. If someone condemns someone that's critical of Israel and is pro-Israel, we need to make them afraid of losing their seat so that they will think twice. They will say, I don't want to be like Joe Kent. Maybe I will just leave Nick Fuentes alone. Maybe I won't be super pro-Israel next time because I don't want the Groypers to make me lose a close race. That was my intention. That was my stated, explicit intention back then. So we started up a campaign.
System survey complete.
We started up, contrary to what Tucker says, he said there were these super PACs. I started my own PAC. It was called Republicans Against Rhinos. The FEC filings are public. We spent about $100 on a website to develop and to buy a domain for a website. And the premise was Joe Kent is CIA. Now, the other thing about all these people is they have these connections to the CIA, which at that time I wasn't really aware of. But we found out that Joe Kent was a Green Beret who didn't even live in the United States for 20 years. He was involved as a contractor, as a mercenary with U.S. intelligence and the military. And so we actively went to Washington State and put up stickers and went to his town halls and went to his events to say, you can't trust this guy. This guy's in the CIA. This guy is of the deep state. Don't trust him. Don't vote for him. Now, in November 2022, Joe Kent lost by about 1%. He was favored to win. He lost by about 2,000 votes. The New York Times said it was the biggest upset of the 2022 midterm elections. We succeeded. We won. At the same time, I dined with Donald Trump and Ye at Mar-a-Lago. I became very popular because of that. Now, let's jump ahead to January 2023. This is a couple of months after the election. I get a call from a friend of mine, Lauren Witzke. Lauren Witzke was a lot closer to Michelle Malkin than I was at that time. And Lauren told me off the record, because Michelle didn't want me to air this out, but I did anyway. Lauren Witzke called me and said that Michelle Malkin got a phone call from Tucker Carlson, which she never does. Michelle characterizes her relationship with Tucker like this. She says that she texted Tucker from time to time to give him information or stories, and many times Tucker wouldn't even reply. Sometimes he'd give a thumbs up, sometimes he'd reply, but not really. They were not close. They never talked on the phone, over the phone like that, maybe texted now and again. But Michelle got a call from Tucker, and Tucker was asking about me, asking about my relationship with Ye, asking about the dinner at Mar-a-Lago, fishing for a quote, asking her about my opposition to Joe Kent, insinuating that I went to the dinner with Trump to make him look bad, insinuating that I took out Joe Kent because I'm part of this campaign. I thought it was very strange. He was shopping this hit piece. Fast forward a few weeks, I get a call from Anya Parampil. She is the wife of Max Blumenthal. They're both writers at The Gray Zone. Max Blumenthal is very close to Tucker Carlson. Now, more on him later. But I get a call from Anya Parampil, and she's writing a story about me. It turns out to be a 3-part hit piece, a massive hit piece that literally unfolded over multiple days in 3 parts and was centered on my opposition to Joe Kent. But it threw everything at me. Talked about January 6th, talked about Ye, talked about my comments on the Taliban, on women, on Jim Crow, on the Holocaust. But the thrust of the article was that I took out Joe Kent because my mission is to make the real America First anti-neocon people look bad. I was deployed, and that article was basically revenge for having made Joe Kent look bad. Now, what's interesting about the article is although it accuses me of trying to take out Joe Kent for no good reason, it does not include any mention of the fact that he disavowed me first. No mention of his tweets saying that he condemns me first and foremost because I'm anti-Israel. No mention of my stated intention, which I relayed to her over the phone, about why I tried to take out Joe Kent from the race. It gets better. Shortly after the piece came out, I got a phone call from a friend of mine who I think I can say now it was Bryson Gray because he has since copped to it. But Bryson Gray called me up. He's a black rapper. He's used to be pro-Trump. Now he's like a Christian rapper, a very good friend of mine. Bryson called me up and said, hey, man, and we don't usually talk either. At least we don't talk often. He called me up and said, hey, my wife just got a campaign from Influenceable. If you don't know what that is, Influenceable at that time, now it's very big, but at that time, it was a small outfit that pays conservative right-wing influencers to promote social media campaigns. So they will put out in a group text to a number of influencers that you all know, hey, if you put out a TikTok or a tweet pushing this link or this hashtag or this message, we'll give you $300 per tweet. And it has to say this, and it has to say it in this way. It's basically an undisclosed advertisement. They're like an advertising agency, but it's all under the table. So Bryson called me up and said, my wife, Shekinah, she got a campaign from Influenceable that is pushing the Gray Zone article calling you a Fed. It ran from February 15th to February 20th. The campaign was called Fed Fuentes, disassociate from the far right. And it instructed the influencers who received it to talk about why I wasn't arrested after January 6th, to talk about the comments I made around January 6th, to say that I have all the hallmarks of being a federal agent. Someone paid Influenceable $100,000 to push this campaign under the table. They gave this brokerage a vast sum of money, and that brokerage, Influenceable, texted in group text messages to influencers, we will pay you. You have to say Fed Fuentes. You have to link the article. You have to say these things. And none of that went reported. Now, there was one person that tweeted the hashtag before I got ahead of the story. It was somebody from New York, this short, bald Jewish guy who many people believe is sexually abusive. That's an allegation. One person tweeted it out before I went live. As soon as I got the campaign, I went live the same day and I blew up their spot. The CEO of Influenceable called me up and said, please stop attacking us. We pulled the campaign. Stop bringing attention to us. The Groypers are all after us. Is this not weird? What's weird here? Now, I want to go even a little bit further. Who wrote the article? Max Blumenthal's wife. For those that don't know, Max Blumenthal, he's Jewish. He's extremely critical of Israel. He's written for Media Matters. He's written for Russia Today, Iranian state media. He's very close with Tucker Carlson. Max Blumenthal is the son of Sidney Blumenthal. Sidney Blumenthal ran a private intelligence network for Hillary Clinton with CIA officers, mercenaries. When Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, he was basically an intelligence broker for her. He's been described as the hatchet man of Bill and Hillary Clinton, also Jewish. It is his son that is close with Tucker. It's his wife that wrote this article.
Available.
That Tucker was shopping a month before it came out, fishing for quotes from Michelle Malkin. After the article was published, omitting any mention of how all of this started, how Joe Kent attacked me, how I stated why I was coming after him, and the rest of it, someone paid thousands and thousands of dollars to promote this article and the idea that I'm a federal agent. That's where all of this came from. Now, there's a little epilogue to the story. And by the way, that's where all this came from. There's a little epilogue to the story. In August 2024, last year, Tucker said the CIA took out Joe Kent in his election in Washington state last year. But what's really interesting is that later in 2024, Donald Trump nominated Joe Kent for a counterterrorism position. And what he said about Joe Kent is that he is a CIA officer. Not only was Joe Kent a Green Beret and a mercenary, a contractor, as Tucker described him in his show with Candace this afternoon, Donald Trump blew the whistle on him. He was a CIA officer the entire time. So let's back this up and let's sum up the whole thing. A CIA officer, that was not public information until Donald Trump tweeted it last year after he won the election. Joe Kent, who was a secret CIA officer the entire time, got $1 million from Peter Thiel. He consulted with Ryan Girdusky. He runs for office in Washington state. Initially, I try to support him. I get disavowed for no good reason because I'm critical of Israel. I make him lose to make an example out of him. Tucker Carlson's friend, Max Blumenthal, the son of Bill and Hillary Clinton's hatchet man, writes a three-part hit piece about me with no mention of any of this, accusing me of being a Fed. Then that article is conspicuously promoted by an under-the-table, unofficial ad brokerage with the hashtag that I'm a Fed. Tucker says that Joe Kent, a CIA officer, was taken out by the CIA, who is presumably me. And then on his show today, Tucker Carlson says Joe Kent is the epitome of the anti-CIA, anti-neocon, authentic voice that is against hatred and is not crazy. Well, I got to tell you the truth. I am feeling a little bit crazy because that's gaslighting. That is gaslighting. The CIA took out a CIA officer. The gay kid in his basement, the weird gay kid in his basement,
Situation
is the CIA.
log updated.
Taking out the CIA officer running for Congress that got $1 million from Peter Thiel, a CIA contractor, who, when he lost, was defended by Max Blumenthal, whose dad was an intelligence broker for Bill and Hillary Clinton.
Anomaly found.
You know, it's like that meme of Spider-Man. Everybody's calling everybody else a Fed, but I think this one's pretty cut and dry. Who is CIA here? The CIA officer or the guy that made him lose the election? I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a difficult question. So that is the story on Joe Kent. Now that leads to a larger conversation where Tucker Carlson says, of course, the big claim is that I am an inauthentic voice. I am going against the non-crazy, not hateful, anti-neocon America Firsters epitomized by Joe Kent. He said the evidence that I am that is that I went against Joe Kent in a targeted way. Why did I do it? Because you got to take out guys like him. Well, if you can see that the reason I went against Joe Kent is because Joe Kent condemned me for being critical of Israel, I think you could see that it wasn't targeted because he's a credible anti-neocon voice. Actually, quite the contrary. It was because he's a CIA man who is pro-Israel, who was making a concerted effort to redefine America First to be pro-Israel, to be multiracial and religiously diverse or religiously tolerant or something. But let's go further on that claim. He says that if Joe Kent is not crazy, not hateful, then I am those things. I am crazy, I am hateful. Well, I would say, what's crazy and hateful about me? What's crazy and hateful about my views? He doesn't watch my show. He doesn't know me. I will tell you my views. I am Catholic. I am pro-white. I am critical of Jewish power. My views can be summarized by this. I think Jews have too much power. I think America has had too much immigration. Is that hateful? Is that crazy? I think those things are obvious to anyone paying attention. I think those things are descriptive I think those things are true. Jews do have too much power. They're using it to benefit themselves. It is becoming detrimental and has been detrimental for Americans. And by the way, I'm not saying neocons.
System survey
I'm not saying
complete.
Zionists. I'm not saying Israel. I'm saying organized Jewry. And that encompasses the 50 plus major North American Jewish organizations. That encompasses the World Jewish Congress, the World Zionist Organization, the State of Israel, Israeli intelligence, the mega group. It encompasses all of it. I also say that America has too much immigration. America used to be a white country. It is becoming a not white country. That is fundamentally changing how America is. It's making America worse. You want the proof? Go to a city where it's already happened. LA became non-white before America has. Chicago, New York have become non-white before America has. Are those places you want to live? Are those places you'd like to raise a family? Are they safe? Are they prosperous? I don't think so. Am I crazy? Am I hateful for saying there's a racial basis for replacement migration? I don't think so at all. Am I hateful for saying that the Jewishness of Israel and the Mossad and AIPAC is kind of critical to why they're able to operate so effectively in America and that they have too much power? I don't think either of those ideas are hateful. I don't think either of those ideas are crazy. But there is a distinction between me and Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson and J.D. Vance. I will tell you what those distinctions are, and even Dave Smith for that matter, because they are right. There is a distinction. Me and Tucker are not the same. Me and Kent and Vance are not the same. Tucker characterizes it as a crazy, not crazy, hateful, not hateful divide. I would characterize it differently. I already gave you a preview. How Joe Kent said it is that he's pro-Israel, I'm anti-Israel. He doesn't talk about race and religion, I do. Now, there is a distinction there. There are two separate categories, but would you say that Joe Kent, being in favor of multiracialism, being in favor of multi-religious tolerance, being pro-Israel, would you call that not crazy? Would you say that's good? Would you even say that's America first? I think the answer to all of that is no. I would say the difference is he is a liberal. He is a pro-Israel, center-right Republican. If you're a Republican saying we need inclusive populism, he even used the word inclusivity. If you are an inclusive, compassionate conservative, inclusive populism, we don't need to talk about race and religion. That's all nonsense. And we need to be pro-Israel. How are you different than any other Republican? He is an authentic, not crazy person against the neocons? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Let's go through some of Tucker Carlson's statements. This is what Tucker says about race. Tucker said April 25th, 2023, and I quote, "The United States is becoming non-white. So what that means is you're going to get at some point, probably in my lifetime, people standing up and saying, I represent white people. And I just want to say on the record, I'm going to tell that person to fuck off. Nobody speaks for me because of my skin color. This idea that someone of a certain skin color speaks automatically on behalf of all people who share that skin color is a Nazi idea, and I am opposed to it. White identity politics is Nazism. It's a Nazi idea. It's evil. He opposes it, says Tucker. Tucker said on June 26, 2024, quote, this is in response to a journalist. He said, have I said whites are being replaced? I don't think I've said that. When did I say that? I said whites are being replaced? I would challenge you to cite that. I said native-born Americans are being replaced. So Tucker is one of these populists, like Joe Kent, that is inclusive. He's an inclusive populist. Colorblind meritocracy is the message. It's not a white, non-white replacement. He doesn't stand for identity politics. He wants a colorblind meritocracy, very much like Joe Kent. Would it be safe to say that colorblind meritocracy and inclusive populism sound very similar? When Joe Kent says that I focus too much on race and religion, would that be similar to these remarks? saying that the replacement migration has nothing to do with race, that identity politics, a person claiming to speak for a race of people, is Nazi and evil. Would it be fair to say that that tracks? That Joe, Ken, and Tucker have the same position on race? Who has the crazy position? 60 years ago, America was 90% white. Now it's maybe 55, 60% white. Obviously, that is having an effect on America. Obviously, there's a racial dimension. If I point that out and they don't, if I say that the antidote to this is for white people to stand up and say, we don't want America to become a non-white country, no matter how much merit these people have, we want America to remain coherent racially, consistent with its historic demographics. And Tucker and Joe Kent say they don't care what race America is. It's not a racial issue. Which is the crazy position? He says, with regard to Israel, quote, I have been attacked in ways that are so crazy and it's coordinated from Israel. So finally, the other day, I called someone I know in the Israeli government. There are great people in the Israeli government. I called up one of them and I said, stop this. I am not your enemy. You don't think you have enough enemies? You have real enemies.
Transmission.
May 6, 2025. February 3rd, he said, I support Israel in the sense that I really like Israel. To the extent that it helps the United States, I'm for Israel, of course. February 3rd, 2025. He said, if you think I'm anti-Israel, you have lost the plot. If you think I'm your enemy, not at all. I like Israel. Are you kidding? I spend a lot of time there. June 16, 2025. And he said this consistently.
System survey
that he supports Israel. We shouldn't cut aid to Israel. He's pro-Israel. Just like Joe Kent. So many consistencies here. They're both inclusive populists. They both might criticize aspects of Israel, but are fundamentally pro-Israel. Is the distinction, again, there that I'm crazy and they're not? I'm hateful and they're not? I don't think so. I think the divide is that they are liberal on race and religion, whereas I am reactionary. Complete. They are pro-Israel, but maybe in a qualified way. I am extremely critical. I would say anti-Israeli influence. I don't think we should support Israel. I don't like Israel. Israel does consider me their enemy. That's the distinction. And Tucker and Joe Kent are claiming to be the credible, authentic voice, the not crazy, not hateful voice. I'm the not credible, not authentic, inorganic, hateful, crazy person, making them look bad. Jockeying for who gets to define what America First really is. Now, it's crucial how Tucker Carlson framed the discussion. He said they are anti-neocon. I'm not anti-neocon. I don't think neocons are the problem. Have you ever noticed that that is how Tucker consistently characterizes the issue? He said that Mark Levin, who pushed Trump with Ike Perlmutter to bomb Iran in June of this year, Mark Levin, a psycho pro-Israel zealot, he characterized Mark Levin as a neocon. Is Mark Levin a neocon? Is Ben Shapiro a neocon? Is Miriam Adelson a neocon? I would say they're all Jewish. I would say they're all Jewish, and the reason they're in favor of Israel is because they are Jewish. Obviously, Mark Levin, Shapiro, these people have affinity with Israel because they are Jewish. Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, all these people have affinity with Israel because they are Jewish. Now, their Jewishness is the reason they support Israel, not their ideology. I don't think Dave Portnoy is an ideological neocon, but he does support Israel because he is Jewish. I don't think Bill Ackman is a neocon. He's a lifelong Democrat, but he does support Israel because he is Jewish. It is their Jewishness as billionaires, as influencers, that makes them tribesmen of the Jews in Israel, makes them support that country. And by the way, Judaism concerns their race and their religion. So would it be fair to say that when Tucker and Joe Kent call me hateful, call me fixated on race and religion, might it have to do with the fact that I characterize the issue not as an ideological battle against the neocons, but because I characterize it as a civilizational battle between Jews and Christians or Europeans and ethnic Jews? Might that be why they call it
Research
hateful and
complete.
crazy? Because I call it a clash of civilizations? That I suspect Mark Levin, not because he's a nation-building, regime-changing neocon, but because he is a dyed-in-the-wool loyalist to Israel because of his Jewishness, because of his race and religion? Is that why Joe Kent said I'm hung up on race and religion and that's not inclusive? Is that why Tucker calls me hateful? Maybe that's why Tucker says that he's not an enemy of Israel and supports them insofar as they support us, and he loves Israel, but he just has some issues with their foreign policy. Whereas I would say, no, Israel is a much deeper problem. It's more deeply ingrained than that. Ben Shapiro says that Europeans are genetically
Construction
anti-Semitic. Josh Hammer says we are genetically, in our blood, Europeans are anti-Semitic Jew haters. Is that a neocon position, or is that a specifically Jewish position that is echoed in their holy books, that is echoed by their rabbis, that is echoed in their religious law, by their government ministers, by Jews that are liberal and conservative? Am I crazy and hateful, or am I diagnosing the problem more acutely? That's the difference. Now, there's this question of narrative control. Tucker says that people might agree with what I say. They might think I'm a compelling speaker. The young white men look up to me because they're disaffected and I'm articulate. And, you know, he said, what I say isn't wrong and how I say it is very articulate. He said, but I'm inorganic and I'm, trying to sabotage everybody. He said, so we need to not pay attention to him saying the things you agree with. We need to pay attention to Dave Smith and Tucker and Joe Kent who say the things we agree with.
Research complete.
I want to call attention to a quote from Tucker at Turning Point SAS last month. This is what he said about Jeffrey Epstein. He said, quote, was Jeffrey Epstein working on behalf of Mossad? Every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one feels they can say that Epstein worked for Mossad. Why? He said, I think the longer we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better to say it right out loud. Do you see these consistent themes, the undertones in everything he says? He says, people in D.C. know Epstein worked for Israel, but they don't hate Israel. They're not against Israel. They're not enemies of Israel. They support Israel. They love Israel. But they, like everyone, know the jig is up. Epstein worked for Israel. He said, why can't they admit it? He said they should admit it. Because if they don't admit it, then everyone will listen to the actual subterranean Jew haters. Those are his words. He says the more that we play along and we play dumb and say Epstein didn't work for Israel, the more subterranean, creepy, and hateful the conversation becomes. He said, so it's better to say it out loud. It's better for who? It's better for all the people in D.C. that love and support Israel. It's better for Israel if they just admitted, okay, Epstein worked for Israel. Let's throw him under the bus. And let's just say our critique of Israel is very narrow. We're not against Israel fundamentally. We just don't like what they did with Epstein. So as long as we can acknowledge that and put him down and move on, then the pro-Israel side can move on supporting Israel. He said, if we lose our credibility by denying the obvious, people will not believe us. They will not look at us as credible actors. And they will look to alternatives who are hateful, who are actually against Israel, the real enemies of Israel, the real haters. Wouldn't want that. Are you starting to see? Now, Dave Smith said something similar. Let's work through some of these people that Tucker mentioned. The credible, why do you have to go against Dave Smith? Because he's smart and he makes good arguments and you have nothing on him. I want to read a transcript from his interview on Joe Rogan with Douglas Murray. This is what Dave Smith, who is Jewish, had to say. Douglas Murray said, quote, just as the left likes to play with dark, ugly stuff, they spent decades trying to do down the evils that were done on their side. Just like the left, I would suggest one of the things going on, there are movements on the right, including people who follow both of you, Joe Rogan and Dave Smith, who are very interested in playing with this absolutely beyond the pale thing. Why does Jake Shields want to play around with Holocaust denial? Why? Dave Smith said, there's something Michael Malice had this great line about how when you take the red pill, you're supposed to take one, not swallow the whole bottle. The idea you wake up to realizing that so much of the stuff you believed was bullshit propaganda, like Epstein, and it's all lies. He said this is a real danger when the establishment and the institutions are caught with their pants down, having sold very consequential policies based on lies. And then once people realize that, they go, what else have they been lying to me about? They almost want to look into every single thing and go, I think the whole thing was lies. He said, I agree with you. There's a danger in that. And there are some things that when people jump to conclusions and they're totally wrong. Take one red pill. Don't swallow the whole bottle. Some people see that they were lied to about foreign aid, or they were lied to about Epstein, and they say, what else have they been lying to me about? And they jump to conclusions like about the Holocaust. Don't do that. Take one red pill. Don't take any more. Don't draw the obvious conclusion, which is that if Epstein was working for Israel, maybe they've been lying about other things about Israel. If they said it's anti-Semitic to question Epstein, maybe a lot of the things that they called anti-Semitic are also true. Dave Smith says, don't draw that conclusion. Don't go any further. Stop. Michael Malice, another Jewish libertarian, says, take one red pill. Don't swallow the whole bottle. I agree, Douglas Murray. Jake Shields' Holocaust denial is hateful and beyond the pale and creepy. Dave Smith, another credible, not crazy, smart. And look, I like Dave Smith. But the fact of the matter is, Dave Smith is Jewish. Now, after many, many years of censoring every conversation about Israel, all of a sudden, the cat is out of the bag. The war in Gaza is being broadcast on TV. Everyone is asking questions about Israel. So who starts popping up everywhere all of a sudden? On Candace Owens, on Joe Rogan, on Tucker Carlson, at Turning Point USA. Well, it's Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a Jewish libertarian, a disciple of Ron Paul. He thinks that we were lied into the war in Iraq by the neocons. But he affirms the Holocaust happened. He said, my ancestors died in the Holocaust. And he is Jewish. Now, let's think abstractly for a moment.
Complete.
If you are ethnically Jewish, and maybe you have some even sympathy with religious Judaism, maybe you have some sympathy with those narratives. You grew up hearing those things from your family, from your parents. You maybe have it in the back of your mind. Are you more likely, as a Jewish advocate, to say that the problem is the neocons and it's ideological? Are you less likely to say that there's something to do with Jewishness that is the issue? Then maybe it's not that neocons need to be disempowered, but maybe that, Jewish people need to be looked at as having a dual loyalty.
Council agenda
Obviously,
ready.
You're going to think it's ideological. And if you go on Joe Rogan and say, only take one red pill, don't deny the Holocaust, don't talk about World War II, don't swallow every red pill. And I don't think he's a dishonest guy. I think Dave Smith is honest. I think he has a lot of integrity. But I think there's a reason, of course, that he was elevated. It's because they wanted to set parameters on this conversation. They don't want people to question all the narratives. They want people to focus on the neocon aspect of it. They want to limit the discussion of foreign aid and Jeffrey Epstein, handful of other things, and then move on with their lives. They don't want people to look at it from a religious or ethnic lens. They don't want people to look at this conversation as whites are being replaced. Jewish people, not neocons, not Zionists, but Jewish people have an inordinate amount of power in America, Europe, and Israel. And these things are related, by the way. And for there to be change, we have to get Jewish people who have a loyalty to their own kind over America, who think that Europeans are born anti-Semitic. They can't control our civilization anymore. And this language about ideology, neocons, it doesn't really factor in. Are you starting to see the contours of the distinctions between Tucker, Joe Kent, Dave Smith, and me? It's not that I'm crazy and they're not. It's that they have a race-blind, religiously indifferent view of the world. The world is not made up of whites and blacks and Asians and Jews. The world is not made up of Christians, Muslims, and Jews. The world is made up of like neocons, a colorblind meritocracy. All people, their race and religion has no influence on them at all. Whites are being replaced in America, but that's arbitrary. What matters is who is native, like who got here first. The fact that Mark Levin wants us to die for Israel has everything to do with his ideology, nothing to do with him being ethnically and religiously Jewish. And Israel is still our ally. We just need to circumscribe how that alliance works and say less foreign aid, maybe don't go to war in Iran. That's the difference. And I wouldn't say that they're not crazy and I am. I would say once again, they're pro-Israel, religiously indifferent, race blind, and I am a white identitarian. Yes, that's my view. I think that race matters. I'm a race realist. Yes, I think that Jewishness matters. I would say that I think that America should not be run by powerful Jewish oligarchs anymore, whether they're neocon or not. And yes, I do believe that Israel is a real problem. I don't think that they're our ally. I don't think we should support them. I don't love Israel. I don't love a country that tried to ban the gospel. I don't love a country that says spitting on Christians is an ancient tradition. I don't love a country that stole our nuclear arsenal. I don't love a country that dragged us to war. I don't love a country where its rabbis say that we should pray for the death of all Christians every day. I don't love a religion that says Christ is burning in hell. I don't love a religion that says we are not ensouled if we're not Jewish. But they don't want to take it there. They want to take one red pill, not the whole bottle.
Construction complete.
And, you know, some people have this idea that Tucker is incrementally red pilling people. He's part of a pipeline. They say Tucker believes the things I believe, but he has to take it easy on the uninitiated because they're too moderate. So he's got to leave this trail of crumbs that lead to my ideology and serve as a pipeline to get someone from normie conservative to me. And a lot of people think that's the case. He believes what I believe, but he's just kind of concealing that for the purpose of pragmatism. I would contend that when Tucker goes out and says, if you go further than me, you're a hateful, crazy person, that is obviously not the case. Tucker has real ideological disagreements with me. And when he puts up this block and says, don't listen to him, he doesn't attack my ideas. He doesn't talk about why I went after Joe Kent. He doesn't talk about my ideological disagreements with Dave Smith or about history.
Construction
when he
complete.
Says you might agree with him, but don't listen to him because he's fake America first, because he's hateful and crazy, I would say that that's gatekeeping. That's a limited hangout. That's saying take only one red pill. Nick Fuentes is the whole bottle. If you take the whole bottle, you're a crazy, hateful racist. You're not America first. And I'm not even going to watch his show or meet him. He's just a bad guy. I'm judging by what they say. I'm not going to call Tucker gay. I'm not going to say he's a loser. I'm not going to say these things. We're reading his quotes. We're fleshing out these ideological disagreements. This is what's happening. Now, let's even go further. Let's talk about J.D. Vance, Joe Kent, Tucker, and Dick Carlson. There's another angle here to this whole story, and I alluded to it earlier, which is that not only are Tucker, Joe Kent, and Dave Smith not ideologically aligned, there's something else about these people that they all have in common. Tucker said that I'm going against the real America First opposition to the neocons, and the names that he gave were himself, J.D. Vance, and Joe Kent. There's something else they all have in common. We already talked about Joe Kent. Suffice to say, Joe Kent was an officer in the CIA. He got $1 million from Peter Thiel when he was running his race. J.D. Vance is very similar. We'll stop now and tell the story of J.D. Vance. We'll do a little background on him. A lot of people don't know this. But in the early 2010s, J.D. Vance was mentored by David Frum. David Frum was a speechwriter for George W. Bush. He was one of the preeminent neoconservatives in America, major advocate for the war in Iraq. And he mentored J.D. Vance in the early 2010s. As a matter of fact, J.D. Vance wrote for his website. wrote 6 articles for David Frum's website. This is a little excerpt from my notes about that relationship. In the early 2000s, after Vance left the Marine Corps, but before he attended Yale Law School, he was described by David Frum as, quote, a strong advocate of national defense and a believer in American world leadership. Frum says, quote, he was recognized by everyone as an emerging political talent. Everyone who knew him understood this was someone who was on his way to being somebody important. He had this extraordinary personal story, and a lot of us hoped that he would be the leader of modern and moderate republicanism. He's an advocate for American global leadership. That sounds like neoconservatism.
Hostile fleet.
That sounds like something that someone in the defense industry would say, as David Frum is, as a neocon coming from the Bush administration. He says he has an extraordinary personal story. What's his personal story? Vance's personal story is that he came from Appalachia. He was a victim of the drug abuse epidemic. He had a single mother or a caretaker that raised him. He was hated by the establishment. He wrote about it in the Hillbilly Elegy. Frum says we see him in the early 2000s. This is before he even was in law school. Frum says that he was seen as a future leader of moderate republicanism, world leadership, because of his story. He goes further. Vance discussed Hillbilly Elegy with David Frum. This is also in the early 2010s. David Frum said, quote, Vance's superpower is that in those days was his biographical credibility as he spoke about Trump America to non-Trump America. Vance's superpower in the 2010s was his biographical credibility. What does that mean? His life story, biographical. His life story gives him credibility with Trump's base. Why? Because he's the white working class. What elected Donald Trump? The white working class. His superpower is that he has credibility with that constituency because of his incredible, extraordinary story as an Appalachian white man down on his luck, drug epidemic, etc. David Frum, neocon, George Bush speechwriter, was saying this before Vance was even in politics. When he was still in law school, he was saying this. But then something changed. J.D. Vance got a new mentor. When he went to Yale Law School, he met Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel gave a speech at his university in 2011. He gave a speech at Yale Law School. Vance called their meeting the most significant moment of my life. And suddenly Peter Thiel, after that meeting, became Vance's new mentor. After Vance left college, he moved to San Francisco. He became an executive at Circuit Therapeutics, which is a tech company. He was hired by its CEO, Frederick Moll. Moll has gone on the record and said he hired Vance as a favor to Peter Thiel. Then J.D. Vance got a job at Mithril Capital, a venture firm that was founded by Peter Thiel. And while he was working there, he published Hillbilly Elegy, his extraordinary personal story that gives him cachet and credibility with Trump's base, his superpower, the memoir he discussed with David Frum. Now, it's important that he was working at Thiel's venture firm when he published the book because his colleagues at Mithril Capital said it was effectively a no-show job. They said they never saw Vance in the office. They don't know what projects he worked on. So Thiel effectively hired Vance
23.
Not because he's a brilliant venture capital mind, apparently not even to do real work. It was a sinecure. He hired Vance to give him income while Vance went on a book tour during the 2016 election, branding himself as the spokesperson of Trump's voters, of the white working class. Later on in 2019, Vance launched his own venture capital firm under the name Narya Capital. It was funded by Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, and at that time he advised Rebecca Mercer. Vance was created by Peter Thiel, okay? From the very beginning, Peter Thiel meeting Vance, Vance describes it as the most significant moment in his life. Thiel got Vance his first job in Silicon Valley. Thiel hired Vance at his venture firm with a no-show job so he could promote his book. When Vance started his own firm, years later in 2019, Thiel and the Founders Fund and his allies like Mark Andreessen funded the whole thing. And of course, who is Peter Thiel?
Great.
Peter Thiel is the CIA. Peter Thiel founded Palantir with Joe Lonsdale and Alex Karp, a privatization of a CIA program. Their only client for 7 years was the CIA. The CIA provided a lot of money for them in 2005 through their venture capital arm, In-Q-Tel. And Vance was at Langley all the time making products Peter Thiel was at Langley designing products at Palantir for the CIA exclusively. This is who mentored J.D. Vance. This is who groomed J.D. Vance with David Frum, a neocon. And the premise was, you have this story. We're going to get you a book. I'll pay you while you promote your book, and you will be the spokesman to the Trump voters. Now, something unexpected happened. Initially, Vance was against Trump, and Vance's ascendancy was supposed to go something like this. Trump was going to fail, and then Vance would be his natural successor, the guy that understood why people supported him, but also understood why Trump was not the answer to their problems. And he would be swept in by the Trump movement as the Trump whisperer. He understands the white working class that animated that movement. He will steer them to moderate republicanism. Just one problem, Trump won. Now, Vance, who was against Trump and was at the Aspen Institute, basically being a liberal, now he is outside of the Republican Party because Trump is now its leader as president. So Vance mounts a campaign to rebrand himself. And he starts to brand himself as a national populist. He goes to the National Conservatism Conference, which is funded by Peter Thiel, which was founded by Yoram Hazony, a dual citizen. And he starts to brand himself as a nationalist, an inclusive populist. In 2022, he announces a bid for senator. Peter Thiel brokers a meeting with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago with J.D. Vance, where they declare a truce. Peter Thiel puts $15 million behind Vance in the 2022 midterms. And he secures Trump's endorsement for him and gets him into the halls of the United States Senate. So Thiel not only groomed him from the beginning and created his venture firm and his venture capital career and allowed him to promote his book, but he also brokered a truce with Trump in 2022 and paid for him to get into the U.S. Senate. There's some other interesting things about Vance as well. When Vance became Trump's nominee for vice president, the first thing that he said at the Republican convention is that Trump is going to bomb Iran. And you can look this up. The first interview he gave to Sean Hannity at the RNC in July of last year, he brought this up unprompted. He said to bring back American global leadership, we need to hit Iran hard. Not these nothing strikes that Biden is doing. We got to hit him hard and knock him out. Earlier in the year, he gave a speech to the Quincy Institute where he did this. This is according to Jewish Insider. It says, quote, Senator Vance delivered an address at an event hosted by the isolationist Quincy Institute on Thursday, defending U.S. support for Israel as a critical component of a foreign policy agenda, otherwise at odds with his more neocon Senate GOP colleagues. Vance used his speech to differentiate his opposition to Ukraine aid from his steadfast commitment to Israel. He said, quote, I'm supportive of Israel and their war against Hamas. He criticized Joe Biden for delaying offensive weapons transfers and potential sales to Israel, and dug in on why the America First platform he aligns himself with requires a strong relationship with Israel. He said the way that we counter Iran is by combining the Abraham Accords approach with the defeat of Hamas. That gets us to a place where Israel and the Sunni nations can be a counterweight to Iran. Israel with the Sunni nations can police their own region of the world. That allows us to spend less time and resources on the Middle East and focus more on East Asia, in the same way that we want our allies to do the job in Europe.
Construction
So
complete.
Vance is being groomed by the CIA. He's being groomed by the neocon David Frum, a defender of global leadership. His superpower is his credibility with the white working
Research
class.
complete.
His extraordinary story. He gets picked up by Peter Thiel, the CIA contractor. He gets a sinecure while he promotes his book. Peter Thiel brokers a truce with Trump and smooths that over. Gets him into the Senate. As he rebrands as a populist under the watchful eye of Yoram Hazony, the dual citizen with Israel, who's born and lives in Israel. Vance, after rebranding as America First, says
complete.
we can be America First and pro-Israel. After getting the nomination, he says we need to hit Iran hard. This is who is the credible, not crazy, not hateful spokesperson for America First. Once again, I'm hearing a subtle distinction. He's not neocon, but he's not against Israel. He's not neocon, but he's still pro-Israel, just like Joe Kent, just like Tucker Carlson. He has this conspicuous relationship with Peter Thiel, just like Joe Kent, just like Tucker Carlson. Lot of patterns, lot of consistencies. Now let's enter Tucker Carlson himself. When Tucker Carlson hosted his Fox News show from 2017 until a few years ago, Tucker hosted Vance on his show. Do you want to guess in the live chat how many times Vance was a guest on Tucker's show?
Oh, you're
Guess
right.
in the
No,
live
it's
chat
to
right
me.
now how many times JD Vance made an appearance on Tucker Carlson Tonight on Fox News. Take a guess. I'll wait for people to post some numbers.
But they're my allies.
And we'll see. I'm just curious what you think it might be.
Anomaly found.
Are they being mean to you? They're very strong.
The answer is 46 times. I'm seeing a lot of numbers. 4, 7, 10, 5, 15.
They can do what they want.
46 times. 46 times. JD Vance was a guest on Tucker Carlson
Colonization
Tonight.
in progress.
But it gets better. After Tucker Carlson left Fox News, he was looking for funding for his media network. When Tucker Carlson got fired, he crashed out at Fox. He was looking for investors to start his own rival media company. Do you know the first billionaire that he courted? Peter Thiel. Now, we don't know if Peter Thiel invested in the Tucker Carlson network, but we know who did. A group called 1789 Capital. 1789 Capital gave Tucker Carlson $15 million for his network. Where did 1789 Capital come from? Well, it was born of the Rockbridge Network. The Rockbridge Network was founded in 2021 by JD Vance, Chris Buskirk, Omid Malik, and Rebecca Mercer. There's that name again, Rebecca Mercer, who JD Vance advised when he was at his Narya Capital firm. Chris Buskirk, who's at Claremont Institute. JD Vance founded the Rockbridge Network. It was at a meeting of the Rockbridge Network that Omid Malik and Chris Buskirk founded 1789
System
Capital.
survey complete.
They gave Tucker $15 million for his new media venture. Tucker also spoke at meetings of the Rockbridge Network in the past. He was a speaker at their many conferences and events that they hold throughout the year. Then, when JD Vance became the vice president, it doesn't stop there. Once JD Vance became the vice president, he hired Tucker Carlson's son, Buckley, to work in his press office. Go figure. So JD Vance, again, groomed by the neocon George W. Bush speechwriter David Frum,
Research
who
complete.
pitched the idea of the memoir, supported the memoir. Peter Thiel, who groomed him at Yale Law School, which Yale Law School is like, how much more spooky does it get than Yale Law School? Peter Thiel scoops him up out of there, sets him up in Silicon Valley, sets him up at his VC firm. While he writes his book, Peter Thiel gives him $15 million to clinch this Senate seat, smooths it over with Trump. And Peter Thiel is like CIA royalty, also an FBI informant to boot. Peter Thiel was not only a CIA contractor, but an FBI informant as well. JD Vance is his creation. Tucker had on Vance 46 times, got $15 million from his venture capital firm. And then when Vance became the vice president, he hired Tucker's son in his press office. So what do Joe Kent and J.D. Vance have in common? Well, let's see. Both Joe Kent and J.D. Vance ran in 2022. They both got millions of dollars from Peter Thiel. Joe Kent was a CIA officer fighting in the Middle East. J.D. Vance was a Marine writing articles in the Middle East. They both were hosted by Tucker Carlson on his show multiple times. They're both pro-Israel America Firsters. They're both pushing a message of inclusive populism. And according to Tucker Carlson, they are both credible, effective voices against the neocons, but they're not crazy and not hateful, unlike me. And remember, the CIA took out Joe Kent, the CIA officer. The CIA is against J.D. Vance, the creature of a CIA contractor. Now let's look at Tucker Carlson. Now let's look at Tucker. Tucker says that he, like Vance and Kent and Dave Smith, he's another one of these non-crazy, non-hateful America Firsters. Let's look at Tucker. Let's in particular look at his father, Dick Carlson. Let's talk about his dad. As I said at the very beginning of the show, Tucker says he's never even watched my show. He doesn't know me. He said he found out about me when somebody sent him a clip of me attacking his dad. He said that I said that no one should listen to Tucker because his dad was in the CIA. Tucker said he saw this years ago. And he said, that's ridiculous. My dad isn't in the CIA. And then he learned upon his father's death in March of this year that in fact, and he was surprised to learn this, Dick Carlson, his father, was in the CIA. Now, as I said at the beginning of the show, that is a lie. Tucker Carlson knew that his father was in the CIA. Tucker Carlson said in June of 2024, a year before his father died, in an interview with Sean Ryan, that his father was in the CIA. He went so far as to say that Tucker grew up down the street from the CIA officer who overthrew Mossadegh in Iran. That's how CIA he was. That's how CIA his family was. And he says, I was shocked to learn this year my dad was in the CIA. Well, that's just not true. That was a lie. He is not being forthcoming about his relationship with his father and, to that extent, his relationship with the CIA. Well, Tucker, I'm glad you're tuning in because this kid from Chicago, this 26-year-old kid from Chicago with this chip in the shoulder and the world in his eyes, is about to tell you more about your dad. If you were surprised to find out your dad was CIA, I'm about to blow your mind. And I didn't get this information from the CIA. I got it from Mint Press News. I got it from C-SPAN. I got it from Wikipedia. It's all available on the internet. You should try it sometime. Tucker says he doesn't own a TV. He doesn't use email. Maybe that's why he doesn't know this information, right? Tucker frequently says, I never watch TV. I don't even own a TV. I don't even use email. That's probably why he's so out of the loop, because all this information is on the internet. It's all there. If you Google Dick Carlson, you'll find all of this. So someone send him the clip, someone transcribe it onto a leaf or translate it into Morse code or smoke signals, whatever Tucker is able to interpret, however he gets his media, someone could write it on a note and pass it to him by the Pony Express, and I will teach him more about his own dad. I can do that because I'm a 26-year-old kid from Chicago with internet access and a phone and TV.
Construction complete.
This is from Mint Press News. It says, Dick Carlson is an important journalist and high state official who was appointed by Ronald Reagan as director of the U.S. Information Agency, the body that oversees government-funded media, including Voice of America, of which Dick was also the director. Together, these outlets are part of what the New York Times called a worldwide propaganda network built by the CIA. This is Tucker's dad. Tucker's dad was a Reagan appointee, confirmed in the Senate, to run U.S. Information Agency, which runs Voice of
Research
America,
complete.
Radio Free Europe, all of it. The New York Times called it a worldwide propaganda network built by the CIA. And up until the 70s, it was exclusively funded by the CIA. In his position as director of USIA, Dick played a considerable role in the downfall of the Soviet Union. In a 1990 event alongside media moguls Rupert Murdoch and Ted Turner,
complete.
Rupert Murdoch, Tucker's future boss, he
System
noted that,
survey
quote,
complete.
I think we would all agree that international broadcasting, this is Dick Carlson in 1990. This is a quote. I'm going to read it to you. Tucker's dad said this. I think we would all agree that international broadcasting played a very critical role, as was suggested by Mr. Murdoch, the owner of Fox News, in the events that took place in the USSR and Eastern Europe over the last couple of years. From Beijing to Budapest to Warsaw to Vilnius, information poured across borders, and news that millions of people had stood up to their oppressors helped millions
Council
of others
agenda
sweep
available.
those oppressors away. He is referring to regime change color revolutions, backed by the CIA media empire that he ran. He said, I also believe that international broadcasters were equally important in laying the groundwork for the democratic revolutions that we have seen. Isn't it incredible how Western all of those Eastern Europeans sound, talking about freedom, democracy, free enterprise, environmental concerns? And they don't get those ideas from their own media or from textbooks in their countries. They get them mainly from
Ships
international
upgraded.
broadcasters like Voice of America, BBC Radio, Liberty Media for Europe.
Research complete.
Tucker's father, Dick, ran the CIA's propaganda empire, pushing color revolutions in the Soviet Union, in the Warsaw Pact, in Tiananmen Square, in China. That's what the event was about. They were reflecting on the Tiananmen Square massacre, where Voice of America operatives were there spreading information about the student protests. Color revolutions in all the communist countries, and in China in particular. Dick Carlson wanted to overthrow the communist Chinese, and he played a part running Voice of America in 1989 to do this. And he bragged about how the peoples of the world are throwing off their oppressors, learning about free enterprise, democracy through Voice of America, which he ran. It's very important stuff. Appointed by Reagan. In the same job, Dick was a key component in the ultimately successful attempt to bring down the leftist Sandinista government in Nicaragua through hybrid warfare.
Construction complete.
That's the Iran-Contras affair, where Israel brokered arms and money exchanges, giving Iran weapons and money to fund the Contra fighters, the anti-communists in Nicaragua, the right-wing death squads.
Situation log updated.
Dick was helping to do this. Dick would later be appointed by President George H.W. Bush as U.S. ambassador to the Seychelles and serve on a number of neoconservative think tanks. Chief among these is the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, an organization widely accused of being little more than a front for the Israel lobby. Indeed, when asked point blank if that were the case, he refused to deny it, stating only that Israel is a country under siege. It's a democracy in a part of the world where there are no democracies, and it is under constant irregular terrorist attack and threat. Also on the board of the FDD at that time were Jeane Kirkpatrick, a high official at the board of the FDD at that time, a high official at the center of the Iran-Contras affair, and R. James Woolsey, the CIA director from 1993 to 1995. Dick would later team up with Woolsey again at the Institute for the Study of Terrorism and Political Violence. Okay? So, to summarize, Tucker Carlson's father was appointed by Reagan to do U.S. information warfare, running the CIA's propaganda empire of international broadcasters, facilitating the overthrow of communist governments like the left-wing government in Nicaragua during Iran-Contras, and in China during the Tiananmen Square massacre. And he was bragging on a panel with Rupert Murdoch, the founder of Fox News, who the Reagan administration got into the United States because he's from another country. Dick Carlson then went on to work for neoconservative think tanks where he defended Israel. They're basically an outfit for Israel, working with other CIA agents involved in Iran-Contras at these various NGOs. That's Tucker Carlson's dad. That Tucker did not know was in the CIA. That Tucker is pleading ignorance. He was shocked, just absolutely shocked, that his father that ran Voice of America and USAI, his father that was at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, that was at these other neocon think tanks, appointed by George Bush as an ambassador, didn't know he was in the CIA world until he heard it from me. Until he found out just this year. Now, of course, what is Tucker Carlson? Well, Tucker Carlson is a broadcaster. Sort of interesting. Dick Carlson ran the CIA's empire of broadcasters. Tucker's a broadcaster working at Fox News under Rupert Murdoch that Dick was friends with, that Reagan helped in the 1980s.
Research complete.
Let's talk a little bit about Tucker Carlson's background. His first run-in with the CIA was that Tucker Carlson, during his college years, visited Nicaragua twice and posed alongside the Contras. The Contras that were being supported by his father concurrently at Voice of America and the U.S. Information Agency. Tucker Carlson was in Nicaragua alongside the Contras. This was one of the regime changes that Dick Carlson celebrated, that he actively supported at the same time as head of Voice of America and the Information Agency, which, of course, Dick then went on to work for other CIA officials involved in Iran-Contras. Tucker was on the ground. This is from Mint News. It says, quote, while still in college, Tucker and his roommate, friend and Daily Caller co-founder Neil Patel went to Nicaragua at least 2 times, in Tucker's own words, to, quote, get involved in the war and support the side that was right, which was not the Sandinistas. In a 2017 podcast interview, he was asked about it directly. The question, I don't think many people know that you were actually a freedom fighter who traveled to Central America to fight with the Contras. Could you fill in our listeners on that story? Tucker said no, laughing, before coyly stating that his supposedly liberal father let him go because he and Patel wanted to see the war in Nicaragua. All kinds of hilarity ensued, he said, laughing nervously before changing the subject. Nobody knew that, by the way. Nobody knew, and it wasn't confirmed or public until 2017, that Tucker, on 2 occasions, was in Nicaragua at the height of Iran-Contras while his father was running information war for the CIA in Nicaragua as a freedom fighter. Nobody knew that until 17. And when asked about it, they said, could you fill us in? Tucker said, no, ha ha ha. I was there to see it. My liberal dad let me go. And all kinds of hilarity ensued. It was very funny. Anyway, next subject.
Construction complete.
Both Carlson and Patel returned in 1990 at the time of the presidential election, which pitted Sandinista Daniel Ortega against the U.S.-backed Contra-supporting candidate Violeta Chamorro. Thanks to years of U.S.-sponsored terror and huge political war chest, Chamorro was able to win, becoming the 6th person in her family to hold the office. According to a 1990 edition of his college's newsletter, the Trinity Tripod, complete. Carlson and Patel attended many of her rallies. Indeed, in the National Review podcast, Carlson said he was literally standing next to her when she won. The younger Carlson presents his time in Nicaragua as purely innocent. He said, we didn't have a place to stay or any set plans. It was very spontaneous. We were extremely political. We felt that getting to know the country and some of its citizens would give us a better perspective on the situation.
Very good.
Even more questions are raised when one remembers that it was not long after that trip that he formally applied to become a member of the CIA. Little is known about that, but after his apparent rejection, his father encouraged him to take up journalism. Okay? So his father says international broadcasting was key in the color revolutions that broke up the Soviet Union in Czechoslovakia. They were behind the Tiananmen Square story. They were involved in Nicaragua. And while his father was pushing regime change in Nicaragua, Tucker was on the ground. And no one knew that. And he wasn't just on the ground, he was side by side with the CIA-backed presidential candidate that supported the Contras when she was elected in 1990. He said he was next to her. A successful Cold War regime change brought to you by the CIA propaganda network that his father ran. Then he applied to the CIA. Then he became a journalist. Let's talk about his time as a journalist. When the CIA was running this war in Nicaragua, they were accused by a prominent journalist of paying for that war by selling drugs to black people in the inner cities. This was called the Gary Webb Affair. This is from Mint Press News. It says the CIA funded its war against Nicaragua by helping the Contras to flood America's black urban centers with crack cocaine. That was the argument put forward by investigative journalist Gary Webb in his Dark Alliance series for the San Jose Mercury News, and later in his book of the same name. This was called the Gary Webb Affair. The articles were widely republished and caused a storm of indignation across the country, with massive public anger being directed towards the CIA. Okay? So a left-wing journalist, Gary Webb, puts out a story in the mid-90s. This is years after Tucker was in Nicaragua. The subject of the articles, after he applied for the CIA and was rejected, and then became a journalist. Gary Webb is putting the CIA on blast for funding this Nicaraguan war, which Tucker defended, which he was there on the ground for, on the side of the president who was elected, that his father perpetrated. Tucker had this to say about it. Working at the neocon publication, The Weekly Standard, in 1996, Tucker published an article called A Disgraceful Newspaper Expose and Its Fans. He launched a wall-to-wall defense of the CIA that he had recently applied to join. Framing it all as a ludicrous accusation, he claimed there was no evidence for Webb's claims and presented the CIA as a noble institution under unfair scrutiny and constant attack from forces inside the United States that wanted to bring it down. Far from engaging in the drug trade, he claimed there is ample evidence the CIA had moved to remove drug traffickers from the Nicaraguan resistance. An interesting choice of words to describe the Contras. He also wrote off the black journalists showing interest in Webb's findings as conspiracy theorists, stating that few major media outlets have validated the series by reporting on its charges in any detail, as if to say this proved its erroneousness. In his book, Politics, Partisans, and Parasites, he would later describe the idea as ridiculous. Oh, so he called them crazy. Those black people attacking the CIA for flooding their cities with drugs to pay for this brutal war in Nicaragua that his father was running, Tucker said they were crazy. No evidence. I guess it was random. The CIA was very thankful to Carlson for helping muddy the waters. A declassified CIA document cites his Weekly Standard article, among others, as aiding them in managing a nightmare. So he was there during the dirty war. He left and applied for the CIA. His father told him to go into journalism. He went to work for a neocon publication, the Weekly Standard, run by Bill Kristol, where he defended the CIA, so much so that the CIA praised him and said they helped to defend their reputation in managing a nightmare. It gets better. After the Weekly Standard, he went to CNN, hosting the show Crossfire. Like Bill Kristol, he supported the invasion of Iraq, even going to Iraq to mingle with private U.S. mercenaries. An image from 2004 shows Carlson posing with two armed employees of DynCorp International, holding a Kalashnikov rifle himself. Carlson's article presents them as a relatively laudable force conducting vital operations rather than an occupying army carrying out war crimes. This is Tucker Carlson's background. So he lied about not knowing about his dad. His dad was not only a Reagan appointee, a neocon, promulgating and supporting regime change, pro-democracy propaganda in the Soviet Union, in China, in Nicaragua. Not only does he claim to not know that, and that's a lie, but he was apparently working with his dad, hand in glove. He was in Nicaragua. He defended the CIA in the 90s. He worked for neocon publications, pushing the Iraq war when his father was at neocon NGOs, pushing the Iraq war, hand in glove. And he says that I'm the CIA. Let's look at some more recent events. In 2023, in October, Tucker Carlson went down to Argentina in Buenos Aires, and he interviewed the Argentine presidential candidate Javier Milei. Javier Milei is vocally pro-Israel, vocally pro-Ukraine, aspirationally Jewish. Javier Milei says he would convert to Judaism if not for the fact that his country is Catholic. Tucker went down to Argentina and interviewed Javier Milei. That interview got 300 million views in 24 hours. The Associated Press called it unprecedented. They said never before has a U.S. broadcaster gone down and interfered in a country's election in that manner. They called it highly unusual. And they said that Tucker Carlson had a remarkable impact on Argentine presidential politics. Javier Milei got elected. Now, there was a major concern in Argentina. Something is going on in Central and South America. There is a new Cold War between the United States and China. And over the past 10 years, all of Central and South America now does the majority of their trade with China rather than the United States. Now, if you know anything about U.S. foreign policy doctrine, that is in contravention of the Monroe Doctrine, which goes back 200 years. And it says that the entire Western Hemisphere is our playground, and there can be no foreign influence tolerated in the Western Hemisphere, which is Central and South America. So the United States mounted a concerted campaign, which they call the New Monroe Doctrine, to roll back China's influence in Central and South America. Argentina is one of the most rich and powerful countries in South America alongside Brazil. Brazil is already allied with China. It's a member of BRICS, which is becoming a monetary union to fight against the dollar and exert influence against the United States. Brazil has a left-wing government that is highly critical of the United States. Argentina was on track to join BRICS in 2024. They were going to join up with Brazil, join up with China, if their left-wing president was elected. And if that happened, then the two most powerful countries would join Venezuela and other countries in Central and South America as having a left-wing alignment with Beijing, and it would be the second South American country to join BRICS. This would be catastrophic for the New Monroe Doctrine, which was being pushed by the Department of Defense and the CIA. When Javier Milei was elected, he canceled Argentina's accession to BRICS. He said Argentina would stop doing business with China. They would cancel all of the dual-use Belt and Road projects that China invested in Argentina. Javier Milei, instead of visiting left-wing China-aligned Brazil, visited America as his first foreign visit. He cried at the center of Chabad Lubavitch, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Brooklyn, New York, and then traveled to Israel, where he kissed the wall. Then he came back to Argentina, gave the United States all of Argentina's lithium, gave the United States control over the Paraná River, and then he hosted the CIA Director William Burns, the Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and the Southcom Commander Laura Richardson, who was the architect of the New Monroe Doctrine.
Research complete.
Javier Milei is one of the only countries that votes in favor of Israel at the United Nations, supports Ukraine's war, was welcomed by the Biden administrations in a critical minerals partnership, was hosted at CPAC, friends with Elon Musk, who needs lithium for his cars. And Tucker played a crucial role in that. So So Tucker Carlson, an international broadcaster, went to a foreign country where he interfered in their election as a freedom fighter to support an anti-left-wing,
Research
anti-China candidate, and was by his side when he won in fulfillment of the CIA and Pentagon's objectives in their new Cold War against China. Well, that must be a big coincidence because his father was the architect of that program in the 1980s and 90s when he was running the U.S. Information Agency, doing the same thing in the Soviet Union at Tiananmen Square and with the Contras in Nicaragua. Must be the coincidence to end all coincidences. Just like Tucker was there with the freedom fighters in Central America, in Nicaragua, in the 80s and 90s, supporting the CIA-backed president that his father supported in the regime change, here he is, an international broadcaster following in his father's footsteps, supporting yet another Monroe Doctrine regime change against China's influence in Argentina, and was critical in it. 300 million views in 24 hours. What a coincidence. I'm sure just like Argentina, he was just checking it out. Or excuse me, just like in Nicaragua, he was just checking it out, taking a gap year. It was uneventful and hilarity ensued when he interfered in that country's elections. Now, what in the world is going on, folks? Let's bring it home. What in the world is going on here? Let's bring all these different threads together. So Tucker says that I attacked Joe Kent for no reason other than that Joe Kent is a credible anti-neocon voice who's not crazy or hateful. He said that is evidence that I'm inorganic and I'm trying to sabotage the real America First. Now, in reality, Joe Kent attacked me first. I was trying to support him. But he attacked me on the basis that I'm anti-Israel, that I'm talking about race and religion. We start to peel back the layers and we realize that all these people have that same agenda. Tucker, J.D. Vance, Joe Kent, to some extent Dave Smith, they all have the same ideological alignment, which is critical of Israel but not anti-Israel. The problem is not the race or religion, it is their ideology, that they're neocons. The problem with mass migration is not the race, but whether they're native born or something else. The problem in America is not Jewish power as is, it is neocons. The other thing that they all have in common, I'm being accused not only of being a bad faith actor who's hateful and crazy, but I'm being backed by the CIA. Tucker says the CIA took out Joe Kent. But we find that Joe Kent is a CIA agent. We find that J.D. Vance was groomed and created by neocons and CIA contractors, and Tucker has a quid pro quo relationship. Promoted him, helped him with Trump, had him on his show, profited from his venture capital firm, 1789 Capital, got his son a job in the vice president's office. We find that Tucker is the son of CIA royalty, and there's no possible way that he could have not known his father was a CIA agent. And when we look at Tucker's early journalistic career and his contemporary journalistic career, we find something that looks like what his father did. A U.S. CIA intelligence operation aimed at countering the influence of America's adversaries. So the question is, why is Tucker going so hard against me? What's really going on? And why does he sometimes say base things? Well, you got to go back to what J.D. Vance said.
Construction complete.
If we can engage in speculation. You got to go back to what J.D. Vance said at the Quincy Institute. In May of 2024, Vance went to a isolationist think tank that is backed by Soros, that is backed by the Koch brothers. And according to Jewish Insider, he put a pro-Israel spin on America First, just like Joe Kent, just like Tucker Carlson. And what Vance said was this. Vance said, we need to give Israel what they need to police the Middle East. He said, we need to give Israel the tools they need to fight Iran. We need to expand the Abraham Accords to counter Iran. Why? Why do we need Israel and the Sunni nations, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Egypt? Why do we need Israel and all of our other Arab allies to come together in an alliance and give them the tools they need to counter Iran? Vance gave an answer. He said the reason we need to do this is so that we can leave the Middle East and go to Asia. That's the quote. I will read it to you. He said, quote, "The way we counter Iran is combining the Abraham Accords approach with the defeat of Hamas. That gets us to a place where Israel and the Sunni nations can play a regional counterweight. Israel with the Sunni nations can police their own region. That lets us spend less time and resources on the Middle East and focus more on East Asia. In the same way, we want our own allies to do the job in Europe."
Ships upgraded.
Okay, so why does Tucker want the war in Russia to end?
Construction complete.
Why does Tucker not want us to fight Iran? Because Tucker, like Vance, like Kent, they are creatures of the CIA. They are creatures of U.S. intelligence and defense. And what they are pushing is a doctrine called restraint, or rather, prioritization, one or the other. I don't know exactly which one they are, but they're either restrainers or prioritizers. And the doctrine says this. This is a U.S. military doctrine. It says that in the 21st century, the rising threat is China. Ronald Reagan inaugurated our pivot to Asia. Barack Obama had a pivot to Asia. And the doctrine says that in the future, the big threat is going to be China. And if we are busy fighting Russia, if we're busy fighting in Iran, we will not have the resources to fight China. They call them prioritizers because they say we need to prioritize China over the Middle East and Europe. Well, how do we fight China? We have other adversaries. We need to counter Russia. We need to counter Iran. Well, Vance said it right there. He said, so that we can leave the Middle East, we need to get Israel and Saudi Arabia in a defensive alliance. We need to give them arms. We need to give them a defensive commitment. And if they can police their own region, they are a counterweight to Iran, and we don't need to be there, so we could go to Asia. He said, and that's just like what we're doing with NATO. We're going to build up NATO. We're going to get Germany and France and all the other NATO countries to up their military commitment. We're going to get them to spend more money on defense, increase their defense spending as a percentage of GDP. Why? So they can counter Russia, so they can police their own region, so we can leave and go to Asia. That's the program. So when Tucker says, I don't want to bomb Iran, but I'm pro-Israel, he is articulating the prioritizer, restrainer position, which is Israel is going to be an American ally because we're going to count on them to counter Chinese influence or Iran or in the future Pakistan. Israel is going to be a security partner of the United States. That's why Kent and Vance and Tucker are all pro-Israel. But that's why they say I'm not Israel's enemy. You have real enemies. I'm not one of them. I love Israel. Insofar as Israel is doing our bidding, I support them because they understand that Israel will be a security partner doing our job, countering Iran in the region. But, here's the but, Tucker and Vance, to some extent, and Kent realize that if the United States is bogged down in Iran, if we're fighting Israel's war in Iran on their behalf, it defeats the whole purpose. If Israel is getting us into a war in Iran, then we can't get out and prioritize China. If we do regime change in Iran, we're going to be on the hook.
Spaceborne life form encountered. Construction complete.
I don't think so. It's 2 in the morning. Yeah, I'm good to call this in. Like now. Yeah, I'm doing good. The one guys, we might need to form a federation. Some of the people next to me claiming all my system. AI. Dog. See?